This is the entire Call of Duty Zombies Dark Aether storyline, Black Ops Cold War, Vanguard, Modern Warfare 3, and Black Ops 6 Zombies. This is the perfect recap for this game to get you into the story. This is of course half of my full entire Call of Duty Zombies storyline video that spans Aether and Dark Aether from World at War to Black Ops 6, and I would definitely recommend watching that video, which will be linked in this video's description. However, for those who just want a recap for the Dark Aether storyline, that's what this video is for, which is why I've posted it as a separate video as well. But like I say, I would definitely recommend checking out the original, since a lot of the context for the Dark Aether story, of course, begins with the Aether story. So before we jump into the Dark Aether story, I first have to give a recap of the ending of the Aether story to prep you to get into Black Ops Cold War. Without further ado, enjoy. In a prior world, the multiverse and all of the worlds inside of it were trapped in suffering. Two gods of chaos and order, the Shadow Man and Monty, and their subsequent factions, the Apothecans and Keepers, fought eternally, forever dooming the world in a time loop where reality was continually destroyed. Until one fateful loop, events changed, and Ultimus and Primus were able to end this cycle of torment through tremendous sacrifice. They sacrificed their own lives and trapped the entirety of the doomed multiverse full of monsters around them in the Dark Aether forevermore. Reality collapsed. Everything that spewed forth from the Aether was banished to where they belonged. Victis helped in their final moments before fading away into the Dark Aether, unaware that they would be cast down, leading them to feel betrayed by Ultimus Richtofen, who instructed them telepathically via Samuel Stullinger's ethereal link with him. The Apothecans and Keepers rejoiced before being fractured throughout the Dark Aether, leading to similar but different demented beings emerging from their dust. With this brave action and the paradox resolved, thanks to the Agarthan device, a new linear world free of corruption was created. Only two innocent children would survive this apocalyptic scenario, Samantha Maxis and Eddie Richtofen, both of whom had previously resided in Monty's house in the not-so-perfect Agartha that's now no more. Samantha's soul was plucked from Ultimus Richtofen's body post-moon. Not much is known about Eddie's early life or how he grew up compared to the other versions of Richtofen. All that is known is that he resided in Dimension 2210. At some point while he was a child, Eddie was visited by a grown-up counterpart of himself from Dimension 63, Primus Richtofen, who killed him and acquired his soul with the summoning key, as part of his plan to secure a better tomorrow, and was later transported to the house to join Samantha. The two became friends and would spend much of their time playing with toys gifted to them by Monty. Samantha and Eddie's souls were thought to be purified by Monty, and thanks to the sacrifice of our heroes, these children were able to walk together into the new world and begin new lives, holding hands, free of the cycle forever. Element 115, the Summoning Key, Primus and Ultimus, the Apothecans and the Keepers, and no more. In my explanation of the Aetherverse, I included elements from the campaigns and world events due to them being relevant to the world building, with Black Ops 2 and Black Ops Cold War's campaigns both having multiple choices and endings. It's important to understand that all but one scenario took place in the prior multiverse, with an infinite amount of possibilities in each universe. The campaign events do happen in this new universe. Now that I have introduced the premise of the storyline and the main two characters, the only characters from the old storyline, let's jump into the Dark Aether story. In the Aether story, we had little understanding of the Dark Aether and its inhabitants. We knew that various beasts, demons, and lost souls existed within, aside from the Apothecans, but Vanguard introduced us to a plethora of factions that include some Elder Gods and Old Ones. An Elder God is merely a higher power being found within the Dark Aether, and their supremacy includes higher ranking Apothecans, for example. According to the inhabitants of the Dark Aether, their realm has existed since time began, and since then they have been in a constant state of war with one another, forming tribes, clans, and royal bloodlines that would last for millions of years. These warring clans of the Dark Aether came in many different shapes and sizes, all with their own desires and agendas, but in the most ancient days of the Dark Aether, they were united by one thing: their worship of the Construct. The Construct is a giant monolith that hovers above the Dark Aether, believed to even predate time itself. Whilst it appears to be made of stone, it is a sentient being, and is all-powerful. The Construct had no care for the entities worshipping it. However, it was constantly watching, with some even believing it to be judging life's worthiness to keep existing. On very rare occasions, however, after an individual completed a series of arduous trials, the Constructs would imbue them with a small portion of its infinite power, at which point that individual would become the Archon. Throughout the history of the Dark Aether, at least by the time of Vanguard, there have only been at least 4 Archons, though there have possibly been more, and even more since then, leading up to the events of COD Zombies and beyond. The first Archon used his power to eradicate a parasitic species that was plaguing the Dark Aether. The 4th Archon shattered the moon into pieces and weaponized those shards, which still hang above the Dark Aether. The origins of the Constructs are unclear, but with it being there since the Dark Aether itself, it is a wonder if the first Archon could have been Dr. Monty or the Shadow Man. Could the Construct even be the first one, or have been made by them? Maybe Monty gained so much power because he was the original Archon, and the parasitic species he eradicated were the Apothecans. Maybe in trying to save his friend, the Shadow Man, from the Dark Aether, he stumbled upon the Construct. Or maybe even the Shadow Man became the Archon, explaining his great power. Or maybe the first one itself was the very first Archon, which then caused them to split into 2 afterwards. All is a mystery for now. As millennia passed, one clan rose to prominence in the Dark Aether, and eventually were considered its lords. They had yet to control the entire realm, but one particularly ambitious son of this bloodline would seek to change that. His name was Cortifex the Deathless. Through guile and deception, Cortifex's plans eventually culminated in the murder of his parents and his official ascension to Lord of the Dark Aether. He also took a wife, Syraxis, though was adamant on not wanting a child. Dark Aether entities do not die of old age, and so having a child to further his line was not a requirement and was seen by him as a threat, as the child could do to him what he did to his own parents. At some point following this, Cortifex became obsessed with the Construct, seeing it as the ultimate way to dominate the Dark Aether. He was able to successfully pass the trials, but upon appealing to the living monolith, it refused him for unknown reasons. Cortifex flew into such a rage over this that he would dispatch his 5 personal assassins, the Sisters of Agony, consisting of Isabella the Deceiver, to remove anyone else who would try and petition the Construct. Eventually, Syraxis became pregnant with a child, and in a rage, Cortifex set out to punish both her and the child. He transformed Syraxis into a shadow of her former self, erasing her memories and changing her physical form to that of the newest Sister of Agony. She joins Isabella and the rest as sisters in arms. He then enacted some unspeakable cruelty on the child. And that is the last we will hear of Cortifex and these factions until quite a while. It is important to bring to attention here that the constant state of unrest in the Dark Aether was happening all throughout the events of the Aether Storyline's many thousands of cycles, and even more significantly, the entities within the Dark Aether were unaware that there was even another realm outside of their own, aside from the Apothecans. At some point, mysterious objects of great power, such as the Mystery Box and Pack-a-Punch Machine, appeared in the Dark Aether without warning. These were the many creatures and artifacts from the Aether banished to the Dark Aether by Nikolai at the end of Tag Der Toten. This was an eye-opening moment for the denizens of the Dark Aether, as before they had believed their reality was the only reality. At least the majority of them, aside from the Apothecans and maybe some other factions, now aware of other beings, they attempted to gaze beyond the dimensional veil, but after locating Earth, all they found were little more than cave people, clearly far too primitive to have designed objects like the Pack-a-Punch Machine. Regardless, some entities took interest in the newly discovered humans and began to interact with the various emerging civilizations, though they were rather limited in what they were able to do. Syraxis, for example, appearing and communicating to them through fire and crystal balls, but unable to do much else. After some discussion, Syraxis the Shadow and Bellica Belakar the Warlock devised a way for them to cross over into the other dimension through objects they called artifacts. They would craft an item that would appeal to a given human culture, bind their own essence to it, and cast it through the dimensional veil. Once picked up by a human, they could bond to them, allowing the human to use some of their power. Saraxis created a dragon with the intent of being sent to the Japanese. They went on to believe her to be Kitsune, a mysterious fox spirit god. Belakar creates a mask for the Maya in South America. Invicta the Destroyer, a legendary soldier of the Dark Aether, crafted a short sword to be used by the heroes of Greece, who initially viewed him as the god of war, Ares himself. After bonding with the Greek hero, Achilles, and helping him in the siege of Troy, their two legends became inseparable, and Invicta would later be believed to be the spirit of Achilles himself. Nauticus the Conqueror, commander of Cortifex's Night Legions, created a war horn which was received by the Norsemen, who believed him to be Ymir, the father of the Frost Giants. Cortifex, however, put very little thought into his artifact, believing to be above it, simply putting two pyramids onto a stick and sent it to ancient Egypt, where it was received by the pharaohs themselves. All of these entities would have an influential impact on the various world cultures, being seen as gods and demons over many of the years. Cortifex's expansion culminated in the Nether Wars, his final attempt to attain total control of the Dark Aether. With Nauticus in command of his forces, he set about destroying any resistance in his path. Belakar the Warlock, chief among a clan of scholars and historians, was among the first to resist Cortifex. Similarly, Saraxis, despite having no memory of her previous life, after Cortifex wiped it, believed she could not continue her service to Cortifex and so fled the Sisters of Agony. Now, she also opposed him. As Cortifex approached the vast wilds of the Dark Aether, he commanded the nature-worshipping clan who lived within to submit to him. After refusing, Cortifex had his Sisters of Agony, now with one less member, to kill all who dwelled within, whilst his Night Legions burned the forest to the ground. This, however, was an oversight by the Deathless, as, unbeknownst to him, this clan had an ability known as the Web of Life. When one member died, their life force and power was redistributed to the rest of the clan. Unfortunately for Cortifex, one single member survived. Vakana, now the last, and she was now effectively immortal with all of this combined power from her fallen comrades. Sometime following this, at the Battle of Obsidian Ridge, Invicta the Destroyer, legendary soldier, fled the battlefield, eventually finding his way to Belakar's resistance. Cortifex, seeing Saraxis was still meddling in affairs on Earth whilst equally being a thorn in his side, set about dealing with his former wife once and for all. He crafted a new kind of artifact, a bronze mirror, and cast it through the dimensional veil to a small swampy island in Okinawa, on the Japanese archipelago, familiar to us from the Aether Story as Shinonuma. Now, without all of that history, this island was where Saraxis had first crossed over from the Dark Aether to the human world, and she often had her host come back to visit. At the time, around the Edo period, which lasted between 1603 and 1868, in the history of Japan, Saraxis was in possession of the Lord of the island. Cortifex contacted the priesthood of the island under the guise of a friendly spirit and informed them that their lord was being possessed by a demon, but they could use the mirror to free him. The priest did just this, and after forcing Saraxis back into her artifact, buried it on the island. Belakar and Vakana eventually met at the side of the latter's birth, in the corrupted lands that now stood where the wilds once were. They masterminded the plot to defeat Cortifex, involving forcing him into his artifact and trapping him on Earth. Following this, and after having seen the power that the opposition now held, Nauticus the Conqueror saw that Cortifex had no hope of winning and fled to the resistance himself. Now alone, the resistance closed in on Cortifex and banished him to our reality. However, in the process, they ended up doing the same to themselves. We have no exact date for this, but it was seemingly sometime prior to World War I and after the Edo period in Japan ended. the Societe Occult. As the Dark Aether entities had consistently meddled with humanity throughout their existence, certain humans took notice and attempted to consolidate their own power through the forbidden knowledge and magic that the Dark Aether entities could provide. Beginning as secret priesthoods, these individuals eventually banded together in medieval Europe, formerly as the Societe Occult. These individuals, through their conversations with the Dark Aether entities, were able to learn rune magic, the method of channeling Ethereum used by all Dark Aether entities, allowing them to quickly become the puppet masters of the continent's politics. Eventually, they had learned enough to compile the Tome of Rituals, a book containing hundreds of rune magic spells. The Society were constantly changing their location to maintain secrecy, until one of their leaders, Lucien Porret, a man in contact with Nauticus, erected the Hotel Royal in Paris, France. He chose the location as the intersection of the catacombs beneath the street were in the pattern of a Dark Aether rune, allowing them to channel an incredible amount of power at the location. We learn that areas of mass death/casualty cause weak spots between the regular universe and the Dark Aether. It is worth noting that now with this knowledge of rune magic, we can retroactively look back at the Aether story. Rune magic, for instance, is described as being able to be co-opted and used in different languages invented by different tribes of the Dark Aether. Various examples of rune magic perfectly parallel the powers and use of the Apothicon language runes, especially in the sense that they become more powerful when inscribed at places of great suffering and death. This allows us a better understanding of how their magic functions, as well as how they tie into the scale of the greater Dark Aether. We also learn through Nauticus's objective of the Augmenters. The Augmenters are worms that relate to dimensional fertility and tear holes in the lines between dimensions. These worms, like rune magic, are made more powerful at sites of great suffering and seem to thrive on negative human emotion. This, again, is extremely similar to the Gateworms and their tortuous use in Shadows of Evil, sacrificing the Morgue City residents with ties to the crew on the map. It seems incredibly likely at this point that most of the magic the Apothicons used and were known for are in fact simply facets of Dark Aether magic in general, and they were simply our first window into a far bigger world than we once realized. This even extends to Dr. Monty, with him apparently being corrupted by trying to save the Shadow Man as well. He likely gained similar magic, becoming essentially the god of creation. Even once the Dark Aether entities had been banished to Earth, the members of the Societe Occult continued to hold rituals at the Hotel Royal, allowing them to contact the entities across the world trapped in their artifacts. However, in the 1920s, some catastrophe caused the Society to split the Tome of Rituals and hide the pages. This may well coincide with the severing of the connection between our world and the Dark Aether, which made the artifacts fall dormant. That was until End Station. The Dark Aether story truly starts to begin in the midst of World War II. By late 1943, with Germany having endured her first major surrender at Stalingrad, that February, it was realized that more extreme methods may be needed in order to finally win the war for the Reich. It's so interesting that we went through endless World War IIs in the old multiverse, and we're back in World War II again. As a result, Kurt Diebner, president of the German Jahrenverein, a nuclear science organization, was ordered to form a new research project intended to produce atomic weaponry. Diebner snapped up the best and brightest in particle physics, and one in particular, a Dr. Ulrich Vogel, who was chosen to lead this new research initiative named Project End Station. Die Wahrheit. At the outbreak of World War II, Gabriel Kraft, professor in demonology at Leipzig University, was approached by SS Oberfuhrer Wolfram von List. Von List was the commanding officer of the SS Die Wahrheit Battalion. He was of the belief that Germany's true victory lay in exotic sources of power, such as Thor's hammer, the Holy Grail, and Atlantis, enabled by Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler's obsession with the occult. And was recruiting academics to help him locate these supposed mythical sources. After refusing to help von List, Kraft's assistant is shot dead, leaving the professor with no choice. And after being taken into captivity, von List tells Kraft that his husband, Sasha, has been captured. In reality, von List had already executed Sasha, but pretended he was still alive in order to keep Kraft working for him. Eventually, Kraft was able to locate a page from the Tome of Rituals, and using that, was able to locate the other scattered artifacts. However, to his dismay, they were inactive for now. That all changed, however, when Project Endstation punched a hole in the dimensional veil. Sent to a wooded remote facility in Moscow, Germany-occupied Poland, Vogel and the other scientists working under his command were given access to an experimental cyclotron, a particle accelerator with the intention of using this device to produce this new nuclear technology. By March 1944, 11 tests had ran, and all of them had yielded little. However, the 12th test would change the trajectory of mankind forever. As the process ran through, the machinery surged and became unresponsive, with the Dr. Kurtz being unable to shut the machine down.
This is Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project Endstation. 7th of March, 1944, 10:03 p.m. Commencing cyclotron test run number 12.
Looks like we are getting the collisions we expected and, some interesting patterns are starting to...
What was that?
I do not know. Gauges are redlining. We have to shut down.
My God! What is happening to the air around the collider?
You men! Back away from that!
Cut! Cut the power!
I'm trying! Controls are not responding!
The two doctors were forced to watch the ensuing chaos within the cyclotron chamber. A strange anomaly manifested within the room, and all of the people within were suddenly necrotized by the radiation from the rift, becoming undead. This is the exact same location as the familiar Nacht Der Untoten bunker. Considering the Nacht Der Untoten bunker keeps appearing throughout Zombies and just so happens to be the spot of the first dimensional breach in the dimensional veil in this new rebooted timeline, it really makes you wonder just what exactly happened at this site to create such dimensional fragility, with the prior knowledge of great death and sacrifice weakening the veil. After the room was cleared and the undead specimens were contained, Vogel realized that somehow they had managed to breach the veil between this dimension and another. At this moment, the artifacts plundered from sites across the world by the SS Division, Die Wahrheit, they began to activate, reconnecting with the Dark Aether.
This is their Anfang.
Von List, unaware of this development at Endstation, who were Die Wahrheit's rivals, touched the scepter of Kortefex, only to suddenly bond with the ancient entity. Suddenly, Kortefex promised Von List that he would give him an army with which he could win the war single-handedly. All he needed to do was get him back to the Dark Aether, where he could claim the construct. Von List agreed and took his battalion, including Professor Kraft, to war-torn Stalingrad, where hundreds of Nazi mass graves lay in wait. After arriving and setting up in a dilapidated office building, Kraft decided he could no longer stand idly by, and bonded with Belikar through her mask artifact. Kraft began planning with the ancient scholar on how best to defeat Kortefex, but was forced to allow her to retreat back into her artifact, as Kraft's body was not strong enough to support the possession of the Dark Aether entity, though the two maintained a mental link. He sent out a distress call, which 4 Allied commandos answered in March of 1944, reaching the square in Stalingrad just as Von List erected a powerful barrier Dark Aether spell. Kraft sealed himself in his office using a spell from the Tome of Rituals and lowered the 4 artifacts to the commandos out of his window in a small wooden box. Now imbued with the power of their new partners, Kraft's special forces began the fight against von List. The Special Forces team were able to access multiple theaters of Die Wahrheit's operation, including Meurvier, France, where von List planned to rally his undead army, the Hotel Royal, Paris, where Die Wahrheit were trying to secure any last traces of the Societe Occult, the Okinawan Swamp, where Syraxis first crossed over, now an Imperial Japanese outpost and Die Wahrheit's excavation site, Shinonuma. While striking back against von List, the Special Forces encounter a page from the Tome of Rituals, sealed in a powerful Void spell, but were unable to break through and acquire the page. Bellicar, undeterred, began sending messages into the Dark Aether, and eventually, her old ally responded. Vakana, the last, makes a return. Vakana, creating an artifact so she can aid the Special Forces as well, manifests a portal that allows the allies to leave Kortefex's barrier spell and arrive at the ruins of Kortefex's temple, where Die Wahrheit had recently been operating. Terra Maledicta, reaching the Eastern Desert in Egypt and the ruins of Kortefex's temple, which had been blown up by Die Wahrheit, the Special Forces team took note of large Dark Aether crystals which had begun to sprout up around the area. With Vakana's help, the team were able to resurrect the Decimator, an old general of the Knight Legions whom Kortefex had merged with his own shield as punishment. Restoring his spark of life, the Decimator lent the team the power they required in order to break through the Void spell and acquire the Tome page. After the Tome page was stolen, Die Wahrheit transferred all remaining personnel back to the Eastern Desert. This included personnel at the Shinonuma excavation site, who promptly left for Egypt upon von List's orders, leaving behind radio equipment, electric traps, and the experimental Wunderwaffe DG-2 developed by Endstation's Ulrich Vogel, based on calculations from Oskar Strauss from Wolfram von List's Die Wahrheit unit. It seems they have managed to resurrect Richthofen's creation after remnants from the Dark Aether. Much of the past is returning. With Kraft receiving the page through his link with Bellicar, he realizes that it points to the location of the relic mirror that Kortefex had used on Syraxis centuries ago, and that they must return to the Japanese Swamp of Death where it had been hidden. Shinonuma Reborn. Returning to Die Wahrheit's excavations, with the excavation site left unattended, the Special Forces team set out to uncover the lost relic mirror that Die Wahrheit had failed to find. In order to locate it, Vakana suggests restoring Syraxis' lost memories utilizing powerful rune magic. When asked about the relic that had been used to separate her from her former host, Syraxis stated she couldn't remember and that there were big gaps in her memory, including her youth in the Dark Aether. Vakana then stated there was a monolith at the swamp that could help Syraxis remember, instructing the Special Forces to find it. In the meantime, Special Forces also managed to assemble the parts to and craft the Wunderwaffe DG-2. With this, summoning an ethereal echo of Syraxis' past self, the Special Forces are forced to subdue the angry memory until it gives in and reveals Syraxis the truth of her past, that she was Kortefex's wife. Furthermore, however, the Special Forces learn of the construct and Kortefex's obsession with it.
Damn you! Just leave me alone! I need to know what you know. Now, spill it! Why did Kortefex erase my memories? Why did I even matter to him? You are a part of his clan, a member of the royal bloodline. You were his bride, Syraxis, his consort. No one mattered more to him. No, that can't be true. I am nothing like Kortefex. If you cannot handle the truth, then die! Oh! Oh! It's all coming back to me now! Everything! His bottomless cruelty. What he did to our child. My mind fading as he shoved that cursed mask on my face. And even worse, how could I forget the construct? That's his real endgame. He always coveted its power. If Cortifex and Von List gain control of that monstrosity, everything and everyone, living or dead, will end up as their playthings.
Now with the relic mirror in hand, they leave the swamp and return back to the eastern desert, though are alarmed at what they find upon their arrival. The Archon. Shortly before the arrival of Kraft's Special Forces team, Cortifex convinces Von List that the success of the Allies are, in large part, due to their ability to use the Pack-a-Punch machine, and suggests that they can perform a rune spell in order to trap the machine between this world and the Dark Aether. Agreeing, Von List performs the spell. However, to his horror, the cost of the ritual was the lives of all of the remaining Devar High soldiers. Unbeknownst to the Oberfuhrer, however, this was all according to Cortifex's plan. Now, Aether pockets fill the landscape, allowing the rapid acceleration of Dark Aether crystal growth and the total pollution of the air. These pockets being areas where the Dark Aether bleeds into our world. With no support, Von List hides away alongside the scepter of Cortifex. Arriving on site and seeing the trapped Pack-a-Punch machine, Nauticus points out that if they can restore the machine, they will be able to use the mirror to trace the spell to its source, Cortifex, and pull his scepter to them, finally separating him from Von List once and for all. The Special Forces succeed in restoring the machine and finally pull Cortifex to them, but are shocked to find that they have just played directly into the Deathless's hands, and every failure Devarhite has committed so far has actually been part of his grand plan to get to this exact place.
No, Professor. You did everything according to my plan. You set me free. And once the construct makes me its Archon, I will thank you by wiping this realm from existence.
Wait! What about me?
You never really mattered, Wolfram. I leave you to the Red Blood scum.
With the Dark Aether bleeding so profusely into this location now, Cortifex is able to manifest physically and opens a rift directly to the construct, though not before one final farewell present to Von List, teleporting him unarmed into Kraft's office. Kraft's team follow Cortifex into the Dark Aether and witness him petitioning the construct for the second time in his life. Upon seeing the Special Forces team, he asks the construct to let him kill them, though he denies him, informing him that they must all abide by rules that it has set. As a result, the construct sends them back to Earth and gives them the opportunity to pass the trials themselves, with Von List informing them on the trials of mindfulness, sacrifice, and resilience. Based on what Cortifex had told him, the Special Forces team are eventually successful in their attempts, removing the ethereal chains from the rift that will take them to the construct. Before they leave, however, Von List reveals to Kraft that Sasha was killed by him years ago, and that the letters he had received were penned by Von List himself, feigning Sasha's attention. I guess Von List wasn't just cooing with Cortifex. This man, well, I don't think it needs to be spelled out. Filled with righteous fury, Kraft shoots Von List, killing him instantly. Finally ready to proceed, Kraft's commandos enter the Dark Aether one last time, though arrive too late, and witness Cortifex's transformation into the construct's next Archon. Fighting off hordes of revenants, and with nothing seemingly able to harm Cortifex, Vakana points out that thanks to the construct's overwhelming power, the anemones that used to live throughout the wilds have woken back up from their long hibernation and are growing once more. These anemones are also similar to the ones the apothecans grew on Morgue City. Taking Dark Aether crystals, they feed the anemones only for them to spit out a far more volatile crystal. Floating above their battle, the Special Forces notice these shards of the moon left by the fourth Archon, and they throw the crystals at these ancient weapons, the resulting reaction causing them to fly at the construct and interrupt its connection with Cortifex, leaving him temporarily vulnerable. Kraft's team press the attack and eventually defeat Cortifex, with the construct vanishing and his body, according to Nauticus, falling to the bottomless depths of the Dark Aether. The fate of its body unknown. The Chaos Story. As a side note, a lot of people were curious after the release of Shi no Numa in Vanguard, as in a piece of intel, Gabriel Craft mentions that the artifacts of the Dark Aether are similar to items mentioned by an Alistair Rhodes called Sentinel artifacts. Craft learned so much from him. His notes and journals proved invaluable in advancing his knowledge. Many people have taken this to mean that the Chaos story from Black Ops 4 is canon with the current Dark Aether story. However, this isn't necessarily the case. When Craft mentions Rhodes, he says he is an amateur demonologist and that the Sentinel artifacts he wrote about were never found. This is a huge contrast to the Chaos storyline, where Alistair Rhodes is a world-famous archaeologist, but now he's much smaller scale. This likely points to the idea that whilst there is an Alistair Rhodes in this dimension, not all of the exactly supernatural aspects of the Chaos storyline likely exist, leading Rhodes to essentially be a nobody. The Chaos story most likely then just existed within the prior multiverse that was reset on Tag Der Toten, with no real crossover to our old story. What is interesting, however, is that Trek are taking ideas and themes from Chaos that were never fully fleshed out and reusing them for the Dark Aether saga, such as the idea of entities from another dimension altering the course of human history, or a secret society in control of Western civilization, as the Societe Occultes are essentially the New Order, as well as we even have red Dark Aether crystals that seem to resemble Prima Materia, although I very much doubt they are the same, but they serve similar purposes. So much so that the purple Dark Aether smoke that we've recently seen has been grabbing and taking a hold of fallen soldiers and necrotizing them in a similar way that Prima Materia would transform them to the undead. As a result, we may potentially see familiar faces or even lore elements from Chaos return in the future, but they will likely be very different from their counterparts from within that old story. They can reintroduce similar themes without literally that entire story having to somehow fit in with our current timeline, because it just can't really line up properly. Yes, Jason Blundell did say Chaos is not at all canon to Aether, but with him leaving Treyarch quite a while ago now, I guess the team have re-evaluated this, and whilst I don't think the full story is canon, I wouldn't be surprised if more themes and elements from Chaos show up in Black Ops 6 and beyond. As currently there's only been small elements introduced, I don't feel like re-explaining the entire Chaos story. However, if it ever becomes more prevalent and I do an updated entire zombie storyline video, I will include a whole recap on the Chaos story if I deem it necessary, but for now, it's merely small elements creeping in the background. Maybe it will grow larger though. Picking back up the story with the dimensional veil being breached in Moscow, Germany-occupied Poland, after taking basic measurements inside the other dimension and realizing that time passed at a different rate, Vogel immediately informed the Uranverein, who responded not with disappointment at the failure of the nuclear project, but with great interest in this new discovery. Where Vanguard ends, the latter half of D Machine's intel picks up. It seems that the failure of De Waarheid's Operation Revenant and the loss of Normandy made clear that as the war progressed and Germany's fate looked more and more dire, this seemed to contribute to the renewed interest from Hitler himself in Project Endstation, as he himself expressed a desire to harness this new dimension, specifically with Operation Boulder, with it appearing almost certain that Germany would lose the war after the loss of Normandy. A band of top SS soldiers under the command of SS Gruppenführer Müller were assembled and sent to Project Endstation to be sent into the Dark Aether, where they would lie await to be unleashed on the world at some point in the future and re-establish the Reich. This operation was christened Operation Boulder by Reich High Command, referencing the Norse god who rose from the dead, and was approved on December 14th, 1944. Vogel was tasked to weaponize all their findings and continue to work on his idea of an army of soldiers who could rise up after being killed. A wonder weapon was also created from an Exo-Element 1 collector, the decompressive isotopic estrangement machine, or DIE for short. Exo-Element 1, or Ethereum, is the element that makes up the entirety of the Dark Aether. Whilst we only became aware of it first in Black Ops Cold War, since the Vanguard old ones have existed since the old storyline and interacted with Ethereum for eons, it seems as though it has always been within the Dark Aether, as have they. There are many different colours, types, rarities, and potencies. Its properties are extremely valuable for technological use, as well as weaponry, but also equally dangerous, infecting and necrotizing traumatizing all that are exposed to too much of it, permanently changing their DNA on a molecular level. It also terraforms areas where there are large dark ether deposits by implanting giant crystals where the veil between the dark ether and our world is weakened. It is what those that inhabit the dark ether breathe, as they do not breathe oxygen, allowing inhabitants to survive anywhere in the dark ether where oxygen would normally be required in our regular realm, such as the moon or anywhere in space for that matter. It is the lifeblood of the dark ether, meaning that zombies and other life forms from there cannot exist without it, which is why it terraforms our world, as it is making the landscape and atmosphere habitable for its beings. Whilst it is similar to Element 115 in the sense that it's a magical space element from the dark ether and creates zombies and has similar delusional side effects, contrastingly 115 does not require constant exposure, so zombies can theoretically roam the world, whereas Ethereum-infected zombies require constant exposure, so we generally only find them within incursion zones, at least until any scientific discoveries are made. This is an important distinction as it keeps the story more self-contained. The dark ether, being a reflection of our world, is physically cloning our world and warping it in its realm. The inverse is happening when it terraforms. As the group of Task Force Boulder arrived on site, all of the scientists at Endstation fled the area, except for Ulrich Vogel, who voluntarily stayed behind to take vital readings after the team passed through, as having the cyclotron produce a stable gateway would involve overloading the power couplings and prevent the cyclotron from being able to be disabled. Though he accepted his duty, Vogel couldn't in good consciousness leave his daughter an orphan, and so he asked Kurt to become Angelica, Hannibel's guardian.
This is Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project Endstation.
Dr. Vogel? Sorry. I did not know you were recording.
Why are you here, Dr. Kurtz? Did you not read my final orders?
Ja, Herr Doktor. That is what I wish to speak about. This last part. About your daughter.
I know it is asking a lot, Kurtz. And I know you and I have not always seen eye to eye. But I trust no one more than you to look after Angelica when I am gone.
I am honored, sir. But this may not be necessary. I beg you, do not evacuate the facility before launching the operation. With the staff here, there's a chance we can stabilize the collider and safely...
Kurtz, stop. You showed me yourself how Operation Boulder will surely overload the power couplings. But calling it off would doom the Reich. This, my friend, is the only path forward. Take her. Teach her. Be there, both of you. When Operation Boulder bears fruit, finish my work. Tell Angelica her father loved her.
Within the next 2 weeks, on February 3rd, 1945, the Soviets arrived in Moscow and found Endstation. After entering the facility and being overrun, the People's Commissariat of International Affairs, or NKVD in short, Colonel Pavel Lazarev was sent to the site in order to figure out exactly what happened. Understanding that the machine had somehow produced the undead, he found a young Russian tank mechanic, Sergeant Kazimir Zykov, and volunteered him to be sealed into the facility and shut the machine down. Interestingly, there was no sign of Vogel. After trying everything, Zykov, desperate and thinking of his family, realized he would have to sacrifice himself to prevent this power from ever being used by the outside world.
How can I be of service, Comrade Lazarev? There is a machine I need you to deactivate. Understood? Da. Congratulations, товарищ! You're going to be a hero of the Soviet Union.
He flung himself into the anomaly and closed it from the inside, succeeding in his mission, but trapping himself in a strange and unforgiving world, the place below creation. The film reels about Project Endstation were sent to the Soviet archives and remained hidden for almost 40 years. On February 21st, Kurtz and Angelica were captured by the Red Army when Lazarev found Kurt, Kurtz and the young Angelica hiding with him, believing she is Kurtz's daughter. Shortly after this, Lazarev blackmailed Kurtz by threatening to kill Angelica, forcing him to give up the locations of the other End Station scientists. Kurtz agreed, but were forced to move to Russia under new names and work for Lazarev. Kurtz is given the name Ivan Valentin, and Angelica is given Alexandra Valentina. In Russian, female surnames often add an A to the end.
This is Colonel Pavel Lazarev interrogating prisoner Lucas Kurtz. Why did you and so many others desert the facility?
We were ordered to evacuate. We did our duty to the fatherland. That is all you will get out of me.
I will have that little girl we found hiding with you shot.
No! Wait. I will tell you where the rest of the End Station staff are hiding.
You come back to Mother Russia and continue your work. For me. She will receive a proper Bolshevik education and become a productive member of society.
At around the age of 5, Valentina heard a voice talking to her, claiming to be her father. At first, she doubted this, but then he referred to her by her true name, convincing her that it was really Ulrich Vogel. A tale of two orphans. Whilst Kurtz tried to raise her as a supportive father, he prevented her from an interest in the sciences in order to protect her from following the same path as her real father. All the while, the voices she heard in her head taught her science, allowing her to rapidly become a prodigy, and at the age of 16, be accepted into Moscow's Institute of Physics and Technology. When Kurtz found this letter, he forbade Valentina from entering. However, in response, she poisoned her father's oldest friend, likely under the influence of the voice she believed to be Vogel.
Alexandra, is it time for tea already?
Yes, Uncle. Be careful. It is quite hot.
Tea can never be too hot. Alexandra, can I have a moment, please? About our discussion yesterday, I only wish to protect you from the mistakes we made.
I understand, Uncle Lucas. But I do not agree. My father was a brilliant man, and you were a pathetic worm working in his shadow. How dare you denounce his work? How dare you sit there and feed me lies?
Careful, Alexandra. Your father...
I will go to university, Uncle. You will not stop me. Father is disappointed you lost your way. You abandoned Operation Boulder.
The tea... What have... done... Alexandra!
She would go on to graduate top of her class in 1960. A decade later, in 1970, she would be recruited into the KGB and at some later point was transferred to Spetsgruppe Omega, the formation of Omega Group. Omega Group was formed on August 30th, 1975 by KGB chairman Yuri Andropov to identify, study, and weaponize psychotronic phenomena, telepathy, telekinesis, etc. from biocommunications to bioenergetics. Members of the organization were comprised of specialists from Spetsgruppe's Alpha, Smirch, and Vyempel, and were tasked with conducting special military-based operations. There were select amounts of key personnel derived from previous experiences in other experimental research programs were tasked with investigating possible weapon applications from any exoscientific phenomena discovered. However, Omega Group never managed to find a scientific explanation for psychotronic abilities, but still conscripted a handful of Russian citizens with genuine talents and turned them into intelligence assets. Their gifts, however, were impossible to reproduce, and all of the assets were either killed in action or suffered psychological breakdowns. The arrival of Samantha and Eddie Richtofen. Meanwhile, at some time around 1964 to 1965, parallel to the date that Tag Der Toten took place, Eddie Richtofen alongside Samantha Maxis seemingly appeared in the new universe after stepping through the light. For them, this transition to a new universe after Tag Der Toten was seemingly instantaneous. We know that after Tag Der Toten, the new universe was created from scratch. Eddie and Sam simply did not reappear in time until it was congruent with the year they'd left. In the nearby West Germany, Samantha Maxis, raised in an orphanage, was accepted into Heidelberg University, where she obtained a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics with a minor in linguistics. A lot of what I'm about to discuss regarding Sam and Eddie's early lives are merely inferences, and whilst likely very close to actuality, there may be some discrepancies. Once Eddie did reappear in the new universe, it seems likely that he and Sam parted ways relatively early in their lives, as she mentions growing up in an orphanage in Germany alone. The orphanage she spent her time in, as well as the university she went to as an adult, are both the exact same orphanage and university that the prior universe's Primus Richtofen went to. This thematic swap allows us to speculate that Eddie's early life could perhaps have been much like the prior universe's Samantha's. This would mean Eddie was likely adopted and grew up in a home with at least one parent, thus making him the only Richtofen to not grow up an orphan. These factors would result in this Eddie Richtofen becoming distinctively different than any prior incarnation. And now, the only Richtofen left after Primus and Ultimus Richtofen were both wiped from existence after Tag Der Toten. This family were also likely Americans, considering the high rank that Eddie goes on to hold within the American government, and these positions likely being kept away from immigrants at the time. This can also be interpreted due to the less Germanized and slightly American accent that we hear from his distorted voice in the intel for Black Ops Cold War, as well as the Liberty Falls intro cutscene.
I'll get your sweater from the car.
Fire! Run!
Where his German side seems to come out more under intense stress.
Director! Sergeant Janus! Emergency! Override! I swear to you, Sam! You'll never be free!
We know Eddie is also fluent in Russian. From here, Eddie would grow into a man, serving time in the military as a pilot known as the Blue Baron, a reference to the real-life pilot of the Red Baron, and the fact that Richthofen's representative eye color for the zombies has always been blue.
I told you before, their eyes should be blue.
Using this to garner trust in the American government, he would find his way into the high-ranking position of Associate Deputy Director at the Department of Extra Regular Activities, a shadow subgroup under the Directorate of Science and Technology, specializing in clandestine sciences and the paranormal. It was likely around this point that Eddie also met the group who he answers to throughout Cold War Zombies, and through mere speculation could be the modern-day incarnation of the Société Occult, or they could be completely unrelated. Only time will tell if they become increasingly relevant again after Vanguard. In meeting these people and working for the Department of Extra Regular Activities, Eddie would also manage to acquire various artifacts and journals from the era of Vanguard Zombies, and likely at least part of the Tome of Rituals as well. We know Eddie holds these objects by the time Requiem is formed, as he places all of them in Requiem's archives and likely uses the artifacts to create the technological field upgrades used in Cold War Zombies. We know Eddie contains blueprints on such things as the Wunderwaffe, so clearly he had all of De Waarheid's as well as Kraft's research contained. At some point around this time, Eddie would also likely have met his wife. While we do not know much about her, we see both the wife and son featured in a photograph with Eddie on his desk at the end of Forsaken, and of course in the intro cutscene of Liberty Falls during his flashback dream, so we know he must have been with her long enough to get married and have a child, a boy named Samuel. If our assumption is true, potentially Eddie gave his son this name in memory of Samuel Stollinger, as some of the last words Eddie would have heard in the old multiverse would have been Ultimus Richtofen apologizing to Stollinger as he and the rest of Victis faded away into the Dark Aether, the guilt of which may have haunted the young Eddie throughout his new life. This family that he would build during this time would prove to be a major driving force behind his actions from this point forward. It seems they lived a relatively simple life in the countryside of America, whilst Richtofen was likely up to shady stuff in the background. But he got as close to this perfect life that they were promised by entering the new universe, as he was thought to be the only purified soul after Samantha became corrupted again. We don't know if by him witnessing the calamities at the end of the Dark Aether story and all of the death and sacrifice, if he too corrupted. I would assume that he probably did, and that was probably extremely traumatizing, but at the same time, Samantha did, for example, tell him to look away when she shot Nikolai in the head. Potentially he was able to contain himself from the corruption, which if only Samantha became corrupted again, that would set up their dynamic, but I digress. Personally, I think they both corrupted somewhere along the lines again, kind of defeating the point of their new lives and their purification in entering the new universe. A year later, Samantha Maxis was recruited into the BND, the West German Intelligence Service. On October 18th, 1978, the CIA formed a joint task force with the MI6 in order to find and kill Mason, Hudson, and Weaver in what they dubbed Operation Charybdis due to their involvement with Mason, who was deemed a threat to national security. I wonder why. This is just one of the many crossovers with the campaign universe. Like I said at the start, whilst this did happen as well in the old multiverse, it too happens in this new Dark Aether story, but events play out differently. By 1979, Samantha was placed on assignment in Iran and was caught up in the revolution when the Shah was overthrown. As the CIA and Western intelligence agencies worked together to ensure the Shah's safe extraction to the United States, many diplomats and Western citizens were being left behind. Going directly against the orders of his superiors, CIA operative Gregory Weaver ordered remotely for her to be extracted out of the country. Off the books, marking the beginnings of a strong bond forming between the two spies, whilst Weaver still maintains and wears an eye patch after his eye was gouged out by Colonel Lev Kravchenko, seen in the Black Ops campaigns, and who, similarly, will become extremely relevant in the zombie storyline about to play out. At a later point, Samantha gains intel on Richthofen's location as he is now a target of particular interest for a special operation to be tasked by Weaver. She gives Weaver the intel on his location and informs him that Richthofen's son Samuel will be out of the house and with his mother, giving Weaver the time he needs to accomplish his mission. Weaver goes to take out his target, but something goes horribly wrong. Did he receive faulty intel? After believing he had killed the target, Weaver lit the house on fire to cover his tracks, only at that point realizing the target's son, Richthofen's wife and child, were also inside. Samantha was waiting for a phone call from Weaver from 10 to 12 o'clock in the evening until she heard about an explosion on TV, distressing her to the point of sleeplessness. At 3 a.m., Weaver arrived at Samantha's apartment, bloodied and wounded, and wept at what he had done. While crying, Weaver mumbled about covering his tracks after a hit and how sorry he was. He told Samantha that the boy was supposed to be staying with his mother, but in reality was inside the house as it burned to the ground, only to later find out that both the mother and son were inside. Were they upstairs whilst he set it on fire, and by the time he heard them scream, it was too late as he ran away into the night? Weaver and Samantha Maxis would be forever traumatized with extreme guilt. Samantha would later state that she believes these events would eventually come back to haunt them. This is the first time Samantha and Weaver ever meet face to face, only communicating remotely previously, and through their shared trauma is really where their relationship begins to take a hold. In later recounting this horrific day many times over, Samantha made it very clear throughout that she promised to keep Samuel safe, and how sorry she is that she failed him. This event likely took place on American soil, with, like I say, him seemingly growing up in America. If Richtofen was trying to lay low, this can't have been good for him. The events of this day would set up Richtofen's motivations for getting revenge on the two who took his cherished family away from him, and his hopes to find a way to bring his family back. Elsewhere during this time, Omega Group was also involved in the assassination attempts of US President Ronald Reagan in March 1988 and Pope John Paul II in May 1981, as well as the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in October the same year. However, as a result of little funding from Andropov, none of Omega Group's initial projects were able to advance past the research phase. Due to this, the CIA would write off Omega Group in 1981, believing that their projects were abandoned. Consequently, all of the assets involved with Omega Group's psychotronic operations were ultimately liquidated following the death of General Secretary Leonid Brezhnev in November 1982. Operation Undertaker. On March 23, 1983, Ronald Reagan announced the Strategic Defense Initiative, which if implemented could have posed a mortal threat to the Soviet Union. 2 days later, the new KGB chairman Viktor Chebrikov appointed Colonel Lev Kravchenko as head of the failing Omega Group in an attempt to quickly and quietly end his career after the embarrassment at the Lubyanka building. Kravchenko followed suit under the pretense to revitalize and restore Omega Group to full readiness in order to offset the threat posed by the SDI. The very next day, Kravchenko ordered the unit's research and development team to scour the NKVD and KGB archives, tasking them to find something useful enough to give Omega Group a new purpose to work for, or else he would terminate the organization and reassign its members. He appointed Gorev, his protege and the son he never had, as his right-hand man, and placed the impressively intelligent Alexandra Valentina as the head of Psychotronics. Shortly after this, on July 15th, she presented him the two 1945 end-station tapes, which she had retrieved from the KGB archives after 4 months of digging. In reality, Valentina was aware of the films for nearly a decade, but chose not to reveal them until the time was right. Seeing the tapes, Kravchenko approved Operatia Roboyshtik, also known as Operation Undertaker in English. And Dr. Valentina is sent to Project Endstation, alongside Dr. William Peck, a former sketchy Department of Defense researcher with a supposed IQ of 179, higher than Einstein himself, although it's unclear if he forged that. But regardless, Peck was exceptionally intelligent, but was hard to work with and displayed a lack of empathy, which bordered on an undiagnosed sociopathy disorder, causing him to be passed on for promotion several times. While he was still in the United States, Peck was engaged to a woman named Martha. Born in 1940, Peck graduated with a doctorate in theoretical physics at only 20 years old. He became program manager in the Department of Defense and was in charge of the directed energy weapon laboratories, who was identified by a CIA mole as an ideal candidate for defection by Dr. Alexandra Valentina of the Omega Group, who saw him as an exemplary candidate for their exoscientific phonema research lead. Peck would soon join Omega Group in said position, defecting to the east, now a traitor to his country. During Omega Group's Operation Undertaker and capture of the Project Endstation facility in Moscow, Poland, Peck and Valentina were sent to oversee the capture. While there, they overlooked the abandoned Nazi technology and intended to repair the damage done by the previous Soviet forces in 1945. After 2 months of work, Omega Group were able to restore the facility to an operational condition, and were prepared to reactivate the cyclotron to recreate a gateway to the Dark Aether. Operation Undertaker turned out to be a success, with Omega working on the weaponization and development of new technologies using Ethereum. Unbeknownst to Kravchenko, Gorev, and Peck, Valentina plans to use this to free her father? Chebrikov authorizes Omega Group to weaponize the findings of Project Endstation and harness the power of the cyclotron and the Dark Aether. Onslaught and the formation of Requiem. The Endstation facility in Moscow was secured by Omega Group in late August 1983, and after 2 months of study, the cyclotron and the other experimental devices were restored to operational condition by late October. The reactivation of the cyclotron took place on November 1st, 1983, and was overseen by Valentina and Peck. Restarting the cyclotron with an ease that Peck finds somewhat alarming, Valentina was proven correct about Operation Undertaker, and Dark Aether anomalies begin to open across the globe, creating outbreaks and distorting the world around them. Seeing this, the US government scrambled to attempt to respond. Eddie's plans begin to truly take form here, and on November 3rd, the Associate Deputy Director of the CIA Department of Science and Technology rapidly drafts a proposal for the cabinet of President Reagan for a new office within the DS&T, with NATO representation specifically for the handling of these outbreaks. The Office of Requiem. With Reagan even expressing himself, he is very excited to get this show on the road. Eddie takes advantage of the situation and uses his place in the DS&T to get into a meeting with high-ranking government officials and gets them to place him as the director of Requiem. Eddie is granted free reign to choose who leads the departments of Requiem, and he takes this opportunity to set up his revenge on Weaver and Sam, as well as chooses the most talented people he could find. He personally requests the kill order of Operation Charybdis to be rescinded, sparing the trio, allowing him to personally choose Gregory Weaver as the Special Operations Officer for his office, for death would have been too easy of a way out for him in Richthofen's eyes, and he needs him for something. After some initial pushback, the DCI agree. Richthofen states, Weaver's unorthodox approach to covert ops may be exactly what's needed to take on this unprecedented threat. Richthofen also approves Elizabeth Gray to lead Requiem's study of the other dimension and the creatures emerging from it, thanks to her help being a top research scientist in the fields of genetics and biology, and her papers on anaerobic organisms and speculative theses on alien biomes. He elects Oscar Strauss to lead studies on new discoveries and outbreak zones to determine scientific and military applications. However, despite his regrets, his past associations with the Nazi regime make Strauss a controversial choice. Richthofen points out the same was true for Werner von Braun, who led NASA to the moon. For now, Strauss has Requiem's full support. Finally, he selects Mackenzie Carver, who is well known to many in the intelligence community. A veteran of the Korean and Vietnam conflicts, Mac has served as DoD liaison to the CIA for over a decade. While his blunt talk and aggressive demeanor have sometimes impeded his career advancements, those qualities are well suited to his role at Requiem, applying data and materials from Requiem Ops to develop weapon systems capable of keeping Soviet aggression in check. Around the same time of Requiem's operations commencing, Eddie also contacts the Omega Group agent Dr. William Peck, offering Dr. Peck a safety net of being able to come back to the US and be given work in exchange for becoming his mole at Omega Group. Eddie, however, uses the codename Argus the entire time to hide his identity. Likewise, Peck used the codename Captain Whiskers in reference to his own pet cat when communicating to Richthofen the entire time. William J. Casey says to Eddie, "This proposal, is it yours?" To which he says, "Yes, sir." A subgroup within the Directorate of Science and Technology. Internationally staffed, it will provide the illusion of involvement for our allies while remaining firmly under our control. To which Casey said, "Office of Requiem sounds a little ominous." Eddie says, "Then it is having the desired effect, sir." This is the note of the initial proposal. Requiem from Latin to English meaning a mass for the dead. Requiem's motto is Vicurimus Mortem, which again from Latin to English means we shall have conquered death. Unbeknownst to the rest of Requiem, Eddie himself has ulterior motives to the creation of Requiem, answering to a mysterious corporate uber-rich cabal of the Board of Directors. Eddie was above all else dedicated to the completion of Project Janus, manipulating everyone and all sides behind the scenes to his liking throughout, always keeping his identity anonymous, communicating only through memos.
Die Maschine.
What have you done?
Did you get the package?
We've lost 2 teams since you went dark. Old war footage is the last thing on my mind right now.
Watch it. Watch the tape. Then tell me I'm wrong.
How did you get hold of this?
A friend in the KGB. A late friend.
Germans have Russian friends?
Yeah, some of us do.
Jawohl. Hey! Ich hab nichts Verbotenes getan.
What the hell is that?
That is why you needed to see the tape. Die Maschine. was shot 1 week later.
It's a cleanup crew. Poor bastards. They tried to bury it.
And it stayed buried. Until 2 weeks ago. Now, it's happening again. Have you heard of the Omega Group?
You have to turn yourself in. The CIA can protect you. I can protect you.
I can't do that, Weaver. The Omega Group have plans for the outbreak zones. I have to stay in the field.
Sam, please!
I'm sorry. This is the only way.
On the basis of intel sent in by Samantha Maxis to Grigori Weaver, Richtofen authorizes Requiem to undertake Operation Cerberus to attempt to close the cyclotron. Weaver orders the strike team to investigate the site of Project N Station in Moscow, Poland on November 13th, 1983. It was here they begin to piece together the mystery of the outbreaks happening around the globe. Omega Group had entered this facility and reactivated the cyclotron after all these years. While Requiem were unaware of the motivations at the time, Dr. Valentina had used Omega Group by giving the files on N Station to Kravchenko. She planned to release her father, and according to the steps that she had been given, the first step was restarting this machine. Upon infiltration of the bunker, the strike team explored the facility and found a Dark Aether computer, able to send and receive communications with people trapped inside the Dark Aether. The computer, unbeknownst to Requiem, had been designed by none other than Kazimir Zykov while inside the Dark Aether, and was a key part in his plan to get someone to release him back to our world. After activating the computer for the first time, the strike team were contacted by Zykov. He rewarded them for their efforts, and they continued trying to shut down the cyclotron. There was even another secret trial machine, and upon killing zombies in the Dark Aether by the cyclotron, giant footsteps were heard above, which similarly rewarded them for their efforts. Interesting, huh? Once they discovered Dr. Vogel's computer and found his hidden password in his journal with the code AHV, aka Angelica Hannibal Vogel, they activated Der Veschler, a machine capable of restoring brain function to an undead specimen. After trapping the Megaton inside, his ability to think was somewhat restored, but his body remained that of a monster.
Where am I? What is my head? Such sharp pain! What has happened to me? What am I? I am a monster. What did you do to me? I must get out of here. I must escape.
Warning. Subject has broken containment.
Once they managed to calm him down, they learned from him who he was. His name was Orlov, and he had been forced by Valentina and Omega Group to reactivate the cyclotron alongside another man named Medvedev. While Orlov was unsure of this action, Medvedev was excited at the opportunity to advance Soviet supremacy, even at the cost of his own life. As they completed their orders, both men perished and were changed by the Aetherium exposure. Orlov split internally over his loyalty to his country, but fear of the consequences of their actions became Megaton, a zombie who was literally split apart. It seems the Dark Aether was able to replicate many versions of the Megaton Orlov, as the Dark Aether is able to do with all other entities, copying them at a molecular level. Medvedev, more confident, became Mayak, a more powerful Megaton overlord creature who could not split and was trapped inside the Dark Aether, being red in contrast to Orlov's yellow. With Orlov's help, thanks to being lured with a photo to help him reminisce over his wife and daughter, the strike team disabled the cyclotron and closed the dimensional anomaly. When the strike team escaped the facility thanks to helicopter Raptor 1, realizing his condition, Orlov sacrificed his life to arm and detonate the nuclear bomb still left over from the atomic experiments in the lab, ensuring the destruction of Project End Station, the cyclotron, and Der Veshla for good.
Good work, strike team. We've closed the breach. But I got a feeling Omega Group is just getting started.
Bridging the gap. With the resounding success of Operation Undertaker, a new operation called Operatia Inversia, or Operation Inversion, was approved by Omega Group on November 9th and would be led by Valentina. The goal of the operation was to weaponize Ethereum and anything they could find within the Dark Aether to win the Cold War. Controlling the bridges between their world and the Dark Aether would allow them to harness and weaponize to heights the world had never seen before. An Ethereum arms race had been ensuing between East and West, and thanks to Operation Undertaker, the dimensional veil between this world and the Dark Aether was weakened significantly enough to enable further experimentation with the other dimension. Locating an area of particular dimensional fertility in Quang Chi province, Vietnam, the USSR, at Omega's behest, immediately contacted and agreed upon a site with the communist Vietnamese government. A week after the reactivation of the End Station cyclotron, Omega Group was granted permission by Vietnam through use of a pact to establish a base on their territory called Operation Outpost 25, which would be built on the former site of Firebase Ripcord. The construction of a facility here began on November 11th and was completed a few months later on February 10th, 1984, and would be overseen by Dr. Peck, with Peck being named as the facility's lead scientist. On December 8th, Peck designed the Omega Portal Chamber, a large dome-like structure for a stabilized gateway, and just a month later, on January 8th, 1984, Peck and Dr. Dmitry Koklay managed to create a new and stable rift to the Dark Aether using an Ethereum sample recovered from Project End Station, contained within a portal chamber. Though not considered a true gateway as not as powerful, it marks the first portal controlled by humans on record since Project End Station. At the moment he knew he was successful, Peck goaded his assistant, Dr. Koklay, and believed he had surpassed even Dr. Vogel's work. Egotistical much. In the coming months, Omega would rapidly increase their understanding of Ethereum thanks to the experiments occurring here.
Test number 32. Dr. Koklay, you may proceed. Activating resonator. Beginning magnetic amplification. Dimensional barrier identified. Beginning particle distortion. Barrier membrane integrity at 50%. Amplification is still approaching the limits prematurely. Increasing voltage output from Ethereum crystal. It's working. Membrane integrity at 40%. Amplification has reached maximum safety parameters. Let it ride, Dimitri. Let it ride. Increasing voltage output. Amplification exceeding safety parameters. They're shutting it down. You touch that button, I'll have you gutted like a fish and fed to your comrades in Solyanka soup. Membrane integrity down to 10%. You Mudak! You get us killed. Great. Adjusting distortion frequency to pattern echo 4. My God. Eat your heart out, Dr. Vogel. We'll see who history remembers.
Unfortunately, this abusive relationship between Peck and his assistant would only worsen as time progressed, as Omega's Aethernauts returned from the other dimension with their crystals, and often without their sanity. Koklay set to work trying to make a new Ethereum weapon, the Rayk-84. On April 8th, modeled after the classic Russian Kalashnikov family of rifles, merging remnants of ray gun technology from the Dark Aether with an AK, but was scolded by Peck for wasting their time. Peck would not only insult Koklay for this, but would also ironically steal the design for himself and claim it as his own work. Throughout Peck and Koklay working together, Peck was emotionally abusive to him the entire time, constantly discrediting him, putting him down, saying he's a waste of time and resources, which meant Koklay grew to hate him, and rightly so. Meanwhile, in neighboring Laos, an Omega Group captain, Sergei Ravanov, was sent in alongside Colonel Lev Kravchenko to investigate investigate a small dimensional breach that had occurred there. Apocalypse Onslaught. In his official report, he claimed that Omega Group's asset in the area was dead when they arrived on scene. In his personal diary, however, he told a very different story. After arriving on site, they found their Laotian contact, but he was not only alive, but had fended off the outbreak. Kravchenko ordered the man to be restrained and informed Ravenov that Valentina had an experiment for them to carry out. They then proceeded to sample the brain fluids of the dead infected and inject them into the contact's head. He died screaming, then kept screaming. After this event, Ravenov began having significant doubts about Omega Group. He was a Soviet through and through, but this was not his Russia.
I am not a traitor to my country. Omega are not who we are.
Valentina, amidst these cruel experiments, met with Dr. Coldclay under Peck's nose, recognizing the hatred he held for his abusive superior. Valentina realized Coldclay could be an asset to furthering her own plans. Coldclay sourced her the schematics for technology that would allow her to measure the dimensional stability at any place of her choosing.
Is this everything? Surely there is more.
I assure you, Dr. Valentina, this is everything.
Research on membrane permutations? What about the particle distortion modules?
Everything you need on targeted dimensional breaching is there.
Otlично. Have it delivered to this address.
You're not taking it with you?
Is there a problem with my order?
No. I just thought...
Thinking is a dangerous thing. Is it not, comrade? Have it delivered to the address. Make sure you are not discovered by Peck.
Believe me, he is half of the reason I am doing this.
And the other half?
Why, for the good of the motherland, of course.
Of course. For the motherland.
Knowing this device was key to releasing her father and Tassos Boulder, she had it sent to Berlin, where she too would go shortly to meet a mysterious contact. Teams of Omega Group soldiers were now sent daily to the Dark Aether to collect Aetherium crystals using canisters specifically made to contain the radiation. Biological, botanical, and geological specimens, as well as liquid samples, were among the various otherworldly commodities being harvested by these Aethernauts. Peck noted that Aetherium could yield massive amounts of energy and could be used as a sustainable power source, and soon designed an Aether reactor using refined Aetherium as fuel. By early February, Outpost 25 was entirely running on 3 separate Aether reactors. Unfortunately, excursions in the Dark Aether proved extremely dangerous, and Omega Group suffered heavy losses among their ranks. To address the problem, Kravchenko requested the conscription of Aetherium miners, dubbed Aethernauts. The request was approved, and by early March 1984, prisoners from work camps started to arrive at Outpost 25, comprised of common criminals, political dissidents, foreign prisoners, and intellectuals from both the Soviet Union and Vietnam. As more Aethernauts were sent to the Dark Aether, the collection of Aetherium crystals was up by 237%. Excursions, however, were still incredibly dangerous, with a quarter of all Aethernauts sent to the Dark Aether never coming back or facing too severe side effects after returning. Said side effects from journeys in the other side also started to appear. Effects varied from individual to individual, with some people staying healthy while others exhibited mild radiation poisoning or returned fully necrotized as zombies. Multiple and/or prolonged excursions into the Dark Aether increased the likelihood and severity of the symptoms, especially for miners who encountered hostile creatures or consumed food or drinks found in the other dimension. Coldclay also noted that some individuals suffered long-term memory losses. To circumvent this, Peck developed a memory transference machine, hoping it would restore the fractured minds of their conscripts. Peck also developed a truth serum to help recover memories and debunk conflicting reports, made of course from Aetherium technology similarly. On March 14th, Peck and Coldclay created the blueprints for the Red Soldier Mechanized Armor, aka the Krasny Soldat, to help assist in the protection of Aethernauts, though Coldclay is later discredited by Peck and removed from the project. Omega were hard at work in extracting crystals from the Dark Aether to use for technology and weaponry, allowing massive strides in science and technology, giving them a massive one-up against Requiem at this moment in time. time, a new Ethereum Cold War had broken out and Omega were far ahead at this point. Ravenov, seeing the increasing intensity of the experiments in Vietnam, knew he could no longer sit idly by. He made contact with Agent Maxis and began acting as a mole. He agreed to meet her at the outpost where he would be able to produce vital intelligence on Omega. Having been dark for months and knowing it was a risky operation, Sam decided to contact Weaver via telephone and inform him of what she was about to do. Unfortunately for her, this phone call would be exactly what would put her in harm's way. On May 14th, after a visit from Gorev, Peck became aware that Samantha Maxis, a former agent of the BND and current ally of Requiem, wished to expose Omega Group and was going to meet a secret mole.
Weaver, I'm still in the field. I have to meet a contact.
I am not proud of everything I have done, but I am proud of what I am doing. Omega must be stopped, no matter the personal cost to people like you and I.
No, my friend. They are the ones who are going to pay.
They have already opened their new worlds.
However, before the two could meet, Maxis was captured in June. She would be brought to Outpost 25, where Peck would personally torture and interrogate her to try and learn the identity of the mole, as Kravchenko wanted to interrogate her to figure out who the mole is. Maxis refused.
No one is coming for you because no one cares about you. From dust you are, and to dust you will return.
Being a Requiem phone line, the director heard every word of Samantha's call with Weaver and decided it was a perfect opportunity to advance his plan and get revenge. He made contact with one of his many assets, none other than Dr. William Peck, and informed him that Maxis would be arriving at the base. He, however, neglected to mention that Ravenov was her contact in Omega, sowing the seeds of distrust and rivalry. Considering that Richtofen was playing all sides, it could have also been Richtofen that gave Gorev the intel that Samantha was approaching the facility and had a mole. With Maxis now in custody, he also instructed Peck to directly disobey Kravchenko's orders for a comprehensive interrogation and instead throw her into the Dark Aether. Additionally, he did not expect her to get out. Richtofen, of course, was playing all sides, Omega and Requiem, like a game of chess, to all do his bidding for him, creating conflicts and resolutions. It's worth noting that, at this time, Peck didn't know who this contact in Omega was, only that they could potentially secure him safe passage back to the west and give him a clean slate if things at Omega were to not work out in his favor. Peck started not only to interrogate her, but also torturing her with no result before proceeding with the director's request: throw Samantha Maxis into the other dimension. However, at the moment he did this, an outbreak immediately began at the facility, with the phase consuming the area between the village at the bottom of the firebase and the facility itself. For Samantha's powers had reawoken, sending hordes against her will, very reminiscent of the old days. Requiem later agreed with this hypothesis and believed this to be a result of none other than Maxis, as she grew a multitude of psychotronic powers whilst in the Dark Aether. While she was strong enough to resist Peck's interrogating fairly well, the Dark Aether preyed on her weakness. Having been thrown in there, her rage, amplified by what she just endured, began to build up. In her efforts to survive in the barren land, she even went so far as to butcher a group of Omega agents in her sleep, who had been sent in whilst her memory on those events is hazy.
When I opened my eyes, there was blood on my hands. I stared at it, not knowing if it was mine. Then I saw the bodies. Omega soldiers. They looked like victims of a frenzied attack. An attack that continued even after they were dead. I have a knife. Do not remember where it came from. I just want to go home. This is a dream. A bad dream. It has to be. That's what I tell myself, even if it isn't true. What is happening? Why is it happening? I don't know. I don't know anything. I am lost. Please find me. don't know how long I've been waiting for an answer, but I am here, and I have been waiting for a long time.
Soon after, the gateway in the Omega portal chamber released a massive burst of Aetherium, which contaminated the entire facility, as the infection spread quickly, which led to the death of anyone trying to cross it. Various temporary dimensional breaches also appeared around the facility, releasing large quantities of the undead. Peck soon sent a distress signal to Omega Group headquarters, believing to be the sole survivor, as he was unaware Ravenov also survived. With Maxis captured, Ravenov contacts Grigori Weaver using the same phone line that Maxis previously had, explaining to him the situation and warning him that they are always listening. Ravenov implores Weaver to send the strike team in. After discussing it with the other senior staff, Weaver does just that.
Ravenov, my team's reached the village.
Requiem, welcome to Vietnam.
We have to get out of here now.
If any harm comes to her, I will kill you myself.
And Operation Lost Property officially begins. Arriving at the facility on June 15th, 1984, Peck contacts the strike team over radio and makes a bargain. Turn the facility power back on, and he would give up Maxis. After doing just that, however, Peck chides the team for their incredible stupidity. Samantha was in the Dark Aether and totally out of his or their reach. Now they had restored power, Peck was able to trick Requiem into allowing him to transmit all of his research via satellite back to Omega in Russia. Consulting Ravenov, he instructed the strike team that Peck kept a truth serum in order to interrogate Aethernauts who had returned without their sanity, in order to get some semblance of a series of events from them. The strike team mixed the serum and gave it to Peck, causing him to explain that in order to recover Maxis, they would need the codes to the portal's mainframe and her dimensional tracking ID. Eventually obtaining these, they restarted the portal, only to find that the truth serum had worn off, and Peck had double-crossed them yet again. Thankfully, Requiem had an ace up its sleeve. Designed for use in Operation Threshold, this secret weapon of Requiem was an orbital laser that used pure Aetherium to pull high-value targets straight from the Dark Aether into our world. Locking onto Sam, the laser blasts the portal chamber and they retrieve her. She seems visibly disorientated as she stumbles out, with a purple glisten seen reflecting in her eyes. She only vaguely recognizes the Requiem strike team. Her memories are a blur. Ironically thrown in on Firebase C at the hands of Richtofen after a similar inflammation thanks to her. Maxis survived the shadowy hellscape long enough to reflect on herself and her path, scavenging weapons and gear to form a new but nostalgic outfit, reminiscent of the characters we beloved, long since gone. On their way out to escape the facility, the strike team come face to face with their first true Elder God in the village, a being known as the Order, a culmination of many lost souls. Managing to defeat it, they escape with Sam as Raptor 1 arrives on the scene with his trusty helicopter.
Not coming with us?
There is an operation underway in the Ural Mountains. I have to stay in the field.
This is the only way.
I told you once, Omega is not who we are. I do this for the good of the motherland. For the good of us all.
Try not to break anything else.
Remember, there's nothing so broken that it cannot be fixed.
Sam, are you okay?
I'm ready to come in. We have a lot to talk about.
Ravenov informs Maxis that he would stay behind in order to carry out ops in the field, as his cover had not yet been blown with Omega, informing her of a large operation taking place in the Ural Mountains. Nikolai said that the Chronorium would outline the events needed to unfold to purify Samantha, and that when she and Eddie would enter this new universe, their innocence should have been restored once again.
The Chronorium shows only Samantha's path to redemption. When war is over, she will be normal child again. Innocent. Same as boy.
However, she has been corrupted by the Dark Aether again and has suffered immensely in this new life, as Richtofen has too. So clearly the Kronorian lied, which makes me think it could be acting as the Dark Aether's vessel. It's very unclear unless this is just a big plot hole. By the time Requiem left Vietnam, back at Outpost 25, a detachment of Omega soldiers led by Valentina arrived to extract Peck. To his surprise, Kravchenko also traveled to Vietnam, making a special detour just for him. After having expressed his discontent with Peck's actions, disobeying him and throwing Samantha into the Dark Aether, Kravchenko asked him to show a demonstration of his commitment to Omega. And as punishment for letting Outpost 25 fall, Kravchenko then pulls out a knife and cuts one of Peck's eyes, just as he did to Weaver before.
Finally! Could you have taken any longer to get here?
You were smart to transmit your research. You demonstrated loyalty to an extent.
To an extent? What more do you want? Just wait until we get back to Moscow. We'll see what the Colonel thinks about this.
Really? Do you really want to know what I think? I think I want to see a demonstration of your commitment to Omega. Tell me, Doctor, which is your better eye?
After returning to the Requiem headquarters, Maxis was placed in quarantine before being tested. While Requiem estimated she only spent roughly 48 hours in the Dark Aether, psychological, physiological, and metabolic data from the test indicated she spent several months in the other dimension, as she similarly claims. They also note changes like her eyes that are now glowing purple. Due to them believing she was responsible for the outburst of Ethereum in Outpost 25, Requiem also keep her in isolation for their and her safety. She was subsequently questioned by Carver, Strauss, and Gray, who were interested with her experience in the Dark Aether. During their time together, Gray and Samantha grow a very close bond and comfort each other's troubles, with Gray spending a lot of time in Samantha's quarters. Requiem sees the radio she used to contact the Requiem strike teams. Weaver, who visited her often as well, decided to give her a female Rottweiler to keep her company, and him also feeling bad for her being kept here, whilst there's not much he can do. Samantha names the dog Not So Fluffy, in contrast to her dog from the Aether. The dog certainly helps to comfort her loneliness, with Gray and Weaver often taking her for walks. At some point around this time, Carver had started to look into the director's identity, keeping Weaver in the loop with whatever he found. Unbeknownst to him, the director was all too aware of his snooping. During the rapid progress at Outpost 25, Omega also began to operate in the Ural Mountains, as it possessed the world's single largest outbreak zone that has been loosely contained since the activation of the cyclotron, and Valentina saw this as a vital new opportunity to forward her plan. Since childhood, Valentina believed she had been hearing the voice of her father, Ulrich Vogel, and recognized this for the first time at around the age of 5, when this voice referred to her by her true name. From beginning her research into physics and biochemistry to encouraging her to kill her guardian, Kurt, this voice was always with her, and now it told her the promised day was almost upon them. First, however, she would need to create something, a weapon capable of setting him free. The reality inversion warheads. Giant Dark Aether warheads. Valentina addressed the Soviet Politburo with the plans for Operation Inversion and pushed for Berlin as a target. Kravchenko assigned Peck to the Ural Mountains to assess the applications of the Ethereum crystals present at the site under the direct supervision of Gorev. On July 8th, Peck, now with one less eye, arrived at the missile silo in the Ural outbreak zone with the task of continuing work with Operation Inversion. At around the same time, he began interacting with one of the Dark Aether computers. On the other side was Zykov. Hearing about this new operation, Zykov was miraculously able to help Peck do exactly what he needed: build the inversion warheads. And to do this, he hoarded Tempest within the Dark Aether and gave their location to Peck, who in turn informed the Aethernauts, who would collect them. Valentina and Gorev note Peck's obsessive behavior with the computer, but opt not to tell Kravchenko for now. Also around this time, the director, via Peck, informed Kravchenko about the existence of an entity within the Dark Aether, one in control of all the others, known as the Forsaken. Maybe this giant entity was even the one stomping above the Maschine, rewarding the strike team with a max ammo, as he was playing all sides to try and get them to free him. Recognizing this existential threat, but more than that, seeing it as an opportunity to be hailed as a hero, Kravchenko took control of Operation Inversion on July 22nd. His intention: wait for the Forsaken to enter our world and use the missiles to destroy him, or at the very least, send him back. Peck wasn't the only contact that Eddie had in Omega Group. Taking a look at this R cipher, we can get a much clearer context of this conversation. The R cipher, translated, says, "Colonel, this threat is real. The entity hides in the darkest depths of the Dark Aether. It is waiting for its moment to enter our world and to consume it, as it has its own. That is why it seeks to manipulate us, because only we can let it in. Unless we can stop, it will be our end. I will reach out later. Requiem will have noticed my absence by now." This shows us that the contact who informed Kravchenko of the existence of the Forsaken was in fact Eddie Richthofen himself. Like I say, playing all sides. This information would cause Kravchenko's goals to pivot, and rather than simply seek to use the Dark Aether to control the world, he set his eyes directly on the Forsaken, wanting to make sure to defeat him. This was the first part in Eddie's master plan of manipulating Omega Group. Requiem, now recognizing the colossal gap between their and Omega's knowledge of the Dark Aether, begin big operations in the Ural Mountains Outbreak Zone, part of Operation Threshold. Though, this seems incredibly precarious. The fact that here, East and West were performing experiments so secret that even being revealed would threaten world peace, meant both sides were effectively unable to start a public conflict over these skirmishes. All the while, at Requiem headquarters, believing Samantha to be the cause of the outbreak at Outpost 25, and growing concerns of her experience in the Dark Aether, a vote is held with the department heads as to whether or not she should be given field operative status, but this is declined, failing by one vote, and was to be kept inside Requiem HQ for several months. Valentina, frustrated by the change in nature of Operation Inversion, is consoled in by the voice she believes to be her father, who tells her not to worry. Under his instructions, she leaks Inversion documents to Sergei Ravenov, who in turn leaks it to Maxis, still interred at Requiem. Somewhat abusing the more than special trust she had been building with Dr. Grey, Maxis convinces Grey to give her access to the communications protocols. Using this, she contacts the strike team and Ravenov, and directs them to meet up at Ruka. On November 16th, 1984, meeting Ravenov face-to-face once again, the strike team successfully acquire the launch keys for the Inversion missiles, changing their location to the middle of the Pacific Ocean, far out of harm's way.
Requiem! Where is Maxis?
I'm here, still being held by Requiem. They don't want me in the field.
They do not trust you. But we do know what is at stake, yes? Somehow, Beck found a way to supercharge the crystal's power for his warheads. By using those crystalline creatures.
If the warheads at this facility were to detonate, they would trigger an inversion in this reality, creating outbreak zones wherever Omega chooses.
It is no use. I cannot launch the missiles from here. I need you to find the keys. That is the only way we can put an end to Operatia Inversia. Maxis, is there anywhere in particular you want to see destroyed?
This power is too dangerous for either Omega or Requiem to possess. So I say, we dump them in the middle of the Pacific.
Sounds like a plan. Go. Find the launch keys. I will prep the missiles.
Just as they are preparing to leave, however, a legion of Tempests begin flying towards the silos through 2 colossal Dark Aether portals in the sky, joining together into one colossal Tempest, incidentally blocking the silos with large Ethereum power node crystals.
Another crystal destroyed! We may yet live to see another day! The crystals are destroyed! Hoorah! Hatches clear for missile launch.
Good. Send these missiles to the bottom of the ocean. No one should possess such power.
Y'all need a ride out of here. I reckon Weaver's pretty pissed at her going behind his back and all, but there weren't no way I was gonna leave y'all hanging.
The strike team managed to defeat this giant Tempest, in turn clearing the silo blockages and successfully launch the missiles, which literally have Tempest tied to them, a living, breathing source for Dark Aether crystals. The Tempest, while resembling the Avogadro, are seemingly a new but similar form of entity that originate from the other realm, maybe even remnants from the Avogadro after years of corruption and cloning. Whilst they were once human, they are transformed into Tempests over time, covered in large Dark Aether crystals, making them more powerful and capable of breeding and growing crystals from themselves to advance the terraforming of our world. Their initial origins are unknown, whether they are a result from Dark Aether, Organ Silicate, experiments from Requiem and or Omega. For example, this may have been requested by the Forsaken for Valentina to power the missiles in the hopes to tear the veil, or they formed naturally in the realm, or potentially even both. Regardless of their origins, the Forsaken would go on to recruit them into his army factions, as he had done with Order and the rest. There is a theory that these events that transpired affected the Warzone storyline. This is because sometime in the same year, in 1984, the Vodianoi ship left Rebirth Island transporting Nova 6 gas following the reactivation of the facility by Perseus operative Stitch. However, the ship mysteriously disappeared before reappearing 37 years later in 2021 near the coast of Verdansk, surrounded by a purple thunderstorm. How on earth did the ship travel in time though? Well, it's theorized that when Ravenov and Samantha Maxis diverted the Dark Aether inversion missiles into the Pacific Ocean away from society, it's possible that the missiles hit the ship, and due to the high Ethereum exposure, it could have ripped a gateway into the Dark Aether, sending the ship in there. Like I discussed, since we know that time passes at a different rate in the Dark Aether, seemingly much slower than our reality, whilst it does seem to be different from person to person and isn't linear though. The ship then likely somehow made its way out of the Dark Aether near Verdansk 37 years later. The captain of the Vodianoi, Rosenthal, tried to warn people that an outbreak occurred inside the ship and the crew was unable to contain it. The ship soon crashed into the coast, less than a click west of the Zoria prison complex. With the ship open, the Nova 6 and zombies started to release into Verdansk. The zombies would go on to infest the entirety of Verdansk, resulting in its eventual total destruction by a nuclear explosion to contain the outbreak. Although we're unclear if that event is canon or not, considering Modern Warfare 3's campaign being back in Verdansk, with seemingly it being fully repaired in just a mere matter of years after this supposed nuke. And there's no reference in the game whether it happened or not, only time will tell. In the weeks following the events at Aruka, the strike team was cleared to return to active duty, almost facing a court-martial due to their actions, only to be spared by the director of Requiem, Richtofen himself. During their interactions, Gray had noted strange occurrences with Maxis, specifically in one instance a book moving. I'm sure they did some other crazy things too with those powers. More importantly, having seen her notes about these events on the Requiem mainframe, warns her that people above their pay grade can see them too. Weaver, disappointed in Gray for allowing Sam to get the better of her and enabling the events at Ruka, scolds her and warns her to never cross his path ever again.
Weaver, I don't know what to say.
There's nothing to say. Your lack of military experience is no excuse for what you did. You knew better, and you did it anyway.
I just wanted to let her talk to the team. I didn't know what she was gonna...
One thing you're not is stupid. But I also don't think you're a traitor. Which is why I'm taking the heat on this one. No one upstairs is aware of your role in Sam's little side operation. And that's how it'll stay. As long as you never f***ing cross me again. Understood?
Yes.
How is she anyway?
Agent Maxis is still showing high levels of Aetherium contamination in her bloodstream. But the way it's affecting her is different than any other subject I've observed.
Meaning?
It's not just her eyes. There are things happening on a cellular level I can't quantify yet.
You keep your notes in our central database, yes? Well, that would explain the new orders. The director wants to run more specialized tests on Maxis. If you're asked to cooperate, you do as instructed. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Gray? Remember, if it's on the mainframe, everyone above my pay grade can access it. If there's something you want to tell me, you tell me in person.
I promise, Weaver. I won't keep anything else from you.
I'm glad we understand each other. Dismissed.
He also confronts Maxis and, after a heated exchange, confines her to her quarters, with no more walks around the facility with her dog like he, Samantha, and Gray would often do. Unfortunately, Gray's warning came too late. By this point, the director had already marked Sam down for special tests. Weaver received new orders from the director of Requiem and, on December 1st, had Maxis taken away for additional testing, based on reports from Gray about the high levels of Aetherium contamination in her bloodstream and changes on a cellular level. As she was taken away, Weaver promised to take care of her dog.
Hey! Take your hands off me!
You're to undergo some additional testing.
Why are you doing this?
Orders from the director.
On December 3rd, after 2 days of travel, Maxis arrived at Block 8, a classified facility of the CIA built with an Aetherium seal to ensure that she cannot escape the facility. While she can still use her powers, communicate with people telepathically, and move objects within the seal, and can create portals, she cannot create a portal to escape herself. A testing facility designed to take care of psychics and people who have been affected by the Dark Aether. She was maintained in isolation after she attempted to flee the facility upon arrival. Maxis was subjected to several interrogation sessions led by the director of Requiem to assess her powers. During their time, Samantha states to Richtofen that Weaver cares for her, but not in the way you think, and that they have shared history, shared trauma, likely referring to them both being responsible for the death of Richtofen's family, to which Richtofen says, "You know, I was quite forgiving of the situation. I could have had Weaver arrested." After 15 days, the director managed to push her by stating that nobody at Requiem was caring for her, especially Weaver and Gray, which she could not believe, and he explains to her that she was just a sad, little lost girl. This glimmer from the ether, filled with anger, Maxis used her telekinetic abilities to break the glass in the room.
Hello, Mr. Director.
Oh, you heard me come in? You're very perceptive, aren't you? Do you know how long you've been here?
Not counting bathroom breaks and mandatory exercise. 15 days. As of today.
And still no breakthrough?
What kind of breakthrough do you want? Your only goal seems to be trying to make me angry. But I'm not. Just disappointed.
You're probably going to be more disappointed when this session is over. You do know that none of them really care for you. Strauss, Carver, Weaver, even Gray. They've barely inquired as to your current situation.
That's not true. They wouldn't want me to be here. You're just trying to manipulate me. Test my emotional responses.
Like you did with them? Do you even know how much trouble you caused for your Requiem friends? Going behind their backs on your little secret squirrel mission with Ravenov.
I looked Weaver in the eye when I was taken to be brought here. He didn't want this.
You like him, don't you?
Not in the way you think. We just have history. Shared history. Shared trauma. You wouldn't understand.
I do understand. In fact, I was very forgiving about the whole thing. I mean, given Weaver's failures and lapses in security, I could easily have had him disappeared.
Don't test me.
Maybe I still should.
I'm warning you!
What on earth could you possibly do to me? You really are just a pathetic, sad, little, lost... Oh dear. I suppose we'll have to replace that glass now. But at least we're making progress.
The director continued to torture Maxis over the next 2 months. It is important to note that Richtofen never faltered, hiding his identity throughout his interrogations of Sam, at least that we are privy to, communicating only via a microphone with a voice changer, meaning that she should not have his identity despite her experiencing amnesia. Her memories of who Richtofen is would have likely come flooding back. Interestingly, many of the quotes mirror Hudson interrogating Alex Mason in the Black Ops campaign. At around this time, Carver begins doing more digging into the exact nature of the Dark Aether. Thanks to his military career, he was the first to recognize the parallels between the power structure in the Dark Aether and that of an army. His question though, who was the commander-in-chief? Carver found that very answer lying on the director's desk, confirming his worst fears. There was an exceptionally powerful being at the top, and it was growing in power, unbeknownst to him being the Forsaken. As well as this, Peck continues his communications with Zykov. Frustrated at the failure of Operation Inversion, Peck inquires as to whether Zykov could help him get more Tempest to attempt it again. However, Zykov assures him that was not necessary. Instead, he would help Zykov build a device that would be able to stop the Forsaken, a way to bring Zykov home. In doing this, Zykov would be able to give Omega the knowledge necessary to kill the Forsaken. On November 30th, Kravchenko reports that the missiles couldn't get recovered and belonged to the ocean. He soon decided to take direct actions against Requiem and tasked Dr. Hugo Yeager, head of Necroanalytics and a man with somewhat ancestral ties to the Dark Aether, as he is actually the great-nephew of SS Oberfuhrer Wolfram von List, the long-since gone ex-leader of Die Wahrheit, allowing all of that knowledge and documentation and research to transfer over to Omega Group, to infiltrate the small group of defected scientists, led by a Dr. Zakova. Being informed that there are traitors within Omega, Yeager's mission was to eliminate the scientists and set up a trap for Requiem's elite strike team.
To lure Requiem's so-called elite strike team into a trap. Fortunately, crushing helicopters is easy.
This operation was called Operatia Isichenye, or Operation Excision in English. Gaining their trust, Jaeger contacts Ravenov, now officially disavowed by Russia for his part in the events at Ruka, and tells him they wish to defect. Ravenov, too happy to strike a blow at Omega, arranges with Requiem to have them extracted.
Been a long time, Weaver.
Ravenov. You've got some balls using this line after what you and Sam did.
Been contacted by a group of Omega scientists. They wish to defect.
Over the next few months, however, Omega Group began to learn of higher otherworldly entities within the Dark Aether seemingly building up their forces. During an examination of a destroyed Krasny Soldat, Peck discovered that the armor, while of his design, was being altered and upgraded by unknown forces within the Dark Aether. Omega Group would come to know this as the work of the Forsaken. During this time, Peck, with the help of Zykov, pretending to be innocent, develops the LT-53 Casimir, a tactical device capable of sucking enemies into the Dark Aether. Gorev would come to find the blueprints and decided to rebrand them as weapons. Kravchenko also becomes suspicious of Valentina after learning from Gorev that Peck has been talking to Zykov from one of the modified computers and planned to speak with her directly. Jaeger informs Kravchenko and expresses his pleasure in the opportunity to deal with the traitors personally. All he will need is a helicopter. The Colonel is all too happy to oblige. On December 14th, Weaver contacts the strike team to meet Ravenov and the Omega-8. The strike team arrive back in the Ural Mountains, this time at the sanatorium, and link up with Ravenov, who informs them there is a downed helicopter. Upon locating the crash site, Jaeger, speaking via recorded message, informs the strike team that the scientists were shot down, but have escaped to Monument Island. This is through the phase, but Dr. Zakova's new invention, the Aetherium Neutralizer, allows them to cross through. Jaeger explains there is another neutralizer waiting for the strike team, but they will have to power it themselves.
Hello? Scheiße. Ravenov, it is Dr. Hugo Jaeger. I hope either you or Requiem find this recording. Most of us survived the crash. We're headed to Monument Island. I hope we'll be safe from Omega. Before you ask, yeah, that is on the other side of the phase, but the scientists and this, they have created something incredible. A device that will allow us to travel through the phase without dying. Or worse. They only have one prototype, but they are assembling another from spare parts so you can follow us. Unfortunately, we are missing a component, an ethereal orb. Find one and bring it to the bridge. There will be a slightly modified recon rover waiting for you. Please hurry. Omega shot us down. They will not leave the job unfinished.
Finding an ethereal orb of a boy, a lost child, and a strange toy bunny rabbit named Mr. Peaks, the strike team power the neutralizer and cross the phase. Arriving at the island, home to a monument, however, they find the corpses of the Omega-8 scientists butchered, and another log from Jaeger expressing his hatred for the traitors and wishing Auf Wiedersehen to the strike team.
Hello, Requiem. So glad you could make it. Enjoying my handiwork? Do not worry, they did not go quietly. Dr. Zarkova, she put up quite the struggle. It was almost honorable. But there is no honor in betraying Omega. It is a despicable act of cowardice. When Kravchenko learned of the plot to defect, I could not volunteer fast enough. Once I infiltrated their group, the Colonel gave me two tasks. One, kill the traitors. Easy enough. Nothing a hacksaw and a gas can could not solve. But the second, to lure Requiem's so-called elite strike team into a trap. That added a complication. But fortunately, crashing helicopters is easy once you've poisoned the pilot. As for the Aetherium Neutralizer, rest assured, it will be well taken care of in Omega's hands. Soon we will change the world, Requiem. Auf Wiedersehen.
Jaeger also indicated that the Aetherium Neutralizer was now in Omega's possession. As the monument was being overrun with an order appearing, Weaver ordered the team to leave the area, no pun intended. Raptor 1 arrived soon after to exfil the team, but they were shot down by Omega on their way out. Kravchenko arrives at the crash site as Omega soldiers drag Raptor 1's body out of the helicopter, with him not knowing if he is still alive, but his body still twitching. Kravchenko orders the team to surrender. They were captured soon after.
Okay, strike team. Time to come home.
We're going down! Sadly, Weaver, them coming home is not part of the plan.
Surrender now.
Kravchenko.
And you will be allowed to leave.
You son of a fucking bitch.
Requiem belongs to me now.
After the director has Kravchenko successfully obsessed with the existence of the Forsaken, he communicates more with Dr. Peck, who is beginning to suspect his identity. The director instructs Peck, under the guise of speaking to Zykov, that instead of seeking to kill the Forsaken, he should instead attempt to capture it, and gives him the schematics of a device capable of containing the creature. Peck informs Kravchenko of this, though lies and says Zykov told him of this new plan. The Colonel is more than happy with the idea of gaining a new superweapon for the USSR. While Peck says that Zykov offered to help, and this may be somewhat true, the person who actually designed the technology used to defeat and capture the Forsaken was Eddie Richtofen himself. He simply had Peck say that it was Zykov to make Kravchenko go along with the plan much quicker. In January 1985, Valentina broke off from the Omega Group, revealing herself to be Angelica Vogel. Valentina makes her move. She goes to Berlin and finds Endstation's Berlin lab within the sewers. Constructing a small-scale inversion warhead, she opens the gateway there and enters the Dark Aether, changing her. Finally meeting with her father, she realizes something is horribly wrong, but by this point is far too gone to consider the implications. She then waits for the armies to assemble at the head of the portal. It should be noted that due to the dimensional fertility in Berlin and the more advanced nature of the portal, the gateway here is incredibly stable. Meanwhile, CIA agents stationed in Berlin locate a dead drop that wasn't meant for them. Inside, they discover information on Project Janus. Here we see just how far Richtofen is willing to go to keep Project Janus a secret. The CIA agents initially think it couldn't be real, but their reactions to the documents provide the clearest look at Project Janus we get throughout the storyline. Tuesday. We recovered a communique this evening at one of our dead drops. I don't believe it was meant for us. It's addressed to the Office of Requiem and details a Project Janus. One, I don't know what an Office of Requiem is. I checked the mainframe, but I don't have any clearance. And this Project Janus, this can't be real, right? There's some pretty insane stuff in here. Your guy at HQ can look into this. What should we do here? Rico. Eddie would in turn steal a robot from Dr. Gray's lab that Dr. Gray has been working on and that he specifically requested her to work on it as a road passion project, codenamed Klaus. Gray uploading a letter to the Requiem mainframe, asserting confusion as to just why someone would steal it and requesting if anyone knows where it is to inform her. Weaver quickly tells her to delete the message and destroy all evidence, informing her of Richtofen taking it, showing the extreme measures he may go through for finding out information on Janus or questioning his authority. Richtofen likely had her, or after stealing it, implant his own memory onto it.
I am Klaus. I am here to help.
As an artificial intelligence, in the same way the Requiem leads had their personality implanted into the Cerberus wonder weapon, standing for the conversion-ready binary repeater standard, containing the AI of Weaver, Strauss, Carver, and even Gray herself.
Hello, I am CRBRS, but you could call me Cerberus, sure. I'm a Requiem service weapon, if you couldn't already tell.
Gray created this, and interestingly enough, according to Gray, the AI of the characters for the copycat companion module Sophia to provide further fire for anyone using the weapon was simply modelled off the voice recordings from all of the Requiem heads. I don't know how they've managed to have such advanced AI training to copy their personalities, so I wouldn't be surprised if some Dark Aether cloning magic helped aid this technology. Richtofen would then make sure that Klaus handled the situation by sending him an encrypted instruction. From Requiem to Klaus, subject, complete your mission. You have orders. The security of Project Janus is your top priority. Contain the situation, find and destroy the intercepted communique, then tie up all loose ends. We cannot allow this to get out. The situation would end up resolved, thanks to Klaus destroying whatever documents they found, and slowly, one by one, killing each CIA agent who had managed to learn of Project Janus, even if they believed it wasn't real. Realizing that Valentina had betrayed him, on February 2nd, 1985, in order to put a stop to her, Kravchenko decides to send in Requiem's invincible strike team. After being held prisoner in Potsdam for several weeks by using Raptor 1's life as leverage, who managed to survive the crash.
I have work for them in Berlin. A certain member of our organization has gone to ground recently. I'm sure you've noticed their absence. I believe they are scheming against us.
Everything and everyone can be corrupted. Even those close to you. I doubt you realize what she has done. The traitor is somewhere in Berlin. Destroy her army, or your pilot will be bled dry. A portal has been opened. One that threatens to allow a long-dead army to reinfect our world. You will stop her. And when the time comes, kill her.
Locating the Berlin End Station lab, they realize Valentina is already within the Dark Aether.
Someone had to free their army. My father chose me to complete that mission.
They activate Klaus and finish what the CIA agents started, retrieving the components to build an inversion warhead to close the gateway. Unfortunately, in order to properly purify the crystals, they would need a being made of concentrated Aetherium. Luckily, Valentina in her new form was just this. They fight and defeat Valentina, using her to complete the warhead, and have Klaus enter the gateway to detonate the warhead from the other side.
You cannot stop the Forsaken. He will consume this world.
Deliver the warhead to the Dark Aether. Let us be done with this.
I suppose this is the real reason why I'm here. Oh, well, it is important to feel needed. If you want me to survive, you could try doing something! There is
Tag
We are not finished. Your world will be mine.
I'll be the same.
Kravchenko, bringing Raptor 1 into the open, fires at the strike team, believing now is the time to tie up loose ends. Though, the strike team are able to escape thanks to Agent Maxis, who, from her cell in Block 8, manifests a portal for them.
Agents of Requiem, Your ally, Raptor 1, is now free. All you need to do is come and collect him.
Boy, are you a sight of sore eyes.
I do appreciate your assistance, but regrettably, I cannot allow you to leave Berlin. До свидания, Requiem.
I'm trying to help you, but you need to be ready to move. Hurry! Get to the rooftop!
Now, Sam.
The director watches this from his office and notes that Project Janus can now proceed, but Maxis's growing powers may be an issue for it. Outbreak zones expand. Almost instantaneously after the strike team's victory in Berlin, the outbreak zones begin to exhibit new behavior. Swirling vortices of primordial Ethereum appeared, a much more archaic form of Ethereum that's existed for a long time in the Dark Aether, much more enriched and powerful. And where previously terraforming occurred through a long process of creating and growing the giant power node crystals, one of these vortexes could create a power node in 1/4 of the time. Alarmingly, this allowed new outbreak zones seemingly unconnected to the Ural Mountains but on a similar scale to appear. In these outbreak zones, they encounter Piotr, a lost soul who almost succumbed to the Dark Aether but was saved at the brink by his encounter with Sam. Now, by hiding in the loot chest, he is able to briefly cross over back into the real world and help the strike team, though is eventually pulled back in by the Forsaken. The director, during this time, continues work with Sam in Block 8, performing further psychologically intensive tests in order to allow her to correctly harness her powers.
You going to electrocute me again?
I really hope it doesn't come to that, but I know what you're capable of. I just want to see it for myself.
During these interrogations, he even states he could have had Weaver and her arrested so easily considering her disobeying orders in contacting the strike team and Ravenov in the Ural Mountains to divert the inversion warheads. His manipulation includes forcing her to kill an Omega soldier with her mind, otherwise her closest, more than a friend Grey, would be shot. During one session, he threatened to shoot her dog if she didn't teleport her somewhere safe. Eddie's experimentations on Sam mirrors the concept in the classic Aether storyline of Richthofen, also experimenting on young Samantha Maxis as a child. The difference this time, however, is that the experimentation seems to have ultimately been for her benefit. Eddie uses threats against the lives of her dog Not So Fluffy, as well as Dr. Grey, her likely romantic love interest in the storyline, to force Samantha's emotions to awaken her true abilities, which we got a glimpse of at the end of the Aether story. By the end of this traumatic experience, however, and likely due to the manipulation, Maxis claims she realizes the director was right and that he had made her realize that she was a good soul, her likely coming to terms with the horrible act she and Weaver partook in, realizing it was just an accident. She also admits to the strike team that she was indeed the cause of the outbreak at Outpost 25, like they suspected. During the director's interrogations, he constantly uses leverage against Maxis, knowing a lot more about her, that being because he is of course none other than Eddie Richthofen and clearly remembers events of the old Aetherverse, whilst Maxis's memory is hazy. Knowing her character, this made it easier for him to manipulate helped her, reassuring her that she's a good soul. Samantha appears to only vaguely remember things after getting amnesia during the events of Firebase C, so Eddie has a massive one-up on her and was able to use this to his advantage when interrogating her. Sam even says there are large gaps, particularly in her early life, although stating that that doesn't mean she doesn't know who she is or what she's done. Due to this sheer fact, he likely knows more about the Dark Aether than almost anyone else on Earth. Whilst initially Samantha did not believe she had powers, Eddie seemed to already know what she was capable of. This seems to suggest that he has complete memories of the events of the Aether storyline that he bore witness to, like Maxis being devoured by Dr. Monty, Samantha shooting Nikolai at the end of Tag Der Toten, and using her powers during the events of Black Ops 4 Zombies. This likely resulted in a lot of trauma in his and Samantha's early lives and could be motivators for his actions. He even has memory on Samantha's birthday, while her memory on the prior multiverse is hazy. Does he even have full or at least partial memories of Ultimus and Primus too, thanks to the bleedings of 115 delusions post Alpha Omega? Or even from the house did he observe the cycle playing out essentially from heaven as a spectator, personified through him and Sam playing with the toys? Samantha's initial reaction is that the director is evil and cruel, but by the time the experimentation / manipulation was complete and she had better control of her powers, she was grateful for him. But how long will that last? She felt that without him, she would have never realized that she was a good soul and would never have awakened her abilities that would be key in the fight to come. These powers would be needed for what is next, and was why Richthofen had her unlock them to begin with, not for some good, righteous reason to make her realize she's a good soul, and her realizing her purpose is to help. Furthermore, the director also once again addresses the same shadowy group he had done shortly after the Berlin incident, referring to them as the redacted board of directors, explaining that despite them wanting to use the Berlin gateway for Project Janus, had he not closed it, the Forsaken would have destroyed them all. He recognizes the fact that the destruction of the world isn't necessarily a big motivation for them, and so instead notes that a global apocalypse wouldn't be particularly good for their and their shareholders' pockets either, insinuating that they are a cabal of uber-rich individuals who require Janus for a hidden agenda, but clearly a big motivator for them is simply money. Such motivators for them may be Dark Aether technology for war efforts, medicine, an undead army, providing private military companies and government militaries, advancing power generators. They can theoretically gatekeep all of this technology, maximizing profit by drip-feeding it to the world, whilst Richthofen uses them for his own agenda and his own goals, some of which may be shared with them with the different outcomes and purposes. As they're striking deal with these new threats in the outbreak zones, Zykov once again makes contact, explaining that with this increase in terraforming, the world's only hope is to bring him home, so he can stop the Forsaken.
Zykov, he may be the only one who truly knows the Forsaken.
Are we suggesting we somehow break this lost Russian out of the Dark Aether?
Poor bastard's been in there longer than anyone.
He promises them that if they can release him from his prison, he might be the deciding factor in overcoming both the Forsaken and Omega,
simultaneously telling Peck the same thing. Frustrated at the failure of Operation Inversion, Peck inquired as to whether Zykov could help him get more Tempest to attempt it again. However, Zykov assured him that was not necessary. Instead, he would help Zykov build a device that would be able to stop the Forsaken, a way to bring Zykov home. In doing this, Zykov would be able to give Omega the knowledge necessary to kill the Forsaken. Unlike Requiem, however, Omega had already fully committed to bringing Zykov back to Earth.
The Forsaken? A solution is necessary. It must be dealt with.
Colonel, there has been a change of plan, Gorev. Peck and I are developing a new solution for the Forsaken. Rest assured, if it is successful, it will mean salvation for the Soviet Union. We will be heralded as heroes.
After Valentina's betrayal, Omega Group would begin working on Operation Izbavitel, which was dedicated to freeing Zykov from the Dark Aether in hopes he would help them capture the Forsaken. On February 9th, Peck reported to Kravchenko that he had identified Zykov's position in the Dark Aether and had even designated a location, a former testing ground for Operation Inversion, Test Site Anna in Ukraine. Due to the heavy use of primordial Ethereum in the lead up to Inversion, the dimensional veil here is particularly thin, and the infrastructure already on site makes it ideal for the high voltage power required to power the machinery, specifically a replica of the end station cyclotron and an amplifier to allow Zykov to be untangled from the darkest depths of the Dark Aether and brought back. Peck reported to Kravchenko that he had identified Zykov's position in the Dark Aether, adding that test site Anna would best suit the construction of a primordial Ethereum-powered machine designed by Zykov needed for Operation Izbavatel. On April 18th, Peck suggested to Kravchenko that all Omega Group departments halt operations and focus their attention on Operation Izbavatel. A desperate Kravchenko reluctantly agreed, with all of Omega's attention going towards this operation. Initially intended for July 4th of 1985, Kravchenko forces Peck to complete the amplifier and cyclotron an entire month sooner, driven by his desire to please his superiors. Realizing Kravchenko's overwhelming egomania, Peck once again contacts the director and finally makes a deal to secure his extraction to the west. In return, he would give Requiem the exact location and time of Zykov's extraction, as well as letting the director take the containment chamber. He now realizes that this was the director's plan all along and they had all been played, and also realizes his identity as the director of Requiem. Gorev and Jaeger, unaware of Peck's scheming and equally frightened of Kravchenko's ensuing madness, make a deal with one another. If things begin to go wrong, they will defect, with Jaeger claiming he has a contact who will employ them due to their knowledge of the Dark Aether. As Kravchenko was Gorev's mentor, this is an incredibly significant event. Finally, Ravenov once again makes contact with Weaver, informing him of Operatia Izbavatel. Unbeknownst to Weaver, the director is already aware of this thanks to Peck, but takes Ravenov's intel as a chance to independently verify the time and location of this operation. With all his pieces of chess now in play, the director is finally ready to proceed with Operation First Domino, much like a domino starting a ripple effect for his goals with Project Janus. In the early hours of June 4th, 1985, the strike team infiltrates the site, aided not by Raptor 1 this time, but by a portal by Sam, still in Block 8. Now she is better understanding her powers. As they make their way through the base, they find it noticeably empty, and already crawling with undead. In an effort to start the cyclotron and amplifier to free Zykov, an outbreak was caused, though this was seemingly of no real care or consequence to Kravchenko.
This is Dr. William Peck. It is the 4th of June, 1985, 9:32 a.m. This is test number 8 for dimensional extraction.
Must you start with that every single record?
Oh, deja vu all over again. All teams are in position, ready to proceed. Colonel.
Activating resonator. Beginning magnetic amplification. Well, what does it show?
Dimensional barrier identified. Proceeding with scan. Barrier membrane is fluctuating. Increase voltage output by 10.
Anything?
We're picking up something. I'm just not sure what.
It's him. I know it.
We can't be sure.
Increasing voltage output by 20.
By 20? What, are you insane?
Don't you dare.
Damn it!
Captain, get your men into position. I want the threat neutralized now. Captain?
Shit.
Redirecting a line. Proceeding with second scan.
Wait, what are you doing? We need to close that gateway immediately.
We will do no such thing.
Ethereum levels are spiking across the facility. Your men...
Mine are loyal to Omega. We were the first. We are the last. That portal does not close. Not until we have Zykov.
Ending the facility lockdown, the strike team reached the observation tower just in time to see Zykov's arrival, who thanked them for setting him free.
Warning. Ethereum radiation at unsafe levels.
Tick-tock, Requiem. Once again, you're too late.
My friends. You did it. You brought me home.
I have long awaited this day to take what is mine.
Earth years, 4 Dark Aether centuries, abandoned, trapped, left to die. But I endured. I fought. I consumed. I evolved. You trusted me and did as I asked. You built the machine that could bring me back. The Dark Aether shall consume your world. This realm is mine.
Colonel, you have to believe me. I didn't realize he was the creature.
You fucking fool. The wolf was at our door and you let him in. You have doomed us all.
All is not lost. Not yet.
Sam, what are you doing?
What I have to do, Reaver. For the good of us all. This is not your world to take!
Unfortunately for everyone, both Requiem and Omega have been manipulated, just as Valentina before them, and Zykov was, in reality, the Forsaken. Valentina's father, who she believed had been guiding her throughout her life, was actually the Forsaken all along, and we had similarly been manipulated. He lets the strike team know that Zykov had been aiding us with mended perk machines, the Pack-a-Punch, crafting tables, and power-ups all along so that we would eventually be able to free him. He was the demonic voice we heard speaking to us all along. Importantly though, Kazimir Zykov was not just another stolen identity. When he arrived in the Dark Aether, he really was Kazimir Zykov, but the centuries he spent inside fundamentally changed him. As he transformed, he explained that the 40 years in the outside world were 4 centuries in the Dark Aether, and during that time, he was guided by nothing but the will to survive, killing and consuming everything in his way until there was nothing left. In turn, absorbing everyone's powers, becoming the hierarchical lord of the Dark Aether. He likely consumes the old ones we saw in Vanguard and potentially even the corpse of Cortifex himself, taking each and every one of their powers from them for his own. As after all, Zykov did report in the intel machines that one day he stumbled upon a giant deceased elder god in the Dark Aether. At the time, we thought this was antagonistic. Now knowing he was actually the ruler all along, he likely consumed this deceased corpse, as well as potentially other elder gods and old ones we are not privy to. And after Cortifex's defeat, these old ones and their factions likely returned to a constant state of war with one another, as had been since time began, until Zykov would put a stop to them through consumption or recruiting them into his army. Having sacrificed himself back when he was still human to close the cyclotron as a soldier in what was called the War to End All Wars World War II, he was truly disgusted to see the world once again fall to conflicts he saw as pathetic, especially as, during this time, he had apparently ended the wars of the Elder Gods of the Dark Aether by force, and brought his order to the once chaotic place. Although I'm not exactly sure this is the best analogy, since he only controlled the warring factions of the Dark Aether through force, literally consuming them, acting as a dictator for all those that opposed opposed him. And I'm sure some factions were against him, so it probably was not as clear as him controlling everyone and everything. That is probably the fate of the old ones we saw before. And now, after its perceived success, he plans to do the same to the outside world and consume our world as he had done his own, attempting to bring his dictatorial order, which is everything people fought against in World War II, and is completely contradictory since him trying to enact this is literally causing war. So whilst I can see where he's coming from, his philosophy is deeply flawed, but makes for a good villain. Just as the Forsaken begins to cause a huge outbreak, Sam teleports to the base, saying she knows what she has to do. She begins to fight the Forsaken, keeping him distracted, but urges the strike team to get to her as soon as possible. As this happens, Gorev and Jaeger, circling the facility in their helicopter, notice the explosion. They hear Kravchenko on the radio asking for them to help, but Jaeger convinces Gorev that they flee instead, knowing now that Omega Group is definitely done for, and the Soviet Union will likely kill or exile them for their failure.
My God, if that is what I think it is, things have gone very poorly.
It would seem your prediction was correct. That is the Forsaken noticeably absent from his cage. Goryev! Jaeger? Where are you?
Wait. Do not answer. Not yet.
I must respond, Jaeger.
I think not, my friend.
Goryev, I need reinforcements.
Listen to me. Answering makes us part of this. As it stands right now, we could still be back at the base, oblivious to what has transpired here.
Ah, I see. Maybe the phase consumed the complex. Communications went down, yeah?
Exactly. Let the failure fall to him, and him alone. I think it's time we made our exit.
As the Forsaken prepared to make way for the consumption of Earth, Peg attempted to explain himself to Kravchenko, who in turn slapped him to the ground in anger, calling him an effing fool, and saying that he had doomed them all, and he was an idiot. A group of zombies then broke into the observation tower, where the two were forced to hold off against the undead. Kravchenko's patience with Peg was now completely gone, with Kravchenko threatening to kill him and end his scientific career, all the while still demanding to find a way to capture the Forsaken for the Soviet Union's use. As the team moved through the now terraformed base, the Requiem staff say their only real option is to construct an Aetherium neutralizer, as the path to Sam and the Forsaken is completely blocked by the phase. In turn, Peg told Kravchenko to blow it out his ass and assisted Requiem in building an Aetherium neutralizer to head to Main Street and face the Forsaken. Thankfully, in the time since the burned blueprint of it was recovered in Operation Excision, Strauss has had time to refine it to such a degree that it can be constructed in an emergency if the right materials are found by the strike team. In order to get the fuel for the neutralizer, however, they would need something powerful enough to shatter the giant Aetherium crystals now found throughout the facility. Luckily, someone in the Dark Aether is now taking a great interest in the strike team. Though we know little about him, an entity lives within the Dark Aether known as Sparagmos, and he is zealous in his belief in the Old Ones, the beings who ruled over the Dark Aether before being killed and consumed by the Forsaken. Not only this, but Sparagmos' disciples were also brought into the Forsaken's army. Feeling great anger at this, he sets about forging a weapon that could slay the Forsaken, the Crystal Axe. The weapon is made of 3 crystals, 2 of which can be acquired naturally. The third, however, the polymorphic crystal, is special. The Zealot created this crystal himself as it belongs to him, so it is impossible for the Crystal Axe to be created without his guidance. Once the strike team requires the Crystal Axe to destroy the giant crystals and gain the fuel for the neutralizer, the polymorphic crystal mysteriously happens to fall out of the dimensional anomaly above the facility. Now with the weapon in arms, the strike team are able to fuel the neutralizer and reach the Forsaken. As they begin down the tunnel, however, Peck accidentally shoots a gas line in the observation tower, causing a massive explosion and leaving the fate of both him and Kravchenko unknown for the moment.
You idiot! Watch where you're shooting! The gas line!
Oh my God. Are they... Do you think they're alright?
Can't say they didn't get what they deserve, but damn.
And thus ended the tale of Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
So far, most events have been in line with the events of the campaigns, and like I said at the start, only one version of events will be canon to the new universe, or potentially even none at all, depending on how much they decide to steer close to the campaigns moving forward. While Kravchenko survives the Forsaken incident, assuming everything we know from the campaigns still ties in with everything happening here, and considering it was alluded to as well in the map itself, while Kravchenko survives the Forsaken incident, he ultimately becomes disillusioned with the USSR, believing that the Soviet Union was dying out. As a result, Kravchenko sought to obtain as much wealth as he could before his country eventually collapses around him. He takes advantage of his position in the military and begins selling Soviet weaponry and other armaments on the black market. One of his most prominent and wealthy clients was none other than Raul Menendez, a Nicaraguan crime lord who ran a powerful drug cartel. After Woods manages to escape a Vietnamese imprisonment, his survival sheds light to the CIA that Kravchenko was still alive. However, their focus shifts to eliminating Raul Menendez and his operations against the US government. Conducting an operation in Angola in 1986, Mason finds Menendez conversing with Kravchenko via radio, revealing their partnership. Kravchenko had been stationed in Afghanistan assisting in the Soviet invasion of the country for the past few years, and has apparently been charged with hunting down and eliminating Mujahideen compounds around the country. It wasn't until 2 months later that Woods and Mason would actually see fit to travel to Afghanistan and investigate the connection to Menendez. We know that the flashback 80s and early 90s events seen in Black Ops 2's campaign are canon to Black Ops 6's campaign. So, probably in the campaign, and maybe even in Zombies as well, we may get some intel to confirm that this fate of Kravchenko is definitely still canon, but it definitely seems to be. And he's probably not involved in Black Ops 6 Zombies in any way, beyond references in intel. But moving from what happens to Kravchenko after this event aside, coming back to the Forsaken, entering the Forsaken's chamber, the strike team break his armor while Sam charges the Ethereum targets, allowing the team to tear the entity apart limb by limb. Eventually, this exposes a giant gateway to the Dark Aether within the Forsaken's core himself. Partway through the battle, however, the Forsaken shows the strike team a vision of Weaver, Strauss, Carver, and Gray in a prison, each having been killed by a bullet to the head, with the message last seen on Alcatraz, "No one escapes alive," written on the wall, with seemingly a Dark Aether person with glowing purple eyes in the background. Probably Samantha Maxis, and this matches the name of Requiem itself being a mass of the dead, which makes me question if Richtofen wanted this all along. With the Forsaken almost dead, he suddenly lets out a burst of energy, almost killing the strike team and rapidly causing outbreak zones to appear across the world, this even causing the total collapse of the Ural Mountains outbreak zones into pure phase, before eventually completely dissipating. Sam, knowing what she has to do, laments Richtofen's most likely manipulative words that she's a good person, before sacrificing herself by entering the anomaly at the Forsaken's core, defeating him but trapping herself in the Dark Aether in the process, essentially sealing this twisted dimension from the inside.
We're getting reports of outbreak zones expanding around the globe.
You will not consume this world! Not as long as I am here!
Sam, whatever you're thinking of doing, don't do it!
I'm not a bad person, Weaver. I am a good soul. I know what I have to do. I'm sorry. This is the only way.
She's gone. Back into the Dark Aether.
The Forsaken is secure. Dimensional breaches are closing around the world.
It's over. It's done.
It seems that with the immense guilt of what she did to Richtofen's family, she saw sacrifice as the only way to prove she's a good person. The problem with black and white outlooks on morals, and probably also was why Richtofen was able to leverage her. With the Forsaken weakened enough, the containment chamber activates, absorbing the Forsaken and sealing him inside. After 2 long years battling undead outbreaks across the globe, the CIA-led Requiem team finally succeed in closing the last remaining dimensional portal, banishing its denizens back into the nightmarish hellscape known as the Dark Aether. However, the team's success came at a heavy price. As Requiem celebrated their victory back at HQ, the director addresses the redacted board of directors once again, and informs them that they have successfully captured the Forsaken, and that Maxis is now locked within the Dark Aether as he intended. This meaning she is no longer a problem for Project Janus. Worse is to follow, as Requiem senior staff members, the strike team, and Raptor 1 are unceremoniously arrested by military police and taken away on the orders of Richtofen. The strike team were to be sent to Black Site 13 for indefinite containment. Samantha's jumper can be seen in Gray's locker as she is marched off, a reminder of how close they were. Samantha's dog can be seen in the background, showing that Gray was still looking after it after Samantha was gone, but it's currently unclear as to what happens to it after, but the new Hellhounds do look strikingly similar to it. The director watches this unfold from his screens in his office. Everything went according to plan, picking his case up from his desk, where we can see a photo of his past life as an Air Force pilot and another with his wife and son, along with a familiar snow globe of Dr. Monty's house inside of it, which has to be a very important detail as it seems to be an exact replica of the snow globe, meaning that not only is this likely to show he remembers his experience in the house and probably looks on it fondly, but he somehow retrieved the exact globe, potentially from the Dark Aether, since as far as we're aware, neither Eddie nor Sam physically carried it or any items into the new universe. I wonder if it could even be a Dark Aether artifact with powers, able to even play with the story itself, as previously it was personified in this way when Samantha would play with it. The director leaves his office, possibly for the last time. Eddie has shut down Requiem and will now proceed with the next phase of Project Janus. He accomplished all of his goals and played everyone like chess, but for how long can he maintain this meticulousness? Sometime unknown, potentially right before the total collapse over the Euro Mountains outbreak zones, a demon makes a pact with us and awards us gifts for aiding the efforts in stopping the Forsaken.
You will learn more in time. Our ways are of the old world. We will not be forgotten.
For some miscellaneous information, the perks in Vanguard Zombies, which follow a non-traditional system in this game, are confirmed to be demon blood, or to be more realistic, the blood of entities within the Dark Aether. It is implied that when consumed, this blood becomes a part of the Special Forces team. If we think about this from the scientific perspective we get in Cold War, Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 6, this is no different to developing powers from Aetherium exposure, on a large scale, like we see with Sam, but on a smaller scale. The exact same thing that happens when we drink perks in Cold War. Yet more interesting new information about the Pack-a-Punch is that the entities were unaware of who made it. Invicta says whoever it was, they must have been a genius at the forge, maybe a reference to Jeb Brown, the Machine's original creator. Invicta specifically also uses 2 pieces of information which are quite shocking given everything we know so far. The first is that he says he has seen such crucibles like this in the Dark Aether and that they used powerful magic, implying that in this new world, the method of upgrading weapons uses some form of Dark Aether rune magic, and that the other beings in the Dark Aether have been been doing so for a while. Like I said earlier, in Vanguard Zombies, the Varhite search for items that only appear in myths and legends, such as Atlantis. I do wonder whether we may finally see Atlantis or an alternative underwater map in Black Ops 6 Zombies, but I doubt this will happen anytime soon, maybe Black Ops 7 or beyond. It would be the perfect time though with the sea creatures seen on Terminus. This would make for an insanely twisted aquatic map, especially considering it may be a highly weakened point between the world and the Dark Aether. High levels of Aetherium contamination could allow inhabitants to theoretically breathe underwater, and the Dark Aether itself is oceanic in nature, at least the version we've seen in Black Ops Cold War, Black Ops 6 and Modern Warfare 3, unlike Vanguard, that went for a red, more archaic hell-like appearance. Maybe it became this way as well due to Zykov. It has a similar purple crystal look. Drake has been trolling us with Atlantis since Zombies even began in World at War, so I hope that this meme can finally become a reality one day. Whether it's in this game or beyond, we'll have to wait and see. With that said, we are now moving into the storyline of Black Ops 6 Zombies. Terminus Island.
920 miles today, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. 45. Rise! To think of something different.
6, 7.
Scheiße! I cannot take this anymore!
Finally, a good song.
Oh, thank goodness.
Who the hell are you? This is Maya. She's with me. Breaking you out was my plan, so you're welcome.
Heck, you sick son of a bitch! You're supposed to be dead.
Relax, Major Carver. All of us here have a common enemy. The guy who locked you up. The guy who stole my life's work. Edward Richtofen. What do you say we find him and kill him? Huh? Let's get out of here.
That wasn't a fucking deal. We're not going anywhere till we find my brother.
Look, it'll take me some time to get their helos split up, and we do kind of owe it.
Okay, Raptor 1. Go locate the landing pad. Peck, Strauss, hold up in the guard station. I want Richtofen's coordinates. Go to the store power, and then locate this woman's brother.
Project Janus administration take Weaver and the rest of Requiem's crew members, including Raptor 1, to Terminus Island, a black site facility in the Philippine Sea, where they were imprisoned and tortured for years on end by interrogator Ernst Duffer, who previously served in a similar position at a facility in Hohenschönhausen, Berlin, Germany, a real-life Stasi prison that just so happens to have most of its records wiped in the real world. The Janus administration state, while we cannot disclose his professional history at this time, please understand that we believe he will uphold the standard of quality we have come to expect from Terminus Island. Richtofen also requests specifically that Weaver has to suffer. Weaver ultimately becomes a broken man with strong resentment for Richtofen.
I need to rent a boat.
Where do you need to go?
Here.
Are you sure? There's nothing there. What is it you're looking for? looking for. Some old friends.
In 1991, 5 years after the events of capturing the Forsaken, a hooded man approaches a Japanese fisherman and requests to rent a boat to a place off the island nation's eastern coast. When the fisherman says there is nothing there and asks what he is looking for, Peck, now severely burned but still alive after the gas leak 5 years prior, responds that he's searching for some old friends, referring to Weaver, Strauss, Carver, and Gray. On February 19th, 1991, Terminus takes place. A security guard is monitoring the prisoners. As Carver and Gray are doing push-ups, Weaver is perplexed, sitting on his bed staring at the wall where he has carved in the name Richtofen, along with tally marks counting his days there. 2 wall weapons, the words Requiem along with their logo and motto Vicariamus Mortem, writing Dinky, a set of 6 code numbers, the words Harry or maybe Ha with a lighthouse next to it. I can't exactly make it out. If the latter, could this mean Harbinger? He also has written, there are no dreams in breathless slumber. And 2 Elder God symbols, one of a cult that worships them, and one that is meant to protect from them, as well as the construct from Vanguard and some sort of symbol representing death. While Strauss seems to have completely lost his sanity due to his Ethereum addiction and age, taking things the hardest. He's lived a hard life from his role in aiding the Nazis all the way back in World War II, which started everything, to everything since. It's no wonder he's more susceptible to addiction as a vice, looking the worst out of all of them, whilst Raptor 1 is the only one smiling as he plays with a ball and is pleasantly surprised as the secretary guard changes the song to Pareidolia from Shangri-La.
Finally, a good song.
Which could hint this song might be a false perception and all in his head. Maybe that's why he's the only one smiling. He's slipping out of reality. Who can blame him after all he's been through? Not being the first time he's taken captive. Smuggler Maya Aguinaldo sneaks into the surveillance room and slashes the throat of the security guard. Weaver and the Requiem crew are broken out by Maya, who are confused who she even is, before a still alive Peck ominously greets them by raising his hood to reveal his face once again. Despite being the one responsible in rescuing them, Weaver slams him against the wall for being a traitor, quickly before Peck promises they all go after Richtofen, who stole his life's work. The irony. Ultimately, it seems the fisherman was unable to take him to Terminus, and at some point he stumbled along Maya, who had the knowledge he needed to take him there. Quickly interrupted as a dimensional breach begins to take place, Peck throws them a bag of clothes and weapons he brought to the island to defend themselves against the incoming waves. Weaver instructs Peck and Strauss to secure the guard station and attempt to acquire Richtofen's coordinates, while Raptor 1 tries to locate an exfil, while he, Maya, Carver and Gray handle the undead outbreak and attempt to locate Maya's brother, who was also on the island and is the reason for her helping Peck in the first place. It's possible that this is the spot in the Pacific Ocean, or at least close enough to where the Operation Inversion warheads laid, where the walls between the world and the Dark Aether may have been weakened, allowing the incursion to occur. We also know that the Warzone map Ashika Island, that takes place relatively close on a Japanese island in the Pacific, experienced some unknown and not publicly disclosed events during the mid-1990s to halt the development of the island, and access to it has been heavily restricted ever since. This could have something to do with the giant zombie outbreak spreading there similarly. There were even mentions of a giant sea monster that could be the same Kraken that breaks the shore on Terminus that the crew have to defend from when precariously exploring the island. Speaking of the Kraken, it could be an old one. Taking place over half a decade later, Black Ops 6 Zombies continues the Dark Aether storyline, exploring the fortunes of key characters whilst also delving into Richtofen's motivations and goals. During the intervening years, former Requiem staff Gregory Weaver, Mackenzie Mac Carver, Elizabeth Gray, Oscar Strauss, and Stoney Maddox, better known by his call sign Raptor1, we finally have a name to assign to him, have been incarcerated at an outpost known as Terminus, a mysterious garrison located in the Philippine Sea. After being imprisoned for over 5 years, these characters have undergone significant mental and physical changes. Meet the operators and handlers of the Terminus team. As a long-standing veteran of the broader Call of Duty Black Ops storyline in the campaigns, Gregory Weaver is no stranger to the ever-evolving nature of war and conflict, and the grey area it frequently inhabits, despite the guilt he feels for his perceived failure as the team's commander, leading to their arrest. He is more than determined to confront and expose his former director's duplicity and agendas, whatever they may be. He's done playing politics and is willing to burn the whole house down to expose the corruption that has led them to their current situation, just as he did to Richtofen before. Weaver says, "I'll never trust the system again after the 4 were wrongfully framed for all of the outbreaks and the other dodgy Requiem stuff, giving Richtofen credence to arrest them. A child of war, Gregory Weaver has experienced every aspect of armed conflict. He's outlasted most of his peers and has the scars to prove it. He continues to be driven by duty and is committed to righting the wrongs of his past," likely similarly referring to what he did to Richtofen and his family. Which is interesting that he wants to right the wrongs. Is that referring to somehow his family? Because he wants revenge on Richtofen, so that's surely not righting any wrong he's done to him, so I wonder what that's about specifically. Or is it just referring to his guilt in the fact that that event led to Richtofen arresting them, and he wants to right that wrong, and he feels stupid for never realizing that they were all being played into a trap, and he was literally working for the person he tried to kill. Elizabeth Gray is no longer the meek and somewhat naive scientist who was so thrilled to be invited to work with Richtofen that she was somewhat blind to the realities of the Dark Aether threat and the dubious ethics of those who sought to control its power. These qualities had already changed with the loss of Samantha Maxis, but the injustice of her imprisonment brought out a tougher side she never even knew existed within her. She says, "I helped create this, and I'll be the one to stop it." Betrayed and imprisoned by her superiors, she must summon her will to survive in order to find justice for what was done to her. Thanks to Carver's mentorship and training, her transformation has made her more than capable of facing any threat head on. Speaking of Carver, his lifelong belief in the military, not to mention his own distinguished career, has been shattered. He is understandably aggrieved, but not bitter. On the surface, it may seem that he has run out of will to give, but instead, he is more dedicated to his friends and colleagues than ever, and believes that with determination, they will right this terrible injustice. He says, "As long as I'm standing, this ain't even close to over." Mackenzie McCarver's military career began with distinction, but now his record is marred by tragedy and consequence. Betrayed and imprisoned by those he trusted, he now has a purpose: to clear his name and reclaim his former life. As for Strauss, not only has he not fared well under the strain of incarceration and intense interrogation, his age and increasingly eccentric personality mean he is deeply reliant on his colleagues, not just for his own physical well-being, but also his sanity. Events take an explosive turn when Maya Aguinaldo, a young Filipina smuggler, arrives on the island in pursuit of her own and very personal agenda related to the disappearance of her own brother. Maya says, "Here's a tip, stay the F out of my way." More significantly for our team, she is accompanied by a familiar, but far from welcome, face. There are many profanities that could be used to describe Dr. William Peck, but even the most offensive ones would fail to adequately do justice to just how detestable he is in the eyes of our heroes, whilst he only sees them with one. Why was Maya's brother captured on Terminus though? Was it just that Janice was collecting nearby residents for their Dark Aether experiments, or did he do something specifically to warrant his capture? If Maya is a smuggler, maybe her brother is too, and he tried to smuggle research from Terminus leading to his capture, or he discovered too much about them somehow else. Does Maya similarly have knowledge on what is going on? Maya and her brother took their father's smuggling business to the next level, which definitely implies that both her and her brother were smugglers, and it's very well possible that, like I say, the next level she's referring to is potentially stealing a lot of the Ethereum research from Requiem Atrium and/or Janus, and now he's locked away because of it. And maybe whilst he was trying to do a heist, he got captured. Relying on her wits and cunning, she must now set her sights on those responsible for the disappearance of her missing sibling. Jumping back to the etheric incursions, with the outpost being overrun at the end of the intro cinematic, even though Aguinaldo and Peck are primarily here to set our heroes free, their arrival coincides with Terminus Island suddenly becoming the epicenter of yet another outbreak. Consequently, suspicions are high. Not only that, but it soon becomes clear that the chaos on Terminus is not the only incursion from the Dark Aether. On the other side of the globe, the West Virginian town of Liberty Falls in America is also facing its own zombie onslaught. Personal grievances with Peck and suspicions aside, the dire circumstances mean that this disparate group of battle-hardened heroes has little choice but to fight together if they are to have any chance of survival. This conflict will likely continue throughout the quest and DLC, though providing an interesting dynamic. It is interesting that all of the characters now know of the name Richtofen and that he is/was the director. During the 5 years on the island, at some point they uncovered that Richtofen played them the entire time. Did they overhear his name from the guards, or did Richtofen even introduce himself directly to them? Maybe to spite Weaver even further for his atrocity in accidentally burning his family before the events of Cold War when trying to kill him, but failing. Peck discovered the director's identity at the end of The Forsaken, but likely has used the past 5 years to further research into him and his agendas, likely knowing the most as to what is happening out of them all. The question is, if Weaver now knows that Richtofen was behind everything, why does he still want revenge on him? Does he even have any right to after he literally burnt his family? Do the other characters even know he did this? It is unlikely, and maybe at some point in the story they will discover this shocking revelation, causing extreme tension and distrust with Weaver as an individual, and they will likely blame him entirely for the past 5 years of torture, experiments and imprisonment they've experienced. Liberty Falls. During the close of Black Ops Cold War Zombies, Richtofen began requesting digging underground tunnels in rural West Virginia called Liberty Falls, planning to import lots of resources there, including 5,000 tons of steel as the first stages of his plan. They have been hiring scientists, military personnel, operations personnel, and custodians. They used the cover story of a nuclear power plant tower failing and leaking to evacuate the locals. As predicted, a few locals weren't exactly keen on giving up their land, asserting their rights as American citizens to protect their property. Janus planned on starting construction on a giant wall around this time to keep people or things in and outsiders out, but were ultimately denied planning permission. Over the next several years, Eddie started setting up a new test site under Project Janus in Liberty Falls, where the Forsaken's containment chamber was held and studied, and Richtofen requested large amounts of Ethereum to be brought into the town, likely to construct a stable gateway, as well as all of the other experiments that Janus are up to. He also remained haunted by the deaths of his wife and son. It took 5 years for them to fully enact all of their plans with Project Janus, turning it into a secret government-run town. It is very well possible that Richtofen lived close to, somewhere else in West Virginia, or even in Liberty Falls itself. At the time his house was burnt down, but that is entirely speculation with little substance. It's just based on the intro cutscene with his family seemingly being in the countryside by the town.
I'll get your sweater from the car.
Fire! Run! For God's sakes! Run!
Dimensional breach in progress.
Sub-level 10, report.
Something's wrong with Sam. Dimensional breaches are occurring across the facility.
Secure your stuff. I'll handle Sam myself. Blanchard, secure the command post. Call in response teams. Get Liberty Falls locked down. Copy?
Copy.
February 18th, 1991, after waking up from a nightmare of his past, Eddie was shocked to be immediately notified of a dimensional breach while on site at Liberty Falls by a scientist who states something's wrong with Sam. He didn't seem surprised, as he seemed to predict this day may come. Using a Wunderwaffe DD2 in his bedroom, Eddie ferociously defends himself, showing his expertise, military training, decimating all zombies in his path. After Weaver infiltrated his previous home and killed his family, he always stayed prepared now. He continues to defend himself while also rescuing and ordering Janus Security Detail operative John Blanchard to call in a response team and made his way down to the sub-level basement. As Eddie took an elevator down, purple mist seeped through the elevator and grabbed him, rocking him up and down as he called out to Samantha, claiming he would never set her free. The mist then phased Eddie through a portal, possibly trapping him in the Dark Aether. As the elevator door opens, revealing the containment chamber having seemingly been taken over by Samantha. The containment chamber breaks free from its wires and begins hovering as Sam states, "But Edward, I already am," in response to Richtofen telling her she'll never be free. There are quite a few implications that could be possible. For one, the containment chamber may actually be an entirely separate one from the one that Richtofen had pet crate to contain the Forsaken, as it is seemingly much larger with a yellow/orange glow instead of a red one, and has hexagon panels all over its side. Alternatively, it is possible that Richtofen merely had the Forsaken's chamber upgraded/had him transferred into a much larger one, and it then became corrupted by Samantha Maxis. Or even, this could be an entirely separate chamber unrelated to the Forsaken, and he is either being held close by in Liberty Falls similarly, or elsewhere. My personal theory is that this is actually an AI, artificial intelligence recreation of Samantha Maxis' personality, held in the chamber, and Richtofen had her created because maybe he misses her and she was built to control Richtofen's mainframes and protocols. The reason why I think this makes more sense than it being a real Samantha Maxis is because it completely contradicts the established canon that Samantha sealed the Forsaken away within the Dark Aether itself, trapping her. But I guess real Sam could have started controlling his technologies from within the realm, similar to Zykov controlling the Intel machine whilst not being physically free, and sending hordes of zombies too to weak Veil spots, with her not actually being fully free, but with her end goal to fully free herself eventually. Eddie may have used similar cloning technology to how Grey made AI replicas of Requiem's personalities, which just so happens to have been contained in a small orb with the Cerberus Wonder Weapon, similar to the giant orb that Samantha now controls. This AI may have gained Dark Aether powers and enhanced sentience on its own accord thanks to the real Samantha, who it's based on, having powers, and Richtofen could have merely overlooked this fact, or the AI became corrupted by the Dark Aether itself and may have even begun cloning it, or the AI could have been controlled by the real Samantha Maxis, like I said, and she is using it as a way to communicate with the outside world whilst being trapped in the Dark Aether. The reason why it's likely to be an AI version of Samantha is that her voice sounds distinctively robotic and very similar to the Cerberus companion modules.
But Edward, I already am.
Hello, I am CRBRS, but you could call me Cerberus, sure.
As well as the fact that there are Project Janus Sam trials in the game, but it's not just Sam, it's S.A.M. Similar to how Zykov aided us with rewards in Cold War Zombies. Players can complete challenges, although this time, the machine will phase in and out of reality, indicating maybe she is too. The fact this is called S.A.M. trials and not Sam trials means it is an acronym for something, in the same way that the Cerberus was an acronym, and we can even see a hologram of the containment chamber, meaning these trials are being sent from the chamber, not just here but to other areas where the outbreaks are starting due to her, such as on Terminus. I wonder if Richtofen had Sam be the basis for the AI due to her real-life enhanced powers that might give increased strength to these technologies. The containment chamber and underground labs was likely why Richtofen was having mass amounts of metal brought into the town with custodians and scientists. It is likely that this Sam is also who simultaneously causes the outbreak on Terminus and potentially other locations around the globe. Yet to be seen. And the surveillance personnel at Terminus Island even had various marks mapped on a computer screen that likely other Janus operations and or locations of zombie outbreaks. One in West Virginia, of course, one in India, Brazil, the middle of China, and even one in Russia, and many other throughout the world's oceans. Speaking of acronyms, you may have noticed that the containment chamber and the Forsakens is very similar to the design of the Sophia robot from Rod Crovey, standing for Strategic Operations Planning Heuristic Intelligence Analyzer, which Ludwig Maxis had his assistant's intelligence transferred to a machine after killing her before she's able to turn into a zombie. Richtofen may have stolen or based similar technology on this, or found remnants of Sophia from the Dark Aether to base this technology on, which he instructed Peck to originally make Psychop's containment chamber in Cold War. The containment chamber seems to be the very basis for what inspired the Project Janus logo itself, so it's clear that its creation must be one of the most important aspects of it. Considering that Sam recognizes Edward, it is likely that her real self also has regained all of the past memories and now remembers who he is, of which will have massive implications when she connects the guilt of contributing to his family's deaths. Maybe she even began to remember before trapping the Forsaken, amplifying why she felt Richtofen was right and she had to sacrifice herself to make up for what she did. Could in the gap between the documented interrogations and Forsaken, she remembered, or maybe even Richtofen confronted her directly, this time not concealing his identity to allow him to manipulate her further. Who knows, but at some point I'm sure she'll put 2 and 2 together if she hasn't done so already, and like I say, it's probably already happened. Just before Samantha teleports to the Forsaken, I think Richtofen revealed who he is to her and what she must do, and then let her out of Block 8 so she could teleport there, explaining why she held such guilt in this moment, and maybe Richtofen was able to use this to his advantage to convince her to seal herself away. After all, he or someone else had to let her out of Block 8 in order for her to teleport away, since it had an Ethereum seal. The atmosphere of Liberty Falls, which takes place concurrently with the dimensional breach over on Terminus Island, feels a world away from the dark, stormy waters of the Philippine Sea and the massive concrete prison Gregory Weaver and his crew are fighting to escape from. Players must explore the once idyllic and now horrific small West Virginian town of Liberty Falls, whose residents have either fled or barricaded themselves into the settlement in a last desperate attempt to survive, which we'll probably attempt to rescue on the map. By the time we arrive, playing the map, assumed to be part of the Project Janus forces under the watchful eye of Security Chief John Blanchard, the town is overrun and the battle seems well and truly lost. A tormented soul. With Edward Richtofen back and revelations abound, plagued by nightmares related to the death of his family, this emotional trauma has become a motivating factor in his actions and is likely his entire reason for Janus. There is a radio from one of Janus's top scientists, Pericles Panos, who could be the scientist who notified Richtofen of the breach on Liberty Falls, stating that Richtofen is slipping and losing his mind.
Dr. Pericles Panos, Project Janus, Energy Research Division. It has become abundantly clear. Director Richtofen is slipping. If we fail, it will all be down to Richtofen and his hubris.
He fears the worst, and that the total collapse of the Janus operation could be down to Richtofen's hubris. Richtofen appears to be continuing his duties as the director, though this time he's heading up the Cladison Project Janus organization from an old mansion on the hillside above Liberty Falls, the town itself. Unlike Cold War Zombies, where everything went according to his plan, in the gap he is no longer the precise mastermind he once was, and all of his plans are faltering, with unforeseen and uncalculated circumstances putting him on the back burner. A shocking twist from when we last saw him in Cold War, smiling after accomplishing all of his goals. He has now visibly aged considerably and is very shaken up. A different, unknown set of characters battle their way through the barricaded streets, with Project Janus security chief John Blanchard acting as a handler. He assumes your team to be part of Project Janus security cleanup operation and monitors your progress against the undead from afar. He orders them to try and rescue 3 missing Janus scientists, as well as lets them know he is trapped holding out in the mansion.
Blanchard Alpha. 3 Janus science staffers are missing somewhere in your AO. Locate and extract. I'm counting on their expertise to end this outbreak.
Who is this elite unit we play as on Liberty Falls, and why did the actual Janus security not arrive though? Were they prevented by whoever sent in the elite unit? Could they have been sent here by Peck, explaining how he'll attempt to get Richtofen's location? Or could they be some kind of alternative group against Janus? Potentially Pantheon from the campaign, who we know have infiltrated the CIA to the highest levels and plan on detonating weapons of mass destruction. It would be nice to have a crossover. Or could they even be higher ups in Janus trying to sabotage Richtofen Richthofen because they no longer feel confident in him as the director. So the group to send in may be sent by the redacted board of directors. The redacted board of directors obviously have a name, hence why it's been redacted, so maybe that name is what they actually are. So maybe they're not the Janus strike team specifically, but more so the upper echelon of Janus that have a different name. I also do wonder if they could even be the strike team from Cold War and they got broken out by whoever sent them there, considering we do not see them in the Terminus cutscene, only Raptor 1, but maybe we'll encounter their cells in the quest. The most important thing regarding the fact that they are seemingly imposters, aside from who they actually are, is that surely sometime during the quest, Blanchard will figure this out, at which point they may stop obliging to Blanchard's orders, and this could have massive consequences. The rivalry between them will likely be a huge part of the plot of the quest. Considering it's unlikely we play as these operators on future maps, I do wonder if they die by the end of the quest and or fail to save Blanchard, leading to the Terminus crew having to pick up where they left off later. This redacted board of directors may be trying to cover up the outbreak and place all of the blame on Richthofen, as this would completely mess up their plans and they may want him dead and blame him for Liberty Falls going so wrongly. Whoever they are, I do wonder if they could have even been who gave the assassination order on Richthofen to Weaver and Sam. What was he doing to warrant the target though? Was Project Janus even in the works previously, or is there only a reaction to this event? Does he want to harness or return something or someone or many from the Dark Aether and someone wanted him dead for it? What happened in Samantha and Eddie's early lives to cause them to separate? Did he do something bad to her or someone else, or even the other way around? Additionally, there is a Dark Aether Piercer, a temporal generator power modular that we seemingly build on the map, and an achievement called World Domination, tap into your super villain side. Maybe that's even the main quest, we don't know. So maybe we do make it worse and play as the bad crew. Either that or we try and control all of the anomalies cropping up to localize them, as throughout the map these ether storms are cropping up. Maybe we make the storm worse for some reason to try and control it, and then maybe it summons Stormcaller from Modern Warfare Zombies and we fight it, because we know that Strauss had seemingly encountered it before. Obviously he's not on this map, but I assume they're going to come here in the future. We will have to see. It does seem we may be generating these rifts for power or some other purpose. Like I say, it could be trying to control them. Maybe we have to make it worse in order to make it better. And whilst the outbreaks take place simultaneously on Liberty Falls and Terminus, the maps are not actually concurrent, in contrast to a lot of their statements. The outbreaks take place at the same time, the intro cutscenes take place at the same time where the outbreaks begin, but of course on Terminus, we are playing right after the crew escape from their chambers and the outbreak ensues. However, Liberty Falls were playing as this cleanup crew, or whoever this elite unit was that was sent in, about 12 hours after the outbreak actually began. So there's going to be a bit of a gap, and what this could potentially mean is maybe in the Liberty Falls quest, we're going to be contacted at the end by the Terminus crew, which means we really should be completing the Terminus one first and then going on to Liberty Falls, even though Terminus is the much more difficult one. So probably Liberty will be completed first. And it seems like this elite unit we're playing as on the map will discover the remnants of the Janus cleanup crew found dead atop this rooftop where they held out in the final moments. So maybe we're going to find some of them here left over. We'll find their dead bodies, but we might also find some survivors and have to try and save them, or make it even worse. It really depends on whatever the motive is of this elite unit. Footage from an incursion at a once quaint, now overrun West Virginia town also gives you the first glimpse at the second launch map, seemingly the epicenter of the Dark Aether outbreak. Chaos is crawling through Liberty Falls, with much of the local population now succumbing to the results of a second simultaneous dimensional breach, them ripping civilians apart. A massacre, a tragic tale of Liberty Falls ensues. One such person who survived but bore witness to the horrific outbreak and slaughter of civilians is Crystal Miller, a 5-year-old child. On February 23rd, Crystal was interviewed recounting her traumatic experience by John Blanchard, doing extremely well. The outbreak she experienced, of course, happening before we actually play on the map, before the strike team was sent in, with her only being rescued afterwards. Interviewed just 5 days after the outbreak, showing Blanchard likely holds out for a while. The DLC. But what will actually happen throughout the main quest on the launch maps, as well as the DLC of Black Ops 6 Zombies? Whilst of course we do not know exactly, there are some educated guesses we can make. The Terminus team will probably be successful in escaping the island, despite the name meaning that no one is ever supposed to escape. I do not think the characters will be successful in rescuing Maya's brother though, because otherwise why would she continue to help them get revenge on Richthofen, assuming she remains as part of the crew? If she were to successfully save her brother, the only reason she joined Peck on Terminus to begin with. It's possible that her brother has already been taken elsewhere or to another facility, meaning she'll have to continue to track him down, or he has been killed or turned into a zombie, leading to her wanting to get revenge on Richthofen with the rest of them throughout the course of the DLC. There is a food-motivated zombie on Terminus that's mentioned as still responding to the name Nathan. Could this be Maya's brother? He is described as being highly manipulative, so it's urged not to engage with him. Maybe the quest on the map will see us communicating with him, unaware he has turned, and he will try and manipulate us into freeing him, only at some point to realise he has actually been turned into a zombie, which will break Maya's heart, and her being his sister will make it easier to manipulate her, whilst the others may be more suspicious. As the quest progresses, we may get more and more cautious as he loses control of his consciousness more and more. Eventually, we may even have to fight him. Although we know we will fight the Kraken too, but I guess there could be maybe many boss fights. Time will tell. The name Nathan is likely his name directly and he's not responding to another person called Nathan, but I guess that's a possibility as well. Furthermore, regarding Weaver's drawings of the old ones in his Terminus prison, due to his Dark Aether exposure, the location being a weak spot for the Veil Between Worlds, and him killing Richthofen's family, this may have allowed the old ones to corrupt him and take him over, manipulating him through dreams and visions similar to the Shadow Man before or the Forsaken, trying to tempt him and aid him with the knowledge to go after Richthofen. After all, how else would he have knowledge of the construct and have Old One symbols etched into the wall? There is also a code which looks to be 121182, maybe 151182, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to make out, but something like that. This could be used in the Terminus quest or saved for the future, which I'll come on to. Or maybe it's not a code after all and could even be a date. Could this even be the very date he failed to kill Richthofen and in turn accidentally killed his family? It does align and slots in with the current dates we know very well. Weaver could be the harbinger for the Old One's return. It is worth noting that the Zealot Spragmos prophesizes on the ancient parchment for the Chrysolax that the Old Ones will return, stating the devoured shall be undone, their scattered ashes will be reformed, the Forsaken's torment will be undone when the Old Ones reign once more. When Samantha Maxis captured the Forsaken in the containment chamber, it seems to have freed the Old Ones he consumed, as we see red ashes spurring from it. It is unclear if these are the exact entities we saw in Vanguard, or different ones, or more, or a blend of both, since there are probably many more Old Ones we don't know of, such as Spragmos for example. They are simply entities of great power that have existed since the ancient times in the Dark Aether. It could be that, similar to Cortifex, they want to petition the construct for their desired wishes and endless power, maybe even with Weaver's help in the same way that Cortifex used Von List. Cortifex of course was an Old One too, and we do not know if Spragmos specifically is for or against him. Whilst the ending of Vanguard Zombies has been regarded by some as unsatisfactory as it leaves many questions, given what we know from Cold War, it helps us fill in the gaps. Firstly, like I mentioned before, the Dark Aether entities, now back in the Dark Aether after the collapse of the Archon, likely left the Special Forces team and went back to their lives in the Dark Aether. Due to the power vacuum left by Cortifex, it's entirely possible that they devolved into fighting amongst themselves yet again. But regardless, they end up all being consumed by the onset of Zykov, seemingly stopping this endless warring. Zykov himself could have even become the next Archon following Cortifex's failure, explaining the looming question in Cold War of just how did Zykov get so much power so quickly? Zykov even noted of stumbling along a giant deceased Elder God in the Dark Aether that looked as if it had been in battle, that of which could have been the remnants of Cortifex that he went on to consume. He also made note of giant futuristic mechanical-like devices in the Dark Aether, and I wonder if this could have been the construct since it does have a futuristic looking design, despite it actually being ancient, the most ancient. Due to Zykov consuming all of the Old Ones and their powers, that is why he was able to use their powers against us in his final moments, and likely was able to raise the dead thanks to the consumption of Cortifex. That means that Cortifex similarly could return in the story if the Old Ones were freed. It really depends if just those alive at the time of being consumed are able to return, or if the dead can too. And if Zykov did stumble along the construct, did he petition it and become the next Archon, also further explaining why he was able to gain so much power so quickly. However, the construct does seem to do more than just electing Archons and determines the fate of the Dark Aether itself, so it could play a role in the future story in another fashion than merely just this. There is also the looming question of Samantha Maxis. By now 1991, 5 years after the Forsaken, Sam may have been in there for 50 Dark Aether years, meaning she might end up being an Elder God herself. We learn in the Forsaken that Zykov was the very first human to live long enough to become an Elder God. Could she be the second? Could she have even petitioned the construct herself? Is she even still on our side anymore after all of these years of Dark Aether corruption? Does she want revenge on Richtofen for throwing her in there, despite her accepting it before, or does she still believe she made the right choice? It could even be that Richtofen himself wants the construct's power by way of bringing his family back, since it can grant any desired wish, theoretically. In the Terminus quest, whilst we are trying to locate the coordinates of Richtofen, we likely don't find out exactly where he is immediately, especially since he got taken by the smoke. And it just seems too easy that we'll find it out already on the first map. My guess is, over the course of the DLC, we will get closer and closer to him. There have been 4 DLC maps codenames leaked, that being The Keep, Dig Site, Janus Towers, and Mansion. Whilst we do not have confirmation on the order, this is my guess for how events will play out. I think after the characters escape Terminus, they will head to a nearby fortress/castle, aka The Keep. This could be a Janus facility where Richtofen was having materials and people brought to and forth from the island. On this map is where I think they'll find out Richtofen is at Liberty Falls, or they need to go here for a specific item or intel first before heading there, or this keep is located somewhere far away entirely. Afterwards, I think they'll head to Liberty Falls. They either go to Dig Site or Janus Towers. Dig Site being where Richtofen was digging tunnels, maybe trying to retrieve Dark Aether artifacts. We see a skeleton of a T-Rex in Richtofen's mansion, so this may have been uncovered when digging these tunnels. It's also very well possible that the Dig Site is located entirely somewhere else in the world. I think they'll head to Janus Towers at some point, which are likely the giant towers we see in the distance on Liberty Falls. As to what Janus are doing with these factory towers, I have no idea, but clearly they're doing some kind of Dark Aether experiments and building something, or this could be where/what Richtofen needed steel for and could even make up part of the nuclear power plant he had the fake cover story created around, although the metal was also probably used for the underground tunnels and containment chamber. Finally, I think the last map will be the mansion on top of the hill itself. I think the quest will see us exploring potentially the garden inside the mansion, which looks so huge and is actually based on the real-life hilltop house in Harper's Ferry, and I think the goal of the quest could be trying to access the elevator. Richtofen, of course, accesses it via direct ID, but maybe they are able to hack into it, or, like I mentioned before, the code on Weaver's walls, which I think is 121182, could even be for this elevator, and the old ones could have been helping them, or they gain access via some other way. If, like I mentioned before, this code is the date of Richtofen's assassination attempt, it could still be the code number 2, it could be both, with it after all being a date extremely important and memorable to both Weaver and Richtofen. So really, maybe it is the date and Weaver just has it written as a memory, or maybe it could be a code for this as well, or for something else, only time will tell. If they do access the elevator though, this could potentially lead to a climactic boss fight against the Sam Chamber to close out the DLC, we'll have to see. I also think over the course of the DLC it's possible that the characters may begin to empathize with Richtofen due to what Weaver did to his family. Maybe even Weaver himself grows this regret inside, and maybe they join forces because there is a greater threat from the Dark Aether at bay, grievances aside. Although this all massively depends on why Weaver tried to kill him. If he was just following orders, he could grow to empathize with him. If he didn't do anything he sees morally wrong, if Weaver actually wanted him dead due to something horrible he was up to, he's less likely to side with him. But yeah, I think that'll be the point of the quest in the mansion map, in trying to rescue Richtofen, and maybe in the DLCs prior as well, we're going to be getting closer and closer to saving him. I hope he joins us as a playable main character too, whether on this map or even one of the earlier ones. It would even be nice to see Peck and Strauss as part of the crew on some maps. If we do not rescue Richtofen until the very end, I'm worried he's not going to be a playable character, at least not until the very end, or maybe just as an operator. Now, if I'm correct with my feeling that I feel like we're getting multiple maps set in Liberty Falls, this would mean that the storyline must take place in a very short period of time. After all, the Rewind multiplayer map, which also takes place in Liberty Falls on the outskirts, takes place on May 15th, 1991, so it's possible the entire story takes place within a few months and the outbreak is contained within that time. Blanchard, of course, interviewed Miller just 5 days after the outbreak as well. We weren't sure if the outbreak was still ensuing whilst he interviewed her, or if it was already contained. The most important important loose end is what exactly is Project Janus? In ancient Roman religion and myth, Janus is the god of beginnings, gateways, transitions, time, duality, and endings. The redacted board of directors are the key stakeholders in it that Richtofen has been answering to, and it requires a stable gateway to the Dark Aether. But besides that, we don't really know much about what it is, besides the fact that Eddie likely has his own agenda for it, outside of this shadowy organization. Eddie has worked tirelessly throughout the storyline to make sure that Project Janus stays hidden from anyone who is not involved. The biggest example is seen here with this cipher from Strauss to Grey, where Strauss is making very sure that only Grey will see his communication and that she tells absolutely no one about it. He says, "Elizabeth, there is a new directive coming and I wanted you to hear it from me first. Perhaps it will spare you the initial shock when you are informed in person. There is a new project in development that will require a great deal of our Ethereum reserves. Unfortunately, this means that some of your research will be put on hold indefinitely. You are not the only one affected by this. I have been informed that half of all future Ethereum harvests recovered from my extraction rockets will also be diverted to this project. Now, I want to leave you with a question. Be very careful who you mention this to. What do you know about Project Janus? For your eyes only am I crystal clear." Even with this information, we still cannot say exactly what Project Janus entails, but we can say it is likely that the plan is twofold: to satisfy the corporation he is working for, potentially, like I mentioned before, maybe a modern day version of the Societe Occult, and make them think they are using the Dark Aether to their own personal advantage, while he possibly secretly advances his own plans to save his son by attempting to restore his life, while also getting back at those who hurt him the most. This explains the name Janus having two faces. Eddie puts on a front to those he uses as pawns, such as this rich group, whilst also having his own secret agenda. I feel like a big part of his plan has been to try and rescue his wife and son somehow. Richtofen has always been obsessed with cloning, since even back in the old Aether days, and this new incarnation is no exception. With him having AI made of Requiem, this could all be testing technology because he ultimately wants to replicate his own family. We know that the Dark Aether is capable of cloning, explaining multiple types of the same enemy, hellhounds, tempests, mimics, etc. And it's possible that his family have now been cloned in the Dark Aether, or he is trying to do it with the science gained from it. The Dark Aether specifically terraforms our world by copying it. The reason it's a distorted mirror of our reality is because it is literally copying reality. Richtofen even had organ silicate Ethereum breeder reactors created for Terminus Island. These seem to breed Ethereum crystals themselves using Ethereum maturation technology. The reactors create seeds that gestate into fully productive biogalvanic crystalline life forms. Similar backstory for the Tempest creations, which create mass amounts of power for the island, but is there more to it than this? This technology could be a trial run for him wanting to clone his family. This is likely just one of the many technologies Richtofen stole from Peck, as they are most likely based on the schematics for the power reactors he similarly had built for Outpost 25. And considering Peck is going after revenge for Richtofen, Richtofen likely never fulfilled his end of the deal to secure him safe passage to the west. He just used him for his needs and didn't uphold his end of the bargain. During the crew's time on Terminus, not only were they interrogated, but they were also experimented on due to their prolonged Dark Aether exposure. There were also loads of chambers filled with zombies in that he's been experimenting on, similar to the early days of Ultimus in the Siberian facility. What is the real purpose of all of these experiments? Is it to practice cloning to bring his family back? Are the zombies in the chambers the pods created by the maturation device? Why is Janus creating hordes of the undead and practicing terraforming just as the Tempest would spawn large Dark Aether crystals in Outbreak? These devices are surely not just for power, there has to be way more to it. Very little is known about the corporation aiding Janus. The one time we see their name mentioned in a document, it is redacted and censored out, but they require a gateway to the Dark Aether, considering that the corporate entity he is working with expressed dissatisfaction that he had Requiem close Valentina's gateway in Nacht Der Toten, as well as the massive amounts of Ethereum seemingly required to accomplish it. He responded to the corporation by simply saying that this gateway would have allowed the escape of the Forsaken, and this would be awful for them because the world would surely fall to destruction, and the death of most people in the world would surely disappoint their stockholders. He did, however, promise he would deliver what they wanted in time. It seems Eddie and the corporation may want to open a gateway for two entirely different reasons. Eddie will dupe them for his own goals. It is very likely the gateway has already been opened on Liberty Falls, but under control, allowing people to go in and out for Richtofen's research and to collect items and crystals from there, providing technology for both his goals and the redacted board of directors for money. With the gateway under control, it probably finished construction years ago, whilst not actually infecting the town until somehow Sam caused the breach, taking advantage of the weakened veil, causing the outbreak and everything to lose control. Like I said before, the shareholders in the corporation could even be the Societe Cult from Vanguard, who collected Dark Aether artifacts and worshipped the entities from there, as well as scattered the tome pages. The modern day version of the classic Illuminati from the Aether Story, who of course Richtofen worked with and duped before for his own goals. And they could be a mysterious organization that Eddie has been working with to further his own goals, whilst also taking advantage of them. Contrastingly, it's also very well possible the cult has nothing to do with the current story. Could they even be who sent in the imposter unit to Liberty Falls and they are actually against Richtofen and whatever Janice is up to? We will have to wait and see. During the course of Cold War's Onslaught maps, Eddie also enlisted one more member into the Department of Requiem during the time that the Echelon facility became overrun with the undead. One SAD analyst named Eric Jaworski would survive the ordeal and make various theories about the events around him. During that time, the Forsaken was pretending to be his deceased wife, but he went on to stop the outbreak. He would write all of this down in case he did not survive the chaos. Not falling for the Forsaken's manipulation, from this we can see Eric Jaworski's wife is truly missing, but we do not know what happened to her, and the communications with the Dark Aether, like I say, were likely the Forsaken trying to draw her in. What is interesting to note is that Eric would be placed under Carver in the Containment and Security Department, and is likely the person next to Carver in the Forsaken's ending cutscene, and we do not see him arrested. Perhaps due to his strong will and mind, with not being tempted by the Forsaken on Echelon, the director might still have plans for him, hence why he even picked him to begin with, as he proved himself worthy, considering that he saw potential in him. But so far, Eric Jaworski has not reappeared in the story since Echelon, and it's unclear if we'll see him in Black Ops 6 or beyond. Another massive loose end is Mr. Peaks. This is the bunny rabbit that has replaced Samantha's teddy bear in the mystery box, and also aids the players with rewards throughout the Vanguard and Cold War Zombies maps. In Black Ops 6, he will now also be aiding us with Gobblegums, showing he may be just as important as Monty in this new story. Given the fact he appears in Vanguard Zombies, this means that he has existed within the Dark Aether for a very long time, potentially even during the Aether story. If so, this would make him an old one. Whoever he is extremely powerful and scary. Is he for or against us though? Him helping us on the maps does not necessarily mean he is good, considering Zykov helped us too. Mr. Peaks has actual teeth. He is ostensibly alive. Whoever he is, it seems he has bonded with an ethereal orb of a boy in the Dark Aether. When we collect the note in the second Outbreak quest, we see the red orb merge with Mr. Peaks. This note is burnt and states, "Mr. Peaks keeps me safe in the dark place." It is very well possible that this is an orb containing the memories of Richtofen's son Samuel, considering the note is burned. Why is he protecting Samuel in the dark place though? Is he trying to use him? There are various pieces of intel throughout Cold War Zombies that describe an ethereal orb in the Dark Aether with memories that are dangerous and powerful. This is similar to Samantha Maxis having visions of Samuel, stating she has dreams of a boy who she feels is lost, damaged, and she wants to help him, but feels he is dangerous. If Samuel is the orb, then this means if Richtofen does find a way to bring him back, he may not be good, especially since he's been described as dangerous. The fact he died in such a horrible way likely means that trauma has given his memories immense power. In Richtofen's nightmare, I wonder if this is even the spirits of his wife and son directly communicating to him, haunting him, considering this echoes Sam's nightmares of him, and others have had these similar visions too. How did Samuel end up as an ethereal orb though, if we are correct here? Do the dead souls just end up there like hell, or is it only particular souls that may have experienced specific types of tragedy? Or did Eddie choose to use his knowledge of the Dark Aether that he had to save his son somehow and send him into the Dark Aether to manifest as an ethereal orb in his dying moments, whilst he was bleeding due to Weaver's hit? Maybe he opened up a portal using a Dark Aether artifact or something else, or maybe it happened via some other way or another, but regardless of the how, it seems like the thoughts and sentience and memories of Samuel somehow ended up in the Dark Aether. Another possible idea is, what if Samantha has always had ethereal powers? After all, the last time we saw her in the Aether story, she did. This may have just become stronger after being thrown back in the Dark Aether on Firebase Z, and Richtofen then interrogating her, but they may have still been present before. If this is the case, this could also have massive implications. Maybe Samantha even telepathically opened up a portal to save Samuel due to the guilt of being responsible and killing him. Maybe she was only able to use her powers pre-Firebase Z during moments of extreme stress and trauma, just as Richtofen purposely traumatized her to better enhance her powers. If Samantha did have telepathic and telekinetic powers even prior, then maybe the way she even received the intel on Richtofen's whereabouts was via communicating telepathically with Samuel. This would perfectly explain the promise she made to him. She may have asked him where Richtofen is. Samuel, being a young child of course, told her the location of the house, but expressed he was with his mother without making it clear to Samantha that he was still with her, still within the house. Sam, gaining this knowledge, overlooked this fact and thought they were elsewhere and gave the coordinates to Weaver, who hastily rushed the assassination, and we know how that ended. Maybe if Sam always had powers, that's why she was even recruited for the BND and was involved in special operations. Her powers could have made her an extremely valuable asset. The same with her memories. Maybe she did remember the Aether before Firebase Z, at least to an extent. In the Forsaken cutscene, we see in Richtofen's office that there is a painting of a small cabin in the woods. I do wonder if this could have even been his house that was burnt down. Maybe he was living a remote life in the countryside because he knew there was a target on his back. As to why though, who knows. Like I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if this was relatively close to Liberty Falls though, or I guess it could be anywhere else in the United States, but the intro cutscene flashback seems to make it out to be set nearby in the wooded hillsides, which makes me wonder if the nearby hotel Samantha was staying in, that Weaver later joined her in to cry in her arms, could have even been in the town itself. This is even more evidenced by the fact that the real-life hilltop house in Harper's Ferry that it's based on is an ex-hotel in real life. Prior to Richtofen taking over for Janus operations, it could have been a hotel, and maybe if this is one and the same place, it creates a Dark Aether weak spot due to the tragedy. Maybe Richtofen even specifically chose this as his base of operations because of its ties to this event, although I'm not sure how he would be aware. This is quite far-fetched though, so could be completely unrelated of course. Another possibility is that it is the exact same building as the hotel that Ava visits Liberty Falls in at the end of Modern Warfare Zombies, seeing as the mirror she is taken in by seems to be the exact same one in Richtofen's bedroom. It could have been transformed into a hotel after the collapse of Janus operations here. I will come onto this more though in the Modern Warfare 3 section for this to make more sense and elaborate further. I just thought I had to mention it here too, so apologise for the disconnect of continuity. What about Richtofen's wife though? We've had no mention of her in the story, unlike the sheer plethora of intel about Samuel. Why did Samantha promise to keep Samuel safe, and both Weaver and her let him down? Did Richtofen's wife or even his son want him dead? Probably unlikely, but I'm just throwing that out there. The interesting thing is that Mr. Peaks represents the promise to his son that he will rescue him, and that Samuel will escape the Dark Aether based on an old Dark Aether saying from long ago.
Well, I can honestly say I never imagined being in this position. I mean, look at us! All body. I'm not going to apologize for all the terrible things I have done, because frankly, I'm not sorry for anything. Yeah, I've had the time of my life! No, I know you'll probably never really trust me, and even now, you'll be expecting me to pull some last-minute rabbit out of a hat. A big rabbit of betrayal.
Yeah, no kidding.
Thank you, Dennis. I knew I could rely on you. So, do you have a rabbit of betrayal? If I'm honest, I've been expecting one since we all got together. Sadly, no. I am all out of rabbits.
Ultimus Richtofen claimed he was all out of rabbits when he had not a last-minute moment of betrayal in the ending of Tag Der Toten, where they all had to die to reset the multiverse. The Forsaken is aware of this infamous saying that has clearly echoed throughout the Dark Aether.
But all good things must come to an end. As the old Dark Aether saying goes, you're all out of rabbits.
Was them or me?
Do you know what that means? It means no more escapes. This time, no one gets out alive. Bye-bye.
Now, it seems that Richtofen does indeed remember this, but this time, he has a rabbit in his hat. This rabbit could be key in Samuel's survival, keeping him safe in the dark place, described as liking to play hide and seek, very similar to Samantha and her teddy bear from the Aether, and the note describing this just so happens to be burnt, just as him and his mother apparently were. Mr. Peaks is described as living in the boy's hat, and we even have an emote showing Mr. Peaks being pulled from a hat. So what is Richtofen's grand scheme that he is waiting to pull from the hat? Does his plan with Project Janus somehow relate to the old Aether story? Does it even somehow relate to Ultimus Richtofen, considering he was the one who said this quote about the rabbit in his hat? So who actually is Mr. Peaks? One idea is that he could have actually been the childhood toy of Richtofen, maybe Ultimus, and it ended up in the Dark Aether. After all, he did play and experiment on lots of childhood toys. He experimented on Samantha in the old story. Maybe this was just one of those toys and he was the one who did these stitchings into his face menacingly, and he created the monkey bomb, another child's toy. Or another idea is it could have even been the childhood toy of Eddie when he grew up in Dimension 2210. Maybe when Primus killed him and absorbed his soul in the summoning key to send to the house, it similarly sent Mr. Peaks into the Dark Aether. It could have become corrupted as it was horrified by the act of Primus and the trauma of Eddie being killed as a child. Over the eons in there, it may have gained power and wants to reconnect with Richtofen, explaining why he is looking after his son. Or Eddie was gifted it as one of the toys by Monty in the house. Maybe not initially looking like this, it could have just been a normal rabbit toy, but he went on to do the stitchings on it, showing he was clearly experiencing some kind of trauma in there. Or maybe Mr. Peaks is not related to Richtofen at all, but that would be weird considering the hat quote from Ultimus Richtofen. But another potential idea is that Mr. Peaks is actually Cortifex and Syraxis' child. This would be a big plot twist and would actually make a lot of sense, and would explain that the cruelty that Cortifex enacted on the child was transforming him into the form of Mr. Peaks, as he apparently never wanted a child. Given Cortifex can morph the physical forms of other entities, such as the Decimator, into a shield, he could have done the same thing to his unwanted child. Two children helping each other stay safe in the dark place. It would explain why the orb that we think is Richtofen's son is attracted to the rabbit in the second Outbreak quest. The rabbit may be protecting Samuel's essence, but what is an ethereal orb? They seem to naturally form whenever somebody is around Dark Aether crystals for too long, or perhaps even consumes one. The crystals take their memories and turn them into an ethereal orb, which is held together by primordial Ethereum. Maybe Richtofen had Dark Aether crystals and or artifacts in his house at the time of their death. These orbs aren't just mindless inanimate objects, but rather living entities that can feel and even speak. If Eddie's son somehow became an orb, then it gives Eddie a chance to somehow bring him back. The orb may be intrinsically linked with Mr. Peaks. If Richtofen attempts to restore him, it may in turn unleash Mr. Peaks, who could even be one of the old ones communicating to Weaver. And I guess even if he is somehow related to Ultimus Richtofen or the old story, it would still make him an old one, being in the Dark Aether for eons. Supporting this is a piece of intel from Piotr in the Dark Aether, where he says that the ethereal orbs are made of memories, and as well mentions other orbs, such as an American spy, probably being Peter McCain, and a Russian scientist, probably being Gersh. It seems that in the Broken Cycle, McCain and Gersh ended up in the Dark Aether as ethereal orbs. He also encountered an orb with the memories of a child, and they were incredibly special, in that it could cross between worlds like Piotr himself, and that its memories are incredibly powerful. So although this is heavily speculative, that's my best guess so far. Weaver accidentally killed Eddie's child, motivating him to become the director and carry out his agenda. His child, of which somehow ended up as an ethereal orb and bonded with Mr. Peaks, who could be the abandoned child of Cortifex and Syraxis, or related to Richtofen of the old Aether, or maybe completely unrelated to either of these, and he might be some entirely new figure that we're going to have to learn about, or has some other connection that we haven't put together yet. This leads to interesting implications though, because Samantha believes that the child is scared and dangerous, and Mr. Peaks may want to seek revenge for what Cortifex did to him. If Cortifex does somehow return, by the Forsaken being captured that is, one important thing to note is that maybe the old ones who return are only the ones who were alive at the time of Zykov consuming them. Seemingly, Cortifex was already dead when he stumbled along his deceased corpse, meaning it may not be possible for him to return. But who knows how things work in the Dark Aether? Of course, it's all about resurrection and never truly being dead. And even if Cortifex is gone forever, I'm sure there's other old ones still around, probably, that worked for Cortifex, and he may want revenge on them instead. If Cortifex does return though, Eddie may have wanted wanted to try to free them to contact Cortifex to possibly try and find a way to rescue his son through Mr. Peaks, which could have interesting implications if Mr. Peaks helped us on the maps, because he wants us to free the old ones to potentially get back at Cortifex for what he did to him. It is worth noting that, of course, all of the other old ones who helped us defeat Cortifex and Vanguard are against him, so maybe old ones freed from the Forsaken may not all be on the same side and could even still be warring against each other now freed as they were before. Some could be for us, helping us, some against, some in between. Could Mr. Peaks form allies and vengeances with some of them? And Spragmos, being an old one himself, knows of the exact Vanguard old ones as well, although we do not know if he is on their side or not. If this has unleashed the old ones again that were consumed, it is likely they probably continued their endless fighting amongst themselves, although there is the possibility that these factions maybe came to a truce afterwards, realizing there might be a greater threat, or even from seeing what the Forsaken was able to do. Do they now similarly have a target on our world? Old ones are merely powerful elder gods in the Dark Aether that have been there since the ancient times, which is why Zykov was never considered one. Now, whilst I think this Cortifex child being Mr. Peaks theory is very good and substantiated, Vanguard Zombies was of course not well received, so even if they intended for this to be his origins, I wouldn't be surprised if they pivot and give him a better backstory, or leave it as a mystery for a long time so it gives us something to speculate about and maybe even makes Mr. Peaks seem scarier and more ominous, not knowing who he actually is. And hey, just like many times before, maybe they'll pick the best fan idea to actually canonize, but they are bringing back the construct seemingly in some way, considering Weaver is etching it on, showing that they're not just completely abandoning everything we saw in Vanguard. In terms of Gabriel Kraft, who is still very much alive by the end of Vanguard Zombies, it is unlikely he survives till the 1980s that we saw in Black Ops Cold War, and even more unlikely, of course, survives to the 1990s in Black Ops 6, given the fact he would likely be the first person Requiem would want to hire. But it's entirely possible that he has been influencing the story we've seen in Cold War Zombies and moving beyond into Black Ops 6 in a more indirect way. As we saw in Cold War, his notes are present in the Requiem archives, so that relationship is likely something we will learn about in Black Ops 6. We may potentially learn the ultimate fate of Gabriel Kraft concretely. I also think we may see some sort of connection between Eddie and Kraft. Eddie may have already had him taken to a black site or had his research confiscated in the years prior. The reason for this is Strauss explicitly said that he found all of Kraft-related intel in the Requiem archives, such as for the Wonderwolf, as if he had been there since the beginning. This means Requiem could have been founded off of Kraft's research itself, and could have been some of Richthofen's initial findings from the Dark Aether. Maybe we'll hear of him or see more of his documents and artifacts in the Black Ops 6 intel and radios. One major thing I want to mention is the potential return of Element 115. Ever since Nikolai sent all of it into the Dark Aether, there hasn't been one mention of it since, until now, where it has been mentioned in succession over and over. Firstly, in Black Ops 6 itself, the ray gun now mentions 115. In Black Ops 1's campaign terminal, it's revealed it is powered by a combination of Element 115 and cold fusion technology, creating cold cell batteries to be inserted into the gun as ammunition. However, that was the only evidence, and we thought it got retconned when the ray gun returned in Black Ops Cold War, despite Nikolai banishing all of 115. It seems that Element 115 is still a thing though, and considering it just got sent into the Dark Aether, many elements from the past are subsequently returning. In Modern Warfare 3, 115 rocks even began being uncovered in the Dark Aether, and then even in the real world on Urzikstan. Could this be similar to how the Apothicans were sending out 115 in the hopes humanity would be corrupted by it and wage war? Whilst Ethereum is now what necrotizes humans to create zombies in the new story, it's pretty obvious that this element has always existed in the Dark Aether, and we've only just become aware of it. While 115 and Ethereum may seem identical on the surface, there are distinct differences. Whilst they both corrupt and create zombies, Ethereum is the lifeblood of the Dark Aether, like I mentioned in the Cold War section, found everywhere in liquid, gas, and crystalline solid form. It is the very thing that the inhabitants of the Dark Aether, including zombies, breathe. This is why when the Dark Aether breaches the regular world, it begins to terraform the area with Ethereum, because this is necessary for the zombies and entities to survive. It's doing the inverse of the Dark Aether reflecting our world, turning our world into the Dark Aether. This is why we've only seen zombie outbreaks in contained incursion zones since Black Ops Cold War. In contrast, Element 115 seems more powerful, as zombies do not require constant exposure from them to survive, meaning zombies can occur everywhere on a much larger scale. With Element 115 returning, it has to be important for some reason, considering Treyarch have decided to reintroduce it just now after no reference in the past 5 years. Could this even factor into Project Janus? Could Janus have been harvesting 115 for their technology technologies or wanting to create an undead army, which might not be as possible with just Ethereum. Maybe Richthofen does not specifically want this, but the shareholders may, since selling these technologies to private and government militaries for a profit would of course rake in a lot of money. After all, they seem to have created mutant injections, which in turn turn you into a Janus Mangler zombie for a short duration. Clearly, they have perfected technology to turn you into a zombie, but not permanently, and you still retain autonomy. Maybe this has lasting effects on those that use it though, unless they've perfected technology where Ethereum or 115 does not alter the DNA of humans permanently through exposure, but that much is unlikely. It's also very well possible that Element 115 is retconned to just be a type of Ethereum, a more powerful, more useful and practical rarer type. It does make a lot of sense given their similarities and the fact both make up the Dark Aether and can be found in many colour varieties. Ethereum is also known as Exoelement 1. Could this mean the first element of the Dark Aether if they have their own dedicated periodic table? Exo meaning outside, like an exoskeleton, the first element outside of our world. It is interesting that Monty would never purge Element 115 and the Aether and would only ever temporarily fix the problem in the cycle, when it seems that is too what Nikolai did. He only temporarily fixed the problem and now the world is corrupting once more. They can't even say goodbye to 115. And this isn't just a problem of allowing Sam and Eddie into the new universe, battling over the Dark Aether once more, as the zombies had already begun flooding into the world prior to their arrival with the cyclotron breach in World War II. Whilst things have been more contained thus far and there is not the same level of suffering as the infinite multiverse cycle, now we just have one universe of course, the entire multiverse was thrown into the Dark Aether, so there's a near infinite amount of suffering within there, and could even be compared to the same level of suffering as before. This is very unlikely, but I wonder if somehow parts of the souls of our crew exist in all 115 and or Ethereum, allowing Richthofen or someone else to bring them back. Considering their souls were literally bonded with the Aether and the Elemental Shard, being bonded to Element 115 itself, which is now returning. 115 should have been gone, it shows that nothing is truly ever gone. But I doubt they'd ever return with Trek explicitly saying it's the end of the line for Ultimus and Primus, but I guess that doesn't rule out another version of them. But would Trek want to undo their sacrifice? Probably not. I wonder if even the Elemental Shard somehow has something to do with Ethereum when it was broken with the rest of the Agarthan device and summoning key. Maybe some part of the old character still remains in all existence. Could Richthofen even want the Genesis code again to bring his family back? Before we head into the story of Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, I first want to point out that there is a Liberty Falls multiplayer map called Rewind, which takes place the 15th of May in 1991, which like I said may suggest that the story is wrapped up in a few months. This is the same place where Miller camped out and was then rescued in the restaurant. If we are seeing the latter DLC in Liberty Falls 2, it may suggest that the entire story takes place within a few months and wraps up in a bow, with the outbreak being contained in Liberty Falls by the end, allowing the multiplayer map to take place, which canonically could be the civilians who discovered about the government cover-up versus Janus operators. If so, we know the beginnings of Modern Warfare 3 Zombies take place later in 1991. So, unless we're wrong here, then there is the potential that we see some sort of time jump in the final cutscene tying Modern Warfare 3 to this game, later in the 90s. As for now, we will have to wait for Black Ops 6 to learn the continuation of Eddie's plan, but I think it's important to close out this segment by summarizing Eddie's personality. Whilst interrogating Samantha, Samantha stated, "You don't know anything about me," to which Eddie responded, "Really? I think you are going to be very surprised." As a child, Eddie's personality is nothing substandard for a young boy, although he is a bit stubborn as noted by his unwillingness to share his toys with Samantha, and his insistence that Samantha doesn't know enough about zombies in the games they play. Eddie's personality as an adult is one of cold calculation, being just as manipulative as Primus and Ultimus Richthofen, though, unlike them, he seemingly possesses no desire for recognition, aside from calling himself the best director of course, and in fact goes out of his way to ensure people don't know who he is, indicating his ego may be somewhat more in check. Eddie is highly manipulative and scheming like those before. Eddie does not seem to have any attachment to his subordinates of Requiem, as seen with his willingness to arrest the entirety of the senior staff once he no longer has any use for them. Additionally, he is shown to take extreme measures in order to achieve the means he needs, purposely putting others' lives at risk if he views the situation as requiring it, such as when he threatened to have Elizabeth Gray killed if Samantha Maxis didn't kill a captured Omega soldier with her power. powers. Eddie does, however, seem to at least love his family as he keeps a picture of them on his desk. Along with Samantha, Eddie is the only survivor of the previous multiverse. Unlike Sam, who lost them at some point probably after Firebase C and not prior, but we don't know for sure, Eddie seems to have retained some memory of the prior events, as seen with his knowledge of Samantha's birth, as well as having a snow globe of Dr. Monty's house on his desk. Whilst not having a fond connection with the Rec Room staff, especially Weaver, he does have a strong bond in the opposite direction, in the sense that he wants them to suffer, especially Weaver, and be a means to his goals. And with that is the entire storyline we know of Black Ops 6 Zombies so far. Of course, I've included a ton of speculation in this section, but it's not over yet. We now need to jump into the storyline of Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, which actually gives us further knowledge on Black Ops 6 as well. So even if you're not too interested in that game, it's very important to understanding where we're about to head in Black Ops 6, and some of the latter events, whether they be at the end of its story, or like I said, maybe there's a time jump that then catches up on those events later, that tie directly into Modern Warfare Zombies. Enjoy. Welcome to the entire Modern Warfare Zombies storyline explained. I aim for this video to be the most in-depth video on YouTube. With the Modern Warfare Zombies story finally concluding, I wanted to make a video summarizing absolutely everything that's happened in this game and all of the possible implications it could have for Black Ops 6, which is of course right around the corner. Unfortunately, similar to Vanguard, Modern Warfare 3 Zombies leaves us with a lot more questions than answers, a lot of which will likely be answered in Black Ops 6, but I think many will be left for future games too. It seems there were some issues or conflicts in development, seeing as Trek stepped off of the project just a couple months after release to focus on Black Ops 6, with Sledgehammer seemingly having to weave story missions around likely ready-made cutscenes. As a result, some areas, both story and gameplay-wise, were not able to be fully executed as intended, and can explain why some beats quickly become irrelevant or are even ignored completely. With that said, the game is still very important in understanding what comes next, both in terms of the past with Black Ops 6 and moving forward into the future game story post Modern Warfare 3 Zombies. The game leaves us on a big cliffhanger for what's to come.
Ava! Ava!
Before we can discuss the ending and what it means for the future of the Dark Aether storyline and all of the ramifications that come along with it, we need to look back at everything that led up to this conclusion, starting with the beginnings of the Modern Warfare Zombies story. Our story begins in the 90s, where we are introduced to many of our characters we would go on to see decades later.
There's a place just round the bend. A place by the name of Liberty Falls.
During her childhood, Crystal Miller was a resident of Liberty Falls, a small town in West Virginia where she lived with her parents and attended school. On February 18th, 1991, following recess, a fire drill was sounded and Crystal, alongside her classmates, were quickly escorted out of the school to evacuate from the town. Crystal, unaware of what was going on, could only follow her parents' order and focused on running. Unfortunately, Crystal's father was attacked by a zombie horde during this sprint and was ultimately left behind by Crystal and her mother, who just kept running. The two of them eventually found a fire escape, but Crystal's mother was quickly swarmed by another zombie horde, leaving Crystal to run away on her own. 3 days after the outbreak, a local biker gang, the Steel Mountain Riders, found Crystal huddled up inside a Freedom Fried Chicken restaurant and took her to safety. On February 23rd, Crystal was interviewed on her traumatic experience by Project Janus security chief John Blanchard. Being just 5 years old, she did her best to recount the events. Afterwards, she was adopted by her aunt and uncle. While this was going on, New Zealand resident Jack Fletcher joined the New Zealand Defence Forces at some point in 1989, serving until 1990. Sometime in 1991, he was seconded by the Central Intelligence Agency to operate under the 1 New Zealand SES Regiment for Terminus Island security detail. He was honourably discharged post-mission in 1993. It is unclear if he served during or after our Terminus crew escaped the island amidst Black Ops 6. The most important relevance in the introduction to Modern Warfare 3 is with the birth of Ava, who was conceived by Requiem for a currently unknown reason as the biological daughter of Samantha Maxis and Sergei Ravenov, using their DNA samples taken from them with or without their consent, with Elizabeth Gray acting as the surrogate mother who carried and gave birth to her in 1993. At the very moment she was born, a mysterious entity spawned in the Dark Aether. The Dark Aether seemingly cloned Ava, creating a dark shadow of herself due to their mother Samantha Maxis' strong connection to the realm, essentially acting as her twin sister of sorts. Ava was cared for by Gray and presumably the other Requiem leads for 3 years. By then, Gray and the others were slowly dying due to their long-term Aetherium exposure. At some point before, the characters attempted to save Samantha Maxis from the Dark Aether, but ultimately failed, with some taking the loss harder than others. Before the Aetherium would kill them, as of 1996, long after their escape on Terminus Island, it was decided that Ava would be handed off to her now adoptive parents, a couple of ex-New Zealand National Intelligence agents, the Jansons, while it was decided that Ravenov would keep watching over her from afar, seeing as he has direct ties with her. A device is built to sacrifice their lives and give up their Dark Aether essence before they die anyways to create 4 vials of highly enriched Aetherium. Before doing so, Gray records a message for Ava on August 15th, 1996, in which she details her true origins, while wishing that some part of Ava will remember Gray after she is gone, this message to be given to her when the time is right. For some reason, the Requiem leads end up in Zaravan, Urzikstan. Weaver, Gray, Carver and Strauss all sacrifice themselves, whether willingly, partially or not, to this device powering 4 Aetherium canisters where their corpses remain rotting for decades. In this room are many zombie artifacts such as the Monkey Bomb, Cerberus Wonder Weapon, perk cans, One field upgrades and more. They die, just as the Forsaken predicted before he was trapped at the end of Black Ops Cold War. In the years that followed Operation First Domino, Ravenov would essentially be a ghost in the shell, with the new Russian government having no record of him existing. While the specifics of his activity after 1985 to Modern Warfare 3 are unknown, he has stated that he acted as a mob enforcer while he kept watch of Ava from a distance. This was a dark period for his life. In the years that followed, he began wondering if he's lived for too long. Ava would go on living her life unaware of her real parents' identities until 2006, when she had a blood test during biology class and found out that her DNA did not match that of the Jansons. She went home, desperately trying to find her birth certificate, only to stumble upon CD-ROMs marked with Gray's name, as well as a photo of Gray which triggered a faint memory in Ava's mind. To learning from her adoptive parents that Gray left her in their care and never came back, Ava was distraught with anger and resentment, and tried to avoid learning more about Gray by focusing on studying physics, but the obsession kept creeping back. She had to learn more, and soon became fascinated with Gray's work on something known as Aetherium, and in understanding her struggles under Requiem, became less resentful of her. Instead, she was driven to exceed her mother in her own field. Throughout her life, the entity repeatedly attempted to reach out to her sister, but a full connection could not be made due to the dimensional barriers between their worlds. Jansen also began taking schizophrenia pills to suppress visions, dreams, and hallucinations from the entity's influence, being misdiagnosed. These hallucinations may have prompted some of her initial digging and knowledge on Dr. Gray's research, allowing her to have a much better understanding of the Dark Aether realm than most normal people. Starting in 2005, Fletcher worked as a mercenary for a variety of clients. His mercenary work would later expand in 2011 into his own company, Terminus Outcomes, and quickly established itself as one of the world's largest private military companies, named after his experience on Terminus Island and quite literally being the outcomes of its aftermath. The company is headquartered out of Brunei to bypass extradition treaties with the United States and has multiple training facilities located within Turkmenistan, Congo, and Uganda. Terminus Outcomes contractors are equipped with the latest weaponry and technology, and their training even rivals that of major NATO militaries. After graduation, Jansen primarily worked as a theoretical physicist. At some point, she began speaking about Aetherium publicly as a quote-unquote thought experiment, as well as speaking about the possibility of alternative dimensions. She was heavily criticized by the scientific community after publishing her talk, Aetherium, a Thought Experiment, online, which theorized that an element, Aetherium, could be provoked into radioactive decay as to release enough giga-electrovolts to pop the soap bubble to pierce the veil between adjacent dimensions, and provide the world with a clean, sustainable energy source. Many dismissed her as a quack and a charlatan. Sometime after her talk was published online, she was interviewed by C. Cassidy regarding her PhD paper, Alternate Dimensions, Worlds Within Worlds, where she was asked to respond to her critics. She was quick to accuse the interviewer of being one of her said critics by forgetting to refer to her as Doctor. She would then elaborate on her beliefs, stating that historically those in power have pushed back against scientific theories contrary to popular belief, using the Catholic Church's pushback against Galileo Galilei's championing of Copernican heliocentrism as an example. News of her work eventually caught the ear of the American government, with the FBI abruptly raiding her laboratory, confiscating her research and placing her under arrest. She was held in detention for 12 days before being released. When asked by the media for an interview regarding the arrest, Jansen and her faculty staff failed to respond. Taking a detour, during the war zone in Verdansk, Kostovia 2020, Russian ultranationalist and wanted terrorist Viktor Zakhaev used the tensions between the coalition and the allegiance to power up all the bunkers in Verdansk without realizing it, allowing him to activate the intercontinental ballistic missile silo hidden within Bunker 10. His plan to fulfill his late father's wishes ultimately failed, however, as Task Force 141 managed to get the abort code for the missile 6157 and launched an assault with the help of Farah, Alex, and Marcus Griggs' demon dogs in order to create a diversion. Price infiltrated Bunker 10 when Zakhaev activated the missile. Captain Price shot him in the shoulder before throwing him off to the bottom of the silo. With Zakhaev seemingly neutralized, Price received the abort code from Nikolai and prevented the ICBM from launching. Luckily for Zakhaev, thanks to some writing magic, the floor in the bunker silo was actually filled with water all along, allowing him to survive. Following his close experience with death, he began hearing rumblings of this mysterious element known as Aetherium. Task Force 141 also caught wind of these rumblings when they discovered intel on the Office of Requiem's formation from the 80s, with even the President of the United States themselves being anxious to get this show on the road. Simon Gus Riley wrote on it, "What the hell was the Office of Requiem?" Following on from this, it seems Task Force 141 operators became more aware. Unbeknownst to Task Force 141, Zakhaev managed to survive his encounter with Price. After escaping, Zakhaev began searching for new weapons. He soon learned about Aetherium and the conflict between Requiem and Omega that ensued decades prior. It would seem as though governments and other bodies had most of their research intact, which ended up subsequently falling into the wrong hands. In 2021, he hired Terminus Outcomes, led by Jack Fletcher, to help him track and find the remaining Aetherium. All of this to avenge his father, Cold War relic Imran Zakhaev's death, stating,
"I miss you, Father. You will have the legacy you deserve. I'll see to it."
With his ultimate goal and hopes being to take aim at the West. With her scientific career in disgraced shambles, Jansen was eventually recruited by Viktor Zakhaev to continue her work on Aetherium energy research, believing this was the only way to continue her work. Ignorant of his true nature, Jansen assumed he was the CEO of Terminus Outcomes, whom she was recruited by, noting to herself he didn't fit the profile of a CEO. She was told her research was needed under the guise of researching clean energy and medicine. She surmised that Zakhaev's motives went beyond simple energy research. In actuality, it was to further develop Aetherium-based weaponry. She would be proven correct after Zakhaev and Terminus Outcomes catch wind over the Aetherium vials where the Requiem heads are deceased. Later the same year, 2021, accompanied by Fletcher and a squad of his contractors, Zakhaev travels to Zaravan, Urzikstan, where they ambush a group of local police forces at an American checkpoint, creating a diversion. After breaching into a basement of a hotel, they discover a long-abandoned CIA safe house containing the mummified remains of Grigori Weaver and the 3 other corpses around a device placed on a table. They seem untouched since the 90s and are long since gone. The device opens, revealing 2 vials of highly enriched Ethereum. Zakhaev quickly reaches out to grab this cache of weapons-grade Ethereum. In disbelief, he exclaims,
"Oh, they're actually real. They're actually here."
Interestingly enough, 2 vials are now missing. Armed with these vials by his side, he and his mercs attempt to escape, but are quickly attacked by police reinforcement, including military police. As they are relentlessly shot at, almost all of his men are killed, and he is cut off from his escort. Chasing them down, the cops have Zakhaev cornered with no options left, aside from one. He makes a quick, reckless choice and tosses one of the vials at the police. It splinters, immediately encapsulating the entire area in Dark Aether mist, which creates an exclusion zone that turns people, both dead and alive, into zombies, reintroducing the Dark Aether into our reality. The forces of the Dark Aether spread throughout the city, grabbing and tangling everyone caught in the mist. Fletcher watches in horror as many of his own men, both dead and wounded, turn into zombies and begin to attack each other, while Zakhaev grins in satisfaction.
Fuck. Looks like we have a weapon.
Zakhaev manages to return to the LTV with Fletcher, but takes a hit by a sniper on his way before driving off and safely leaving the area, now realizing the true effectiveness of Ethereum. Unknowingly, this allowed the entity's influence over Ava to grow, as the veil had been weakened. Operation Deadbolt was established overnight in response to the threat. Special Security Officer Selma Green was placed in charge of the operation. While picking recruits for the newly formed response unit, Green was recommended by her CIA colleague Kate Laswell, ordered by higher-ups, to choose Sergei Ravenov, the former Spetsnaz captain who has had past dealings with similar undead incursions, and who is most relevant, acting as a familiar face for us, the last known surviving member from the Requiem era. Despite the complete lack of background information on Ravenov, Green was told to trust the recommendation by higher-ups, to which she even received a direct letter from the White House stating, "You know who I am. I hope my identity and status have been appropriately communicated to you." In another letter, they stated, "You have the entirety of my office and the Pentagon at your disposal." This implies that not only does the president themselves seemingly have a vested interest in Deadbolt, knowing of the outbreak immediately, but that they also handpicked Ravenov specifically, and could even be, potentially, someone we know. Laswell tried to reassure her by saying there is no one else that could fill his position. Ravenov remains merely a seasoned and mysterious veteran to everyone else around him, something constantly mentioned in the intel. He lends his expertise where he can. As the CIA created Deadbolt, Terminus Outcomes deploys contractors into the exclusion zone, where they establish a fortress overseen by the company's second-in-command, Legacy, Baranov. Fletcher and Zakhaev begin to study the Ethereum sample in their possession, with Fletcher proclaiming that they would make a killing by selling Ethereum once Zakhaev had enriched enough additional samples.
Extraction's going great. Gonna make a killing selling this Ethereum.
When I've enriched enough to make more of these, you can do as you please with the rest.
Deadbolt accrued several additional members: Captain Amy Fang, who handles infiltration and exfiltration; Captain Lucas Dobbs, more commonly referred to as just Luke, who provides drone reconnaissance; Colour Sergeant Rupinder Roops Kapoor, who provides mechanical expertise; Dr. Hugo Barrera, who studies Dark Aether creatures and phenomena; and Sergeant Johnny Soap McTavish, who handles field operations. Most importantly, they hire Corporal Krista Miller to handle requisitions. Now grown up, up, who at some point joined the United States Marine Corps. Despite selection for the operation, there was concern that her past with the undead threat could affect her work. Though, following a letter sent by Miller herself to Green, those concerns were put to rest. Miller would work as the operations quartermaster, also creating audio logs to describe the more exotic threats that the strike team would encounter during the operation. It would also be during this operation that she would meet someone else experienced with these kinds of incursions, Ravenov. At one point, Ravenov learned from Miller that she experienced the Liberty Falls outbreak and promised to help her learn the truth behind it by offering to connect the dots based on what she remembered. However, they had to keep it off the books, as Miller had kept it mostly to herself throughout her life for fear of consequences and threats she received, potentially deadly. The government, of course, did not want their involvement in Liberty Falls to get out. Miller was surprised she found someone else alive who even knew of what happened and questioned why she even had to keep it to herself for so long. Miller experiences post-traumatic stress disorder due to the events she endured on Liberty Falls, and states she hates fried chicken due to her experience. But she says she is still ready to take on the threat and face the demons head-on, being someone tied since the beginning. In addition, a strike team of operators was also employed to carry out various missions in the Zaravan exclusion zone to assist other Deadbolt members. Roughly 3 weeks after the outbreak started, after receiving a briefing from Laswell, the strike team deploy in Zaravan for the first time alongside Soap and Ravenov.
By the time we worked out where he was operating, all we could do was go kinetic and hope the flustered bastard out.
One of our checkpoints reported hostile contact. Then the whole town went dark.
Until we know what's going on, containment is the name of the game. No one gets in, and nothing, I mean nothing gets out. Clear?
Ravenov here has experience with this kind of incursion.
Brilliant. He'll give you the lay of the land. Keep your head up and listen to him if you want to survive.
Report to SSO Green. Out here, this is her show! Welcome to Operation Deadbolt.
This is us. Let's move.
It was also at this time that Terminus Outcomes employ Ari Dockerby, who sets up a fortress in Zaravan City and begins to harass Operation Deadbolt's convoys passing through the area. Meanwhile, Zakhaev records a message to his late father, vowing to continue his legacy and strike against the West, naming Washington DC, London, and Paris as targets for his revenge. Zakhaev also learns of one of Price's protégés, Johnny Soap McTavish, working for Operation Deadbolt, and swore that he would take Soap's life as vengeance against Price for nearly killing him in Verdansk, although seeing him as kind of a brother.
I'm a patient man, Captain. I won't rest until everyone you care about is eliminated. So imagine my pleasure to find your protege, Soap McTavish, embedded with Operation Deadbolt. Oh, losing him, that would be like losing a brother. Oh yeah, the thought of it is exhilarating.
Jake Fletcher, client conversation regarding Terminus contract 75819. Commencing.
Why are you recording?
For quality assurance.
I assume you have questions?
The shit you're after. I need to know what it does.
Ethereum? It is none of your concern.
Will it harm my men?
Yet. If they're smart, they should be fine.
Great. So, half are going home in body bags? We need to renegotiate the contract. If there's a market for this, I know people, buyers. We could stand to make a lot of money.
Money is of no concern.
Then you won't mind parting with it.
When I have enough enriched Ethereum to secure my father's legacy, you may sell whatever remains to your buyers.
As Ava Jansen learns of Zakhaev's true plan with the Aetherium that he and Fletcher have been extracting, she realizes she needs Deadbolt, as she may be the only person with the knowledge to stop the outbreak. She uses a tablet within the exclusion zone to contact them. After her tablet was found by Deadbolt operatives and decrypted by Luke Dobbs, Deadbolt would deploy boots on the ground to her coordinates. Following this event, Zakhaev ordered Fletcher to find and kill Ava Jansen, while also continuing to extract Aetherium and defend against Operation Deadbolt's assaults.
She's played her part. Find her and kill her.
This prompted Terminus Outcome's mercenaries at her location to try and prevent Operation Deadbolt's strike team from extracting her, while also fighting against the zombie hordes in the area. By the time Deadbolt operatives reach her, she was already in the process of deleting her work from Terminus's servers. Accomplishing this, she and Deadbolt then fought Terminus mercenaries to a nearby helipad where they were exfiltrated by Amy Fang. Terminus Outcomes failed in preventing her extraction.
Bravo Zulu team. I have a lot of questions for Dr. Jansen, and she has a lot to answer for.
Back at the base, Jansen was interrogated by SSO Selma Green, Johnny So McTavish and Ravenov about her work with Zakhaev. She told them that she had no idea that he was a terrorist when she started her work for him, and that she wanted to help Deadbolt stop his plans. Informing her interrogators that Zakhaev kept his weapons-grade Aetherium on his person at all times, she pleaded to Deadbolt to let her fix the problem she unintentionally helped start. It took some convincing, but ultimately Green agreed to have her on board. With Deadbolt's assistance, Jansen was able to craft a prototype Aetherium neutralizer. After a firefight against Terminus Outcomes and disabling a pair of SAM turrets, Deadbolt escorted an ACV containing the neutralizer across the exclusion zone to a particularly Aetherium-rich area, where they gave it a test fire. Ultimately, it was successful in destabilizing the raw, unprocessed Aetherium crystals. Unfortunately, Jansen later reveals in a post-mission briefing with Green, Sopa Ravenov, that her research concludes that the neutralizer would only be effective against unprocessed Aetherium, as opposed to the weapons-grade Aetherium present in Zakhaev's vial. A frustrated Green would accuse her of failure. Jansen shot back, saying that that wasn't true, and she could amplify the neutralizer's output to affect the vial using research conducted by none other than Dr. Oscar Strauss. It seems as though much of Requiem's research had been salvaged. After some debating, Green relented and ordered Deadbolt to secure Strauss's data. As the Aether Storm in Zaravan expanded, Jansen began to clutch her head in pain as she swallowed some schizophrenia pills. A concerned Ravenov tried to confront her and ask what was wrong, to which Jansen simply replied that it was just a migraine that would soon pass.
Ava, what is wrong?
It's just a migraine. It'll pass. They always do.
Zakhaev continued to threaten Deadbolt and ordered his troops to destroy the neutralizer. Deadbolt would soon have to raid a legacy Baranov's fortress to obtain Strauss's data. With the neutralizer complete and ready for use against Zakhaev, Deadbolt deployed to Zakhaev's Aetherium refining plant and prepared to activate the neutralizer, but were attacked by Terminus forces and later by Orcus, an ether worm that feeds on massive Aetherium rift energy. After a lengthy battle, Jansen rushed to the neutralizer past the worm and activated it, killing it and destabilizing Zakhaev's vial and Aetherium around it. Without warning, this for some reason triggered a Dark Aether vortex to appear, sucking up literally everything in its wake, killing all soldiers it encapsulates. As Zakhaev stares at the vortex in horror, Fletcher warns Zakhaev that they have to leave. Unconcerned with Fletcher's warning, Zakhaev watches as his Aetherium vial destabilizes, dropping to the ground in disbelief. Fletcher then grabs Zakhaev, throwing him to safety inside a building. The vortex lifted Jansen into the air like a god with bolts of electricity, as the entity appeared before Jansen, demanding her to... She screamed in horror, fainting as the vortex closed and she floated back to the ground. Ravenov quickly rushed to help her as she opened her eyes as they briefly glow a dark purple. just as her own mother's did. The experience seemingly left Jansen with no memory of what had just occurred, only remembering vaguely the entity that had called to her. As Zakhaev's Aetherium all became useless, the outbreak retracted momentarily before a new giant anomaly appears in the distance. It would seem as though, despite Zakhaev's vial being the cause for the initial outbreak, it weakened the veil between the worlds so much so that it now allowed Ava's connection with the entity to strengthen, further weakening the veil and allowing the entity to now take a more concrete hold on the area, explaining the continuous outbreak. The vortex that appeared could have been her desperately gaining enough power before Aetherium's collapse to open a portal and get a hold of Ava, tying her to the world. The entity begins opening Dark Aether rifts to Al-Mazrah, and Deadbolt are informed of a large
An energy spike in the red zone.
Following this defeat, Zakhaev once again went into hiding, leaving Terminus Outcomes to operate independently in Zaravan. This also caused a shift in direction for them, where their focus was now only on extracting the Aetherium and selling it to those who are interested in it for a profit. War efforts, medicine, whatever. Anything money can buy. Fletcher's that kind of man. Fletcher would then send an angry invoice of the whopping amount of $3.7 million in Ares to him, stating, "You owe us," for Terminus' services in the zone, stating partial payment in Aetherium is acceptable. As far as we're aware, Zakhaev likely never paid him. And this is the last we see of Zakhaev in the story. Whilst he was set up as the main villain initially, it seems that this was most likely mandated as a marketing ploy by higher-ups as a way to connect Black Ops and Modern Warfare's stories together. But Treyarch likely didn't want to include him. They probably already had a story outline previously without him, and constantly had Fletcher refer to him as a bumbling idiot in the intel.
Constantly flanked by grunts and yes men on one side, and completely sus wet jobs like Zakhaev on the other. Somehow, every last one of them is completely useless.
They then ditched him at the nearest opportunity after resurrecting him for no reason. The same goes for Soap. Following this point, he makes no other appearance in the cutscenes beyond a few radios and once again serves no purpose in the story and was ditched at the earliest opportunity. Since Modern Warfare 3 Zombies takes place in 2021, this is before his eventual death in 2023 when he's shot in the head by Makarov in the London Underground at the end of the campaign for the same game. Following the change in direction, Terminus Outcomes also employs a new commander to further reinforce their operation in Zaravan, Dr. Sonar Keres Mirzoyan, a person with a deep interest in chemical research and also a deep hatred for morality, who sets up another Terminus Outcomes fortress, this time in Orlov military base. Meanwhile, the Deadbolt team was deployed to investigate the anomaly near the high threat zone, which turned out to be a rift into the Dark Aether. The entity spoke to the strike team and had them power various altars, which eventually culminated in another Aether worm called Gormgant spawning in to take advantage of the high concentration of Aetherium energy. Ravenov monitored the strike team, who, after defeating the worm, returned to HQ and reported this encounter with an unknown entity inside the rift. Concurrently with the strike team's venture into the Dark Aether, while recovering at the Deadbolt headquarters from her own encounter with the entity, Jansen began to look into Project Janus through means of her own, hacking into Deadbolt's mainframes, discovering Richthofen's classified Janus research from the 90s that involved various individuals, including Ravenov, the leads of Requiem, and Samantha Maxis. While doing this, Jansen suffered another bout of migraine while hearing the voice of the entity. She suddenly found that the lights in the facility had gone out. Stepping out of her room to investigate, Jansen finds several corpses laying about and noises of gunfire. She then found herself surrounded by various zombies, with the zombified Requiem leads all pointing at her as the entity whispered to her. Jansen fought back against the zombie horde with a machete, but as Ravenov called out to her, she turned back and found that she had slashed his throat. Green quickly ordered her men to arrest Jansen.
Drop your weapon! Drop it!
But this turned out to be just yet another hallucination, as Jansen remained in her room, briefly possessed by the entity, as she whispered how they
You will never be alone again. We will be one.
As her eyes glowed purple once again, Jansen snapped out of the hallucination as Ravenov called her via phone, informing her that the strike team had returned from a brief encounter with the entity in the Dark Aether dimension.
Jansen, this is Ravenov. The strike team have returned from the rift.
Ravenov?
Ava, they made contact with some kind of entity. They're coming for debrief. Report to ops.
They met... what?
An entity inside the rift.
I'll be right there.
Whilst him being unaware that she had been suffering hallucinations and hearing from the entity's voice just as the strike team had been contacted, indicating that by the strike team defeating the worm, it somehow allowed the entity's connection with her to grow stronger. Potentially, in the worm's feeding on the Ethereum energy, it circumvented the entity's control. After all, after the first worm was defeated was the very moment a vortex was triggered where the entity met face to face with Ava for the first time. The worms may have been suppressing the ethereal discharge, stabilizing it, in turn not allowing the entity to use it to its advantage. As she headed off from her bed, she left her laptop screen active, showing profiles of Weaver, Carver, Strauss and Gray, all confirmed to be deceased, with Ravenov's being active, whereas Samantha Maxis's states classified Janus Directive 6776D, which it then pans out to in the final moment, highlighting its importance.
I'll be right there.
At some point around here, Ravenov and Deadbolt member Hugo Barrera instructed the strike team to gather data on the Aether Storm in an effort to learn how to stunt it. To this end, the strike team acquired several flash drives from Terminus's data stations, then put them in refractors while under an active storm. This attracted another, much stronger Aether worm, this time red, Greylorm, which the strike team was able to defeat. After Fletcher learned about the Omega Group and heard whispers of the Dark Aether containing a treasure trove of goods, he assembled a team of Terminus operatives to escort him into the Dark Aether, after learning of a new rift opening in the high threat zone. Once inside, his team was quickly stranded due to unfamiliarity with the territory. At the same time, following the appearance of the first rift, Jansen contacted the strike team and informed them of the second anomaly. Ravenov opted to join the team as he was also on site at the time. Fortunately for Terminus outcomes, Ravenov followed Fletcher and the squad of Terminus soldiers when entering the anomaly, and was later joined by the strike team in the Dark Aether. Fletcher got in contact with Sergei Ravenov and the Deadbolt team, who followed them in pursuit. Both sides agreed to a truce and worked together to escape the Dark Aether. They found pieces of Jansen's neutralizer and reassembled it in order to open another rift. Fletcher, however, betrays both Deadbolt and Terminus Outcomes mercenaries by using an Ethereum vial to transform his men into zombies, slowing Ravenov and the strike team and facilitating his own escape. And just like Zakhaev and so before him, that is the last we hear of Fletcher in the main story.
Thanks. Couldn't have done it without your help, Deadbolt. Sorry to disappoint, but, it'll be a while before I get the inside of that dragon.
This is over, Fletcher. You do not understand the forces you are playing with.
After this event in the Dark Aether Rift, Terminus Outcomes never bothered to investigate it again, instead focusing all of their efforts into extracting Ethereum and defending against Operation Deadbolt. At this time, they also employed a new commander to further bolster their rank, Rainmaker, a Cuban who has a liking for explosives and traps, who builds a fortress located in the Shahin Manor. Meanwhile, Ravenov and the strike team managed to return safely. As Ravenov was tending to his wounds in the Deadbolt headquarters, Jansen confronted him on his affiliation with Requiem, demanding him to reveal the truth about the fate of its leads.
You were part of Requiem.
Yes.
What happened to them?
Maxis sacrificed herself to end the outbreak. We promised we would find a way to rescue her. And when we failed, it was a blow. Some of us took it very hard. We vowed never to let this happen again.
Ravenov allowed her to tend to his wounds and briefly mentioned that Requiem attempted and failed to rescue Samantha Maxis from the Dark Aether following her sacrifice in 1985.
What I have to do. I'm sorry. This is the only way.
Jansen pressed him on the purpose of Requiem's Ethereum research and also expressed how it doesn't make sense how he has such good genes, as he joked, and how he is in such good shape despite fighting zombies 40 years ago.
So you're 0 for 2 on those promises?
But I am still here, am I not, Dr. Jansen? I am still fighting.
And here's the thing, you shouldn't be. That was 30 years ago and look at you.
I have good genes.
Oh, that's a crock and you know it. What was the focus of Requiem's Ethereum research?
Dr. Jansen. Ava.
Ravenov stopped her mid-sentence and promised to tell her more about the old days after resolving the current outbreak. Jansen stormed out of the room, declaring that she would find answers on her own. Once alone, Ravenov quietly remarked to himself that Jansen's parents were proud of her, as the camera panned to a screen of the Requiem head statuses again, this time with an enlarged shot of Samantha.
They are. Oh, they are so very proud of you.
Slowly, the entity began to take over Jansen's mind, manipulating her further, which was made easier due to her anger and enragement with Ravenov, causing her to become distracted during Deadbolt's briefing sessions. She was eventually lured by the entity. Jansen was subsequently reported missing, and later found entering a third rift in Zaravan. Ravenov and the strike team pursued Jansen into the rift, and witnessed as the entity possessed her completely, claiming that they have been restored.
We are restored. We remember.
Dr. Jansen! Stop right there! On me! On me!
The darkness binds you.
You're over here! I got you!
You can run.
Contact!
But where you go, I am everywhere.
Unleashing zombies on them. Regardless, the strike team and Ravenov are able to survive and break her free of her control, repelling the entity and rescuing Jansen. Later back at HQ, Ravenov scolded and reprimanded Jansen for blindly and recklessly pursuing Gray's research, but decided that with her meeting the entity head-on, it was time to finally tell her the truth. By finally showing her the recording from the late Dr. Elizabeth Gray from 1996, before the Requiem head's deaths. In the recording, Gray detailed the nature of Jansen's birth, revealing the truth. While she carried and birthed her, it was merely through surrogacy, and her biological mother was none other than Samantha Maxis, currently, as far as we're aware, still trapped in the Dark Aether.
One day she went into the Dark Aether and didn't come back.
Whose DNA, alongside Ravenov's, with or without their consent, was used to create her by Requiem. Gray says that her and all of the other ex-Requiem heads are dying due to the Dark Aether exposure and could not continue their work, and that Sam was exposed more than the rest of them, explaining that
this is why you are so important. You are bonded to the Dark Aether. It's in your genes. No one knows whether that could be something wonderful or something dangerous.
She says that Sam was the
kindest, bravest soul I have ever met.
Whilst they're dying, she says,
but we can ensure that someone will watch over you. We agreed Ravenov would be the best choice, especially given his connection to you. I know the Jansons will have given you the best life, but giving you up at only 3 years old.
On the recording, she says,
I am so sorry. I'd like to hope there's a part of you that will remember me.
After she is gone, to which Ava says,
There is.
Before Gray says,
I love you, Ava. Goodbye.
Whilst it is unclear why the characters then go on to sacrifice their lives, judging from the fact they chose Ravenov to look after Ava, and the fact Ava and lots of other characters in the story have been repeatedly pointing out how good Ravenov looks for his age, and how healthy he is, in 2021 it would make him around 70 years old, but he certainly doesn't look it. It's very well possible that they gave up their essence to allow Ravenov to live longer. There are 2 vials missing after all. Maybe Ravenov took one, but if so, it begs the question, who took the other? It's also interesting how the Aetherium was killing them, and yet they may have managed to develop technology to allow it to do the complete opposite. But after all, zombies do live practically forever, being the undead, and time passes slower in the Dark Aether, so it is very well possible that it can have 2 drastically different effects. And Ava specifically was even looking into the Dark Aether for the purpose of advancing medicine. What better medicine than this? Following on from this, Ava frustratingly says to Ravenov,
How could you not tell me the truth?
To which Ravenov reveals that the entity is her dark shadow created the moment she was, a physical, breathing bond with the Dark Aether, a living gateway. She is her mirror, her reflection, just as the Dark Aether reflects our world.
The entity. It is a reflection of you, a shadow, born the same moment you were. And every time the veil between this world and the Dark Aether is lifted, its influence grows stronger. Please, you need to let me help you.
Angered at the revelation of being lied to, Jansen lashes out at Ravenov for hiding the truth from her, claiming that he doesn't care about her as his own child, while showing disgust towards Requiem for creating her. She says,
My father? Do you even think of me as a daughter? Or am I more of a liability?
Ravenov explains how Requiem's DNA was taken with or without their consent, and he
did not choose to be your father.
She then storms out once more, despite Ravenov calling out for her.
But Ava! I'm sorry.
Following the brief bond between the entity and Ava, and then its separation, it causes an unstable rift to appear with relentless hordes of the undead. Jansen eventually reconciles with Ravenov and convinces him to join her in a final rift to destroy the entity once and for all, and stop the incursion completely. The strike team joins them to help, and enters a new rift appearing in Opal Palace. Here, the strike team assists Jansen in performing rituals involving several relics from Jansen's childhood, helping her to recover her memories, the memories of which the entity shares due to her watching over their lifelong bond. Jansen cleanses these relics, freeing them of the entity's grip and severing their bond. She repeatedly begs her little sister to stop.
There is comfort in our union. There is safety here. We are begging you, stop.
Stating that forces in the realm want to harm her due to her powers, but Jansen refuses, as their shared bond puts her world at risk from the Dark Aether. After finding the entity's home, she decides to force her cooperation and kill Ravenov and the strike team. But Jansen uses her powers to weaken her, and the team are able to attack her weak spots. Despite its pleas, Jansen and the strike team combine their efforts to destroy the entity. In her final pleas, she warns Ava that
Little sister, he is searching for you. The Shadow Smiths will take you.
it would seem as though the entity was never evil by nature, and in actuality she was trying to protect Ava from worse forces at bay the entire time, albeit in a terrible way by sending hordes of zombies, but I digress. Dark Aether entities may not always have the brains. After the entity's death, a more powerful Echo was spawned in the Dark Aether, a clone of her memory. When the strike team enter, it guided them with secret markings to its lair, where it attempts to kill them. However, the strike team were able to destroy it and end the entity's threat for the foreseeable future.
Is it over?
Yes, I think so. I can't hear her anymore. My mind is so quiet.
We can celebrate back at Deadbolt HQ. This place is starting to unravel.
Our bridge is gone. I can feel the Dark Aether starting to peel back from our dimension. We have to go now.
With her death, the Dark Aether forces begin pulling back into their own world, and the Zaravan outbreak ends shortly after. They then leave and return to Deadbolt headquarters for hopefully the last time. The outbreak zone collapses, and Urzikstan goes back to normal, when in 2022 it becomes a war zone. On May 22nd, 2022, Soap, after long since disappearing from the Zombies storyline, was deployed to Zaravan once more, accompanied by operators Hammer and Void to investigate a chemical bomb threat in Popov Power. Despite their attempt to defuse the bomb, it was too late to be stopped, and the operators had to escape before the bombs detonated. With unknown casualties, later, Soap learned that there were additional bombs placed in Tokyo and Paris. 3 months after defeating the entity, Jansen tries to take a vacation as Ravenov recommended her to, but she couldn't stop focusing on Project Janus. She decided to learn more about them by travelling to Liberty Falls, the small town in West Virginia where the outbreak happened in 1991. Having rented a hotel room, Jansen starts to sort through a Janus dossier that she came into possession of. Ravenov calls her, checking up on her, to which she answers,
"Ah, checking up on your daughter."
I wanted to say hello, to ask how you are doing.
Implying their relationship has healed and Ravenov now wants to be actively involved in her life instead of just from afar. She lies to him by reassuring him,
"I'm on my best behavior. Promise."
As she flickers through a bunch of scattered documents laid out all over her bed, Ravenov says,
"It has taken a while to process it all."
To which Ava jokes about,
"Process it all. Who are you and what have you done with Ravenov?"
As she opens a file, fully readable documents are revealed, which hold possible significant importance. There is a blueprint of the Wonder Wharf, implying the Varhites and Kraft's research and artifacts have been in Janus's possession for a long time, and potentially the Wonder Wharf has even had some nifty upgrades. In fact, at some point, potentially even after Vanguard's conclusion, Gabriel Kraft encountered ether nests, heavily infested areas covered by cis and toxic gas. He documented these nests in records, which were used as references in 2021 by members of Operation Deadbolt, who encountered similar nests created by the Dark Aether incursion in Urzikstan, meaning Kraft may have still been encountering Dark Aether elements years after. A recounting of Miller's experience as a child on Liberty Falls during the outbreak, and the names of multiple characters tying into Black Ops 6 are shown, as they are connected not only to Project Janus, but to Eddie himself as well, which he also has an image of in these documents. These names include Security Chief John Blanchard, who is the Janus security detail that Richtofen rescues in the Liberty Falls intro cutscene and orders to call in a response team.
Blanchard, secure the command post. Call in response teams. Get Liberty Falls locked down. Copy?
Copy.
He is who we will be communicating with throughout the main quest on the map, as he is currently camped out in Richtofen's hilltop mansion above the town, and he is of course who interviewed Miller, Dr. Modi, Althea, and finally Pericles Panos, one of the Janus lead scientists who could be the person who gets teleported away in the Liberty Falls intro cutscene and warns of the outbreak and something wrong with Sam to begin with.
Secure your stuff! I'll have a Sam, I said.
As Ava continues chatting on the phone with Ravenov, he asks,
"What are your plans? What is next for Dr. Jensen?"
She glances by the mirror in the room where an ominous, shadowy figure wearing what looks to be a cowboy hat and a coat appears menacingly as she walks past it, not noticing. Ava goes to the window to look at the view and tells Ravenov,
"I tried the whole vacation thing, I really did, but I needed to keep my mind occupied. I kept thinking about Miller's report. I'm visiting the site of the localized incursion she survived as a child. Liberty Falls is even more of a one-horse town than I'd suspected.
As she throws the documents back on her bed, Ravenov suddenly panics and tells her to leave immediately, but it's far too late. A hand begins reaching out through the mirror as an amalgamation of disembodied voices is heard. The chorus chants,
"It is not safe. Are you there?"
Who momentarily reaches for it, believing she sees and hears her mother, Samantha Maxis. Before it suddenly drags her in through the mirror into presumably the Dark Aether. The scene zooms in to the Liberty Falls painting in the room, displaying the text, "One visit and you'll want to stay forever," leaving a distressed Ravenov screaming her name on the other side of the phone call.
Ava! Ava!
The bombshell of Ava's birth shed significant light on Project Janus. While many in the community believe Ava being created is the main reveal, considering the god Janus is depicted as having two heads, one looking forward, one looking back, and is the god of gateways, of which parallels Ava and the entity having two heads, one in each dimension, and she is a living gateway after all. However, whilst this is true and could be a part of Janus, I think it is just one of the many angles of Eddie's schemes. The big question is, why did Richtofen have Ava created? We know he requires a giant gateway for Janus, so could it be that because she's a living gateway to the Dark Aether, her existence is what breaches the Dark Aether on Liberty Falls? That would seem odd but possible, although it does seem that Sam, S.A.M, causes the outbreak. We also don't know when she was conceived. Whilst you would think because she was born in 1993, we can assume she was conceived in 1992. But with her being a supernatural birth tied to the Dark Aether, for all we know, the pregnancy period could take a lot longer. And maybe she was even in an incubation period long before Grey even became a surrogate. We of course know the Dark Aether breaches occur in February 1991 to start off the Black Ops 6 Zombies story. But could that have been down to her being conceived or something else? Such as Sam? Also, whilst Ravenov says their DNA was taken with or without their consent, which implies he never consented, we are unsure if Samantha or Grey consented. If they did consent, did Richtofen inform them of his plan and what her purpose is? Does it have something to do with trying to rescue Sam, or maybe creating a powerful Dark Aether being to fend off a greater threat? Grey and the rest of them are of course seeking revenge for what Richtofen did to them, and with Peck's help, trying to find his coordinates in the Terminus quest.
Go locate the landing pad. Peck, Strauss, hold up in the guard station. I want Richtofen's coordinates.
But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the DLC, we end up working with Richtofen, considering he was taken into probably the Dark Aether, and maybe they could come to empathize with him throughout the DLC due to Weaver accidentally burning his family to death. When the characters learn that too, they're surely going to turn an eye to Weaver. We know Sam, of course, was in the Dark Aether at the time of her birth, so her DNA was probably extracted whilst she was interrogated in Block 8. The rest of Requiem's could have been extracted during Black Ops Cold War, or whilst they were imprisoned, tortured, interrogated, and experimented on during imprisonment on Terminus Island. The when is probably not that significant, although it would affect how much Dark Aether exposure they had. The fact they specify Requiem does imply the former though. The most plausible idea for why Richtofen had Ava created is that he didn't need her for any particular purpose, but she was more so just a byproduct of a test, with it being very likely that part of Richtofen's plan is he wants to somehow find a way to restore his wife and son. He might have started performing cloning tests, Ava just being one of them. He could have merely been testing the Dark Aether's abilities to clone living humans, as so far we've only ever previously seen it clone the dead, all beings in the Dark Aether, but not living beings from Earth. But Barrera does start to realise its potential in the radios in Modern Warfare 3. Richtofen probably wants to clone his family and bring them back, and she might have just been an experiment as to the plausibility. Maybe Richtofen never even knew or meant to create the entity, it could have been merely an accident for all we know. though, with Richtofen even creating an organ-lit Aetherium breeder reactors for Terminus Island. Whilst this seems to power the map by breeding Aetherium crystals and could be similar backstory for the Tempest, this technology could be a trial run for him wanting to clone his family and may have actually been how Aether was created. We see chambers filled with zombies he's been experimenting on and had created on Terminus. These devices surely have to be for more than just power, considering the parallels with Aether seemingly being forcefully created. Richtofen has been up to some freaky shiz. During the final fight against the Entity insists that she is protecting Aether from other forces, specifically a group called the Shadowsmiths, a new group we have not encountered yet in the story, specifically saying, "The Shadowsmiths will take you, Aether," and that he is searching for her. So what does this mean for Black Ops 6 exactly? There's so much we could theorize here, but one thing is for certain. The Shadowsmiths are likely an antagonistic faction that we may have to confront either during or even after Black Ops 6. This also opens the door to the possibility that time travel might be a part of the storyline again, as many have speculated that this shadowy figure, a Shadow Man if you will, let's call him that, drags Aether through the mirror and could be taking her back to Liberty Falls during the initial outbreak we saw started by Sam in the intro cutscene for the map. If we take the text under the painting literally, could this figure be the return of the Shadow Man last seen in Black Ops 4? I find it unlikely considering he was supposedly in the summoning key in the Broken Cycle when Nikolai destroyed it, but I guess it is possible he somehow survived, but I wouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. As far as we're aware, the Apothecans and Keepers restored their duality and have merely fragmented across the Dark Aether, further corrupting into many of the creatures we see today. Whilst much of the past is starting to return, I don't know if Treyarch want to repeat a villain again, and in my opinion, I think it's more than likely that this is a new character and faction entirely. Maybe similar to the Shadow Man, but not him directly. The fact they're referred to as Shadow Smiths, being plural, definitely suggests it as a new group, and one of many, and with them having a name different to the Shadow Man, makes me feel they are brand new and maybe just look similar as a red herring, similar to when we first saw the silhouette of the Entity and assumed they were Sam. Treyarch likes to troll us a lot, after all. With the cowboy theme of Liberty Falls 2, he may be somewhat related to the town. I find it fascinating that there was an amalgamation of whispers that sounded like Maxis or the Entity, along with a severely burnt hand that reached out, which appears to resemble Sam's clothing before she entered the Dark Aether, her purple jumper. It looks practically the same. Did this shadowy figure trick her by pretending to be Maxis, or was it Maxis reaching out before the Shadowsmiths pulled her in? With the Dark Aether being capable of cloning, there's no way to know for certain if this was Maxis herself or a copy, but like I've stated, as far as we're aware, her whereabouts are currently unknown and classified under Janus. Interestingly enough, it says 6776D, whilst this could just be her code number or something unrelated. Many have speculated that this could actually be a reference to a date, potentially the number of days she was last seen in the Dark Aether, which would be around 2003 or 4, or could even be the date she escaped, if she actually has unknowingly to Ravenov. Whilst I think it's possible she escaped, I find it unlikely that it would have occurred between games and then not be seen at all, so I think she's likely still in there. Also, considering the fact that this number appears in 2 cutscenes where seemingly days have passed in between and the number doesn't change, implies that probably it has nothing to do with numbers or a date. So I'm not sure what this could actually be a reference to, but what theories do you have or what you think it means? Honestly, probably it has no real importance, but we'll have to see. If the arm is actually real Sam, then this could give credence to the time travel theory. Potentially she started the outbreak in 1991, grabbed Aether from the future, and pulled her back after the very moment she takes Richtofen. However, I have my own theory. What if this cutscene isn't time travel at all? I find it very unlikely that Treyarch will bring time travel back to the story, as the whole point of Black Ops 4's ending was getting away from the convoluted mess created by time travel, and they now want to tell a more linear, easier to digest story for now. Instead, what if the events following Black Ops 6 are directly tied to the Shadowsmiths and Aether instead of anything involving Maxis or Liberty Falls from 1991 specifically? If the Black Ops 6 story wraps up relatively quickly within around a year or two, or maybe a little bit more, like Black Ops Cold War, then maybe the story leaves us on a cliffhanger setting up the threat of the Shadowsmiths, where it then skips over the stuff that happens in between, with Ava being created, her birth, and the characters then dying. And maybe this was all done intentionally to try and prevent the Shadowsmiths. After all, the entity was stopping them from taking Ava. The Dark Aether has been mostly severed from the world, so potentially in the sequel to Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, we could get a game that takes place entirely within the Dark Aether, which would address the common criticism that the Dark Aether story is too boring or simple due to its ties to the campaign, having to keep everything quite self-contained. Both Ava and Ravenov could then be the main characters in this game once again, with potentially some other familiar faces. I wonder if my theory is correct that Ravenov has been given extended life. Could Richtofen have taken the other vial and still be alive today and one of the main characters in this sequel too? There is a rumour that there's another Black Ops game in 2025, and maybe instead of a game set after the events in the 90s, we have a time jump to after Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, or this era is saved for a future game even beyond then. This game is rumoured to be a Black Ops 2 sequel, which would put the dates around 2030, and while Zombies used to in the past be set in completely different eras to the campaigns, I'd assume that Zombies would be set around there, similar to how Modern Warfare 3, whilst it's not taking place exactly when the campaign takes place, it's just a couple years prior. There is the possibility as well that maybe COD 2025 just continues directly on from wherever Black Ops 6 leaves us, and then we have a continuation directly of that story spanning over 2 years instead of just one. But like I said, it seems that recently they've been trying to keep all of the modes set around the same eras. However, it is rumoured that Avalon is going to be the Warzone map for next year, which was supposed to release with Black Ops 6, and apparently it's not just going to be in Warzone, but will be in Outbreak in Zombies as well, and we'll also see round base back. And obviously this map was built in the 90s, with many of the multiplayer maps even taking place in it, so it wouldn't fit in with that era. So it is very well possible that maybe the campaign is just taking place in a different era to Zombies, or they just repurpose Avalon to be set closer to the near future. Only time will tell for what's next after Black Ops 6, but I think we should wait for us to get this game first. It'll probably then give us a better idea of what is happening next. But I'm sure at some point in time we are going to see a follow-up to whatever happens in Modern Warfare 3. Whether it is in 2025 or beyond is currently unknown. I find it incredibly odd that Ravenov was left behind in modern times. It seems like a connection that's begging to be continued in future games. I am honestly very surprised that he survived to the end of the story, considering it was implied many times throughout the game that he would die, with Ava even hallucinating killing him being the biggest one.
Drop your weapon! Drop it!
I wonder if Ava, being in the Dark Aether, now becomes corrupted and could even kill him in the future, if we see them both back in a future game. Or maybe instead we could get a fully Dark Aether version of Avalon so they don't have to worry about the era, if my theory of a fully Dark Aether game is correct. Although it seems like Ava might be in Liberty Falls in the Dark Aether, but maybe she actually gets taken all the way to Avalon, which is located somewhere in Europe. Maybe we could even get a Dark Aether Liberty Falls Outbreak version next year, which would be so ironic with everyone complaining about the vibe and atmosphere of the map right now. The mystery surrounding why the Requiem heads die is also very important. It seems that they at least partially made the choice to do so, given the fact we see the device in the background of Gray's recording. Her, Strauss, or someone else probably had a hand in its creation. If my theory is correct that it was all just to allow Ravenov to live longer,
my expertise came at a high price.
I still feel there has to be more to it than just that. I wouldn't be surprised if Richtofen has had some sort of involvement in this event, convincing them to go along with it. Maybe the device was even a way to try and rescue Sam, but we know they failed. After all, the device looks very similar to the Dark Aether portal that she was sent in by Peck on Firebase Z, a minute version of it. What if Richtofen convinced them this is how they rescue Sam, but it went wrong? Or maybe Richtofen had no involvement and it was Sam herself, now corrupted by the Dark Aether, tempting them to try and save her, but she betrayed them. Or could it even have something to do with the Shadowsmiths? As I mentioned before, maybe them killing themselves somehow created some sort of lock sealing them away, or maybe it was done to seal the entity away, or potentially even both. But Zakhaev stealing the vial broke the lock. Or maybe this has something to do with the old ones, as it seems they are returning in some way, as Weaver has been having tons of visions of them and has been etching in symbols on his prison wall during his time on Terminus. Maybe they corrupt him and eventually get them to free him by the end. What if the Shadow Smiths are actually a faction of these old ones? In fact, on Weaver's prison cell, etched in, also seems to be some sort of talisman. This kind of looks like a skull and crossbones, and maybe this could even symbolize their sacrifice ritual, with the skull representing the device in the middle and the 4 bones being each of each other around the table. That is a lot to digest though, and there's literally so many possibilities for what this could be, why they did it, who they did it for, how many players were involved in the event itself, and outside forces, both on Earth, Richthofen, etc., or entities in the Dark Aether, the old ones, the Shadowsmith, Samantha, the entity, etc. But the question is, are they permanently dead? It does seem awfully odd that Treyarch would spoil this big revelation for probably Black Ops 6 and then not follow up on it with some sort of twist. Maybe they are able to return in the sequel, or we do something in Black Ops 6 to change this event. In the room, like I said earlier, there is a Cerberus wonder weapon which contains the AI of each of the Requiem heads, so I wonder if that AI could somehow transfer to their bodies, allowing them to come back. Or maybe the Dark Aether even clones their AI and somehow allows it to merge with their bodies, and it then controls them. In fact, the motto for Requiem is Vicarimus Mortem, which means to have conquered death, which does suggest that they may return, and Requiem itself in Latin means a mass of the dead. Richthofen specifically of course chose the name and handpicked all of the heads, almost as if he knew what was going to happen, as he played everything like chess in Black Ops Cold War, and maybe, just maybe, he always intended for Requiem to be imprisoned and eventually die for an unknown purpose. If he did play a role in this, does he also need them to return? In Vanguard, we learn masses of the dead weaken the veil, explaining the outbreak. In addition, in a radio, Ravenov says,
"We feared something like this would happen. And that is why I stayed here, always watching. Yet I was unable to stop this catastrophe. Perhaps I was not the one who needed to stay behind."
Implying that Requiem still exists, because he's saying stay behind as if they are somewhere else. So maybe somehow when the Requiem heads sacrifice their lives, they are in some way now inside of the Dark Aether, whilst he stayed in the real world. Their souls may now exist in the Dark Aether for an unknown reason. After all, the Dark Aether is basically hell. Maybe they put their souls in there to try and find Samantha, and maybe they tried or already failed to find her, or maybe they went in to try and find Richthofen's family if he had them do this, or for some other reason. Ava did hallucinate seeing the Requiem heads as zombies as well, of course, and that could have been their souls reaching out just as the entity was. Maybe they've even formed some sort of amalgamation in the Dark Aether, all merged together, as we've seen with many of the creatures from the Dark Aether, such as literally the amalgamation itself we see on Terminus. How did the Forsaken know this would happen too, and know it would happen if defeating him? In this foreshadowing, Samantha seems to be in the background again, implying that maybe they did in fact die at the hands of her. She could now be one of the most powerful Elder Gods in the Dark Aether after all. And like I say, maybe throughout Black Ops 6 they were contacting her, thinking they were trying to save her, thinking she was good, only for her to be long since corrupted and backstab them at the end. Could that even be what Ravenov referenced when they failed to save her? Or is that a separate event entirely? The fact we collect Elder Sigils in Modern Warfare 3 Zombies as well to access the Elder Rifts does imply the entity could be an Elder God even. And after all, Elder Gods are just powerful Dark Aether beings, whether originating from there or not, so she fits the definition. Speaking of the Forsaken, something massive that I haven't mentioned is that he does seem to be the announcer voice in both Black Ops 6 and Modern Warfare 3 Zombies.
Full armor. Insta-kill. Double points. Insta-kill.
I have no idea why this is the case, but it surely has to be important. Is he able to control the zombies from within the containment chamber? Has the Dark Aether just cloned his voice and it's actually not him? Has he managed to escape from the containment chamber? So many questions, almost too many, and that seems to be a common theme of this game. There's just too many questions, like I was just proposing a billion questions why the characters died. It seems a bit overwhelming with how many questions we have. Another interesting point is the background that we actually see behind the shadowy figure in the mirror, because it looks to be Liberty Falls, but not part of the map we play. In fact, with us knowing that Richtofen's mansion is actually based on the real-life hilltop house in Harper's Ferry that the town is based on, it looks like we see the mansion in this shot. As if we compare the real-life location, the dome-shaped top looks very similar, and we see this same dome-shaped building in the distance of Liberty Falls behind the church. I wonder if Aether could have even been taken to Richtofen's mansion specifically. Richtofen similarly was teleported within his mansion. Could they have ended up in the same place? I wonder if there's some sort of time skip at the end of Black Ops 6, Richtofen gets sent into the future with them then both together if he wasn't the person who took the other vial. This is even more evidenced by the fact the hotel Ava visits seems to be the exact mansion Richtofen was, because the mirror she is taken in by seems to be the exact one in Richtofen's bedroom, potentially even the same room itself. The mansion could have been transformed into a hotel after the collapse of Janice's operations here, especially with the real life location being a currently non-in-use hotel. If the mirror is too, showing the outside of this building, that is interesting though. It could just be foreshadowing that this shadowy figure is moving closer to the building within the Dark Aether, as when she is actually taken, we no longer see the same buildings in the background, indicating it may have made its way directly into the room. Ava could now be in the Dark Aether version of the site. If it is the very same room, this would give even more reason as to why there is such a Dark Aether weak spot here, allowing the Shadowsmiths to take her. And Ava, having the Dark Aether running in her blood, allows the veil to weaken and her to be taken. Either way you look at it, whether you believe this is time travel, a closed time loop, or any other theory involving outlandish claims, this ending is undeniably crazy. We can be certain that Ava and the Shadow character will be major components in either Liberty Falls during Black Ops 6 or the game that follows, as we know Trek will likely continue to lead zombies for each installment. Speaking of Richtofen, earlier I alluded that there have been more powerful people at play in the background of Modern Warfare Zombies in setting up Deadbolt and approving Ravenov, and how he was given authority to do basically anything, whilst the others did not have such leverage. These orders came from the White House themselves. I've speculated before that Richtofen or his son Samuel could have even actually been the president themselves given this fact. I'm less convinced now that it's come to the end of the game with no mention of it, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind. The White House has been involved with Requiem since the beginning, with Reagan approving and literally establishing them, and with Richtofen controlling lots of high-up officials in government, it wouldn't be beyond Janice's power to have himself or someone for him to be planted in power to do all and any of their bidding. Until any further clues though, I think it's unlikely, otherwise it probably would have been revealed in this game. But like I said, just keep it in the back of your thoughts. With most major implications out of the way, or at least those that could span multiple games, we can start discussing the smaller details we've gathered from Modern Warfare Zombies that hint at possible character motivations or storylines. The most paramount, the importance of Miller. Throughout most of Modern Warfare Zombies' story, as I explained, it is shown that many past events, those that transpired during Black Ops 6, and whatever occurred in between leading up to Modern Warfare Zombies, still haunt several current characters. Ava, Ravenov, and Miller are prime examples of this. Miller grappling with what happened at Liberty Falls, and Ava being connected to Project Janus and the ever mysterious entity. According to various intel pieces released throughout each update, and as I introduced at the start, Miller was actually involved in the events at Liberty Falls during the initial outbreak. Her family died during the Dark Aether incursion that occurred there, and she lived to tell the tale. In the recordings, we hear her recounting the events, with various location names mentioned, such as Ollie's Comics and the Motor Lodge. Additionally, we get a mention of a potentially important gang of bikers known as the Steel Mountain Riders, who are likely the same ones who rode the Bloodburner bike pre its Dark Aether encapsulation, a connection that is also part of the description of the Bloodburner keys. This group are the ones who rescued her during the outbreak. Could we see a character who is part of this biker gang? Perhaps Carl Hoover, a name data miners discovered a while back linked to the bike.
Things aren't looking good for old Carl.
Despite the lack of mention since then, many consider it to be the identity of the owner of, or even the name of the Bloodburner bike itself. If Carl Hoover is the name of the bike itself, I wonder if we could see this bike playable before the Dark Aether corrupted it on Liberty Falls, or, wild theory here, but maybe Carl was one of the bike members who then got transported or merged with his bike when thrown into the Dark Aether, similar to the Decimator shield in Vanguard. After all, there does seem to be some sort of language on this bike, and it seems to speak to us.
Faster! Kill! 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 God Damn tires are bald. I'm riding on rims.
Implying it's alive? This bike existing in Modern Warfare Zombies, seemingly from this bike gang from Liberty Falls that somehow got thrown into the Dark Aether, is very interesting. I have no idea how it ended up so far away, but that's the Dark Aether for you, I guess. There is, I guess, even the possibility maybe the Steel Mountain Riders are the Shadow Smiths. They got corrupted by the Dark Aether, explaining why they're wearing maybe similar cowboy hats. That could be their origins, but I've got a feeling the Shadow Smiths faction might be something entirely new and some sort of group that's existed for a very long time in the Dark Aether, considering the fact that they are so powerful, way more powerful than the Entity it seems, and the Entity's been around since the 90s. If they've been around for the same amount of time, surely they wouldn't be more powerful. So yeah, there's many possibilities for who the Shadow Smiths could be. They could be the Shadow Man, they could be a new faction, they could be the Steel Mountain Riders. Now, while I doubt we'll actually see Miller when Liberty Falls finally drops, it's possible we could learn more about her during the Easter egg. We might even play as members of the Steel Mountain Riders during the outbreak, considering we know they're apparently not Janus operators, but imposters. But that seems very unlikely given the fact that they are of course just bikers and not military operators, so I doubt they have anything to do with them. But I definitely think we could see members of the Steel Mountain Riders during the Easter egg. Maybe they could ultimately help on the quest and then save Miller after the main quest of the map is completed, which then of course we know they take her to safety to Blanchard, who subsequently interviews her. The Freedom Fried Chicken restaurant is located on the Rewind multiplayer map though, implying we won't see her on the map, but I'm sure we'll hear of her in the intel unless there's another one of these restaurants in the Zombies version 2. Or we could help Miller to get out of the town itself and then she makes her way over to the Rewind section a bit further away where there is the mall and she goes into the chicken restaurant. Moving along to our villains. Setting aside Zakea for a moment as he was a throwaway character, we should instead focus on the secondary antagonist, Jack Fletcher. His history and record are intriguing, especially because of his investment in harvesting Ethereum to sell to clients he somehow found. His service record is also oddly too specific to be unimportant. Specifically, there's a notable entry in his service record. In 1991, he was seconded by the CIA to operate under the New Zealand SES Regiment for Terminus Island Security Detail, like I mentioned before. We know, of course, that Terminus Island is one of the launch maps for Black Ops 6, and that the security guard was killed by Maya during Peck's bailout of the Requiem department heads. This begs the question, will Fletcher appear in some capacity during the map's main quest? Perhaps even an intel piece, if not outright. He obviously survives, but his record also indicates that he was honorably discharged post-operation in 1993, which could mean that the island continues operations even after Requiem escaped containment, but what for? Why else would Janus need the island afterwards? And if he was sent there during our time actually in the quest on the map, that would be interesting, or is he only sent there after they actually escape, because they then have to start some new operation following their escape and whatever they do during the quest? Either way, that's all of the loose ends, and that's the entire storyline of Modern Warfare Zombies explained, or at least the important parts. What did you think of it? Personally, I think it provides a lot of mystery for Black Ops 6 and beyond, but leaves way too many questions, like I mentioned before, and there's too much untapped potential, with most characters aside from Ravenov and Ava being completely uninvolved or generic. It's been fun theorizing for a year, but I wish that this concept got the full required resources to be properly fleshed out, and I also wish that once the mysteries are answered, most notably, who are the Shadow Smiths? Why did Richthofen have Ava created? Where is Sam and why did they fail to rescue her? Why did the characters die in Urzikstan? Are they able to return? Where is Richthofen? Is he still around in the background? Etc, etc. All of these questions must be satisfying because in retrospect, this entire story is just set up at nods, and if these mysteries are all underwhelming and all fall flat on their face by the time they're revealed, then all of this build-up will have just been for nothing. I'm confident that at least a few of them will hopefully be intriguing and surprising, but part of me does worry that A, some of these may never even get answers, and B, some of the answers might be underwhelming. A lot of them need to be answered. I'm fine with a few mysteries, but we have too many questions now. It makes my head hurt. I can think of 100 off the top of my head, which I've gone over most of them in this video, and you can see there's just way too much to consolidate properly. I also wanted to create this video as a way to throw out a lot of these theories since Black Ops 6 was right around the corner, and let me know your thoughts in the comments, and maybe I can make a video in the future discussing some theories you have and breaking them down, although although we're very close to launch, so we'll have to see. I have mitigated some information from this video, even though it is still very in-depth, since most of the side characters, like I said, are basically irrelevant to the bigger picture, so I didn't think it was worth delving deep into them. How the campaigns connect to the Aether and Dark Aether stories. Like I stated at the start of the video, when the new universe was created on Tag Der Toten, some of the events from the campaigns do still happen in this new universe, but only to some extent. With multiple choices in both Black Ops 2's and Black Ops Cold War's campaigns, only one string of choices takes place in this new universe, with all of the others in the prior multiverse. For example, in the old multiverse, Eddie Richtofen wouldn't have been the director of Requiem, of course, or even Requiem likely never existed, and so he never had Weaver's kill order as a part of Operation Charybdis rescinded. At the end of Vanguard's campaign, Task Force Vanguard is set up. Lucas finds a document mentioning Project Nova.
How about this? Project Nova.
I can beat it. Project Aether. Reviving the dead.
One of the most infamous plot devices in Call of Duty history. Project Nova was first introduced in 2010's Call of Duty Black Ops' campaign and was a toxic gas that violently killed anyone who came in contact with it. And of course it's been very relevant in Zombies' story as well, with the Nova crawlers, even Nova being involved in Black Ops Cold War in the campaign and Zombies, a form of Nova being one of the die upgrades, for example.
Nova 5? If the Nazis weaponized it for close combat, can't imagine it's as lethal as Nova 6. Maybe hold your breath when firing, just in case.
Sleeper agents were put inside each US state capital and programmed to release Nova 6 gas once they heard a series of numbers. But Alex Mason and Jason Hudson managed to stop it. This evidently happened in some universes in the prior multiverse, but also in the new singular universe. Polina also finds a file regarding Project Aether, noting it mentions something about reviving the dead. This, in the new universe, was likely in reference to what Devarheit and Von List were up to, but in the prior multiverse could have been a reference to Group 935 experiments. In Black Ops 1's terminal, sometime in the 70s, a mysterious individual that simply went by the codename X started sending extremely personal messages, most of which contained top secret information to Mason, Hudson, and Weaver. The strangest thing is, these messages were not sent as emails, but rather saved as notes on each individual's directory. The computer that Ludwig Maxis communicates to us through on Moon is officially called the X computer, meaning in at least some of the universes in the prior multiverse, and in at least some versions of the cycle, it was him responsible. But in the new universe, then it's not really a stretch to say that X could have been Samantha Maxis, since of course Ludwig, her father, is long since gone. This lines up with their connection to Weaver, and suddenly explains why X could have known all the things that they did. This shows how events can still happen the same but slightly differently, although some happen radically differently in the new story. Most of the main events from the campaigns happen in the new universe and some of the older universes, such as Kravchenko gouging out Weaver's eye. Overall though, the connections with the campaigns are not all too important to understand the overall zombie story, but they are interesting and all of the campaigns are indeed canon. It's just that with an infinite amount of universes, previously any number of events could have happened, with only one being canon to the Dark Aether story. The last thing I want to touch upon isn't pertaining to the canon itself, but more so a mistake I made in my last entire zombie story video. In that video, we had received the D-Machine trailer at the time, where the visible writing, "The Accursed One will rise again," could be seen on the staircase in Nacht Der Untoten. At the time, it seemed pretty obvious to draw parallels to the first one, the original being in creation that presumably later split apart into Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man, given Monty's quote about what happens when a worm is cut in two. And considering they were once best friends and are tentacle creatures like a worm that look almost identical to one another in their non-human looking state, we were under the assumption that on Tag Der Toten, they rejoined and were thrown into the Dark Aether and would be the main threat in Black Ops Cold War Zombies. In later intel in the game, we started learning of this entity known as the One. That seemed to infer that the first one was once more. It turns out that this was likely an oversight by Treyarch's writers, and they later started calling this entity what we know now as the Forsaken, so that the community would no longer be confused. Or maybe they did it intentionally as a red herring to throw us off. As to whether the original one will ever be seen again, it's unlikely, and what's more likely is that the Apothecans and Keepers fractured into new entities across the Dark Aether, and that's why we see some creatures that seem to resemble them, although the Keepers and Apothecans are probably no more. Monty was specifically stated as being sent into the Dark Aether by Nikolai, so maybe he's corrupted into something over these years that we could see again. As for the Shadow Man, the same I guess could be said for him, but he was within the summoning key when it was destroyed, so it seems less likely, but there's been some hints in Modern Warfare 3 that the Shadow Man might be coming back, so I'm not ruling it out as completely impossible. I apologize for this mistake, but it's understandable how the community and I got confused and conflated the Accursed one with the first one. But like I say, with what Modern Warfare 3 is setting up, maybe we could see some kind of remnants from them, but not them directly. In conclusion, the entirety of Cold War built up to the reveal of Eddie's son Samuel, as well as teasing some greater plan known as Project Janus. I believe that Janus is some sort of plan by Eddie to bring back his son Samuel and potentially his wife too. Either back from the Dark Aether or back to life. Perhaps his son's memories are the orb. Whatever the case, I believe Eddie will succeed in his plan and we will bear witness to it, perhaps even help him, and during his plan's execution, many of the pieces will be set in play to lead to Modern Warfare 3's story, such as the creation of Aether and the death of Requiem. But for now, all we can do is speculate. We are so close to the launch to finally starting to get answers over the course of the next year. So with that being said, thank you for watching the video and experiencing over 14 years of story with me, and thanks to the Treyarch developers and writers who have brought us to much content over the years. With that being said, that is the conclusion to the entire Call of Duty Zombies storyline until 2024. There is a lot of information missing from this video, especially in the Dark Aether sections, and even then it's so long, as this video would be over 10 hours long, including absolutely everything unfortunately. Of course, lots in the Modern Warfare 3, as well as the Black Ops 6 section, is largely speculatory, since we have so many questions and mysteries right now, and I'm hoping that they start to get answered. I will of course make an updated entire zombie storyline video once Black Ops 6 has concluded, with a full storyline for that game, and adjusting this entire storyline video as well, making any corrections once we start to get some answers to questions, and filling in some of the gaps, especially with the early lives of Samantha and Richtofen before the Black Ops Cold War zombie story. I also want to give a big thank you to the Call of Duty Zombies wiki and COD lore facts for some information in this video, and a bunch of the talented artists in the community for some of their renders, b-roll and animations featured in this video to better visualize events. Everyone that's helped me put this video together will of course be linked in this video's description. The COD wiki especially helped in the Modern Warfare 3 section, as it used their summaries as the basis to building blocks for the entire script. Once again, thank you for watching, and I will see you in my next storyline video, hopefully soon. I will be explaining things map by map as they are released with Black Ops 6, and there's plenty more content and theories to come. With that being said, thank you for watching this ridiculously long video, and if you made it this far, definitely drop a like. This is the first time I've mentioned dropping a like in over a 5-hour long video. It's definitely worth it. Goodbye.